stuff. I think if you're going to try to push the recycling harder, I think that the totes are going to be a very important part of that, and it would also set us up to at some point getting us closer and closer to that automated system. My thought, and I said this the last time we talked about this, was that residents would have to pay for them. We'd order them and then resell them to the residents at our cost. It's a big step. That's a lot of money. It's somewhat $1,000, I think, for one order.
Right, but the towns that went to automation, I believe they built that in and provided them. I'm not saying that we need to do that, but that's what they did, I believe.
Yeah, it was kind of a mix. Wyndham looks like that they're going to have to purchase.
Okay.
They're going to have to purchase both the recycling and the MSW receptacles.
I'm pretty sure Scarborough provided them.
Yeah, Scarborough might have provided. Westbrook never got back to me this week on what they did. They've been in that automated system now for 7 or 8 years now. And when you go through Westbrook, they're all clearly marked kind of Westbrook, so I would assume the city owns them.
So, Nate, on those totes, are those just the big, are those the cutters on wheels?
Yes.
Yeah. They don't want us to use the open tubs anymore.
No. These, the ones that she priced me, were 50% recycling. They're made out of 50% recycling product. They're pretty tough. We have yet to wreck one in town here. We've got a few people around that have them. I have them.
I have one.
And Don has one. They're pretty rugged. They take a complete thrashing.
18 years, no issues.
And they have a logo on them, recycling.
Yes, you can do whatever you want, either recycling or trash. You put the town of Raymond on them, or Casella Waste, or whatever. Please put stuff in this and whatever you want, really. And I believe there's different colors. You can get green, brown. I don't know what the other color was. She told me. I don't think she put it in her email. Blue. Yep.
Recycling blue.
So Casella has those labels?
No, when you order them for if
Okay.
you order a recycling tote, you tell them
Okay.
what you want on it.
This is a big step. I mean, if you make that recommendation, I mean, if you're going the way Nathan suggested, it probably will work because people were, anxious to buy totes. They still ask about the totes, the tubs, if you will. Some people ask about composters. If they're reasonably priced, and this seems like reasonably priced to me, they could be pitched as, that this is going to be something that's going to be more secure, and you're not going to have less issues with, debris and with blown over barrels. Of course, the durability issue that, I mean, as I said, mine's 18 years old. It's as good as the day I got it. They really are strong. And so then you're also, I don't know if this will appeal to people, but probably not, but if you'll be all set up to go when we go automation. But I think if they're 50 or 60 bucks, people might buy them.
I misspoke on that number. For the minimum load on the 65-gallon tugs, it's $38,800. So it's really, I mean, in the scheme of things, it's a bunch of money, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, the bigger issue for me would not be the money, although that's significant money. It would be where would we store these things?
Yeah, exactly.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
We've got room down the sand. In the old sand salt building where the equipment is, we can make room for this program. I mean, we're not going to be storing them for a long time. I would like to think that we get them pre-ordered, or get advertise it, say this is available. Even if you didn't sell them all, get a good portion of them sold, and then when they come in, they got to pay for them, and so it's just going to be there for a short period of time.
And we can buy a smaller order. We're just going to pay more, right? $112. $112 is the lowest order.
648 is a minimum order.
What's this 112 on her email? What's that about?
112.
It says if the town was to go for minimum 112 of a particular style, this pricing would change.
Correct, because I had originally asked for minimum of 100. What she said is the pricing above includes transportation is based on a full truckload quantity, and that's where I got that from. The 95s is 720 in a truckload. The 65s is 648. The town was gonna go for minimums of 112. Pricing could change. So you're right.
Right, I'm saying I don't see us getting 600. We're probably gonna have to pay a higher rate and get a smaller order, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when you and I used to go to New Hampshire and get the tubs. How many of those did we get at a time? Do you remember?
Couple 300, I think, on the truck.
300? Okay.
But you could stack those. Those would go on pretty good. I would do a sample and find out how many people would be interested in it.
That's a good idea.
So how do you propose doing that? You saying get some of them and see and advertise about them and then just go get a bigger order if people start to ask for them?
Well, when I was thinking of a sample was maybe put out an advertisement. How many people would be interested in this if we did it? I mean,
I want to.
Could we,
That
Bob
brings us-
wants to.
So do we need to survey to do that though? Or you talked last time about how few people respond to surveys and even just getting a survey out.
yeah, that's true.
We could, I don't know how this will go, but we see citizens all day, every day, all day long. If we had the clerks ask them that question. Just an idea.
Yeah, we do like a questionnaire at the front office.
So what do I just think?
Can you Nate, can you get one to put in the town office?
I could probably get one from Pine Tree, one of theirs, and set it in the front office.
Yes, because that would be great if
Yep.
they can look at it right there and then sign up for one of these, whatever, at least start in the town office.
What I can do too, and I didn't think to ask her, I can find out lead time on this, how long it would take to get them, how this all works, because this was really kind of vague.
Garden Plus Marketplace. Share your garden dreams into reality. March 25th, 27th at Townsend.
It is a lot of money, not to mention storing them until they're sold. I just don't know how, I mean, yeah, you see people coming in and out of town hall and you could kind of survey that way, but you're not seeing everybody coming in and out of town hall. I don't know, is there some other way to get a sense of how many so that we really kind of, I don't know, Karen, go ahead.
Put it in the Roadrunner possibly?
Yeah, put it in the Roadrunner, put it on TV.
Right, TV, have a picture of it on our channel. Are we gonna have an open town meeting this year, John?
No, we're gonna have a referendum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But on election day, could
Yeah, you
have,
could put something, yeah,
could kind of
something in the
make it
school.
visible
election.
there.
Let's put one out when they vote and are voting, in June. We vote in June, right? Yeah, so we should have something there too, when people come in.
Yeah, there are rules, of course, on placement, which you may be aware of. Have you worked the polls?
Yeah. But I
So
mean,
think she had- well, Sue looks right here. Sue can
Yeah,
tell
you're
you.
gonna get Sue looking at it.
put it outside the door or something. I don't know, someplace that we can
Sue
have.
knows. She'll be here in a second, I'm sure.
Yeah, okay, but that would be a place to really have people, I don't know if that's gonna be too late, but order them. Sue,
So, yes.
where can we
What
put
are
it?
the rules about having, some information at the polls?
We can't have that kind of information at the polls. It would need to be after the voters vote, down by where the petitioners are, basically. We'd want to have something on it that said, please don't throw your trash in here because it's a trash can. And people have just gotten dum-dums usually from voting. So we'd want to be a bit careful with that. As long as there was some signage there, if it became a problem, I'd just move it, but it shouldn't become a problem. It should be, and we could have a sign-up sheet there. You wouldn't necessarily have to have it manned. It would just be like a clipboard or something that people could say, yes, I'm interested. Here's my email address or something.
Great idea.
I'd be interested to man it. I'd man it.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
So we could, on the exit going out of the gym, so we can have a little display of the recycling. We've done that
Oh, yeah.
way back.
Yeah, the library used to have to do stuff like that. Yeah. Karen, the one difficulty with you doing that is you're going to be on the ballot.
Oh, sorry. Whoops.
But we'll have the brochures there, right, for people to pick up as well, so they can, put this on your page.
And if I could throw in one little or on the brochures, if they're going to be folding, if they could third fold, and that way they fit in our brochure racks. And I don't know if they do tend to fold them or not, but that's just my 2 cents.
Good idea.
Good idea.
Well, that helps with distributing the brochures a lot too, as well as having some around town. And as far as printing the brochures, we didn't really talk about that because that's a cost too. But is that something the town can absorb? Or?
Well, we'd have to get a price and, I mean, we don't have an abundance of undedicated funds, but I think that probably we can find that money.
Okay, all right.
Can a member of the public ask a question during the meeting, or do I have to wait till the end?
The public comment is at the end, but
Okay,
I think
that's
it
fine.
makes sense to ask now. Is that okay with everybody if we?
Yes.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, a friend of my daughter's works for Casella, and he's in a supervisory position. And he said, as far as the totes go, stay away from the small one, the 30+ gallon one.
35 gallon one.
They break constantly.
Yep.
96 gallon ones are too heavy for most people to handle properly. He said they have the best results with the ones that was it 60, 65 gallon.
65 gallon totes, correct.
Yeah. Also, can Nathan, can you get the dimensions of that? We have an old Tupperware bin that holds 2 large Tupperware totes. Those totes are 25 years old and they're falling apart at this point. So we're looking to replace. But we don't want to buy something that won't fit in the shed that
I'm not gonna
was
use it.
made by Tupperware.
Thank you.
Yes, I can get the dimensions of that. I can actually send you a picture of them, Bob, if you've got a. I can get you. I got a picture of the ones at my place. I've got a 96 gallon and a 65 gallon. But I can those.
That would be great.
Okay. So that's great, Nathan. That was already kind of what you were looking at was the 65 one, right? So perfect. Thank you.
So Grace?
Yeah.
With the totes I sent out, with the stuff I sent out, some prices of availability. Well, I think what Nate's doing is the way to go. I think we're gonna have some taxpayers say $65 to $70 for a tote is more than they're going to spend. So maybe we have another option, or just say in our brochures, totes are available, Amazon, you can get a tote for $15. You're gonna replace it every year, but is there any concern with folks that it's gonna be too expensive for people?
Go ahead, Grace. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Nathan.
My concern with the lighter duty totes, Kathy, is we get bagged 2, 3, 4 times a year with, I bought a $5 tote from Walmart and it's destroyed and you've got to replace it. I do agree with you. Yeah, there are going to be people that are going to pitch a fit. They're not going to want to pay anything. They're going to want the town to pay for them. But I think there's a balance there somewhere where if we start giving stuff away, where do you draw the line on that? And where do you say, if they go to the automated system, they're not going to have a choice. If they go to the automated truck, they have to be those totes for the truck to pick them up. So I guess that's up against at some point. Maybe not at this juncture, but at some point we're going to be up against that.
I mean, in thinking about it, the less expensive ones that you have to replace more frequently, we're just, you know, we're
Yeah.
just getting more plastic that we're not recycling with
Right.
those bins. So I wonder if, as people sign up, if we get people to sign up, yes, I'd like one, and I'd also purchase one for someone who can't afford it. And so kind of do it that way. I mean, I'd be glad to buy one for us and then purchase one for another household for somebody that would like one and can't. I don't know if that will work, but that might help some folks, because you're right, it's pricey.
I think that's a great idea, but then who says who can't afford it and who can?
Yeah.
Because if, you know, there are a lot of people who could afford stuff that will gladly take it for free if you're gonna buy it for them.
That's true.
I think you can get a good readout on that if you can get somebody other than Karen, I guess, because of her running for office, but somebody to man that table with a container and ask the question, you know, would you be willing to buy it? Here's what it costs, and explain where we're going with, you know, recycling. I think you'd get a good snapshot of what people would think about that.
I'm not on the committee, but I'd be willing to devote 4 or 5 hours to that.
You might end up on the committee, Bob, with the rate you're going. But no, seriously, thank you. That would be great. Especially if it, yeah, helps to get people to get these. I mean, that would be really helpful. Sorry, Sue, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, go ahead.
I'm not being the protocol here. I'm not raising my hand. Yeah, and I usually work at the polls, so we have shifts, so I'll be up there, but I can also take some time to do that too, to cover. So yes, we need, especially during the busy time, and Sue knows exactly when those times are, so I mean, that's when it'd be good to have somebody there when there's, when it's really busy.
If you're buying totes, as in many
Check, check. just in case people are, how, I forget how this works when we're on
You're
Zoom.
live.
I have to wait right for 6:30 for the studio to say something.
The studio will count you in
Okay.
and give you like,
Thank you. Good evening. This is the meeting of the Raymond Recycling Committee on April 21st. And thank you to anyone out there in the public who is listening and joining us here on the Zoom meeting as well. I'm Grace Levitt, and I'm serving as chair. And we have our vice chair, Susan McCarty, our secretary, Karen Lockwood, and other members of the committee, Kathy Goslin, Rolf Olson, who's also on the select board, Nathan White, Public Works Director, sitting in on the committee, Don Willard, Town Manager, and Representative Jessica Fay as well is here, and Sue Look is helping to run all of this. And so, thank you for joining us. And without further ado, the meeting's called to order, and the first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of our last meeting on March 24th.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Fay. Any questions on the minutes? Any discussion? I would just thank Karen for taking such good minutes again. Appreciate that. All in favor of approving the minutes? Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We have approved the minutes of March 24th. Thank you. So on to new business. We have some updates, and we'll start off, if you're all set, Nathan, with anything you've got to report on the items that were listed there.
All right, well, the first one's the price and lead time on the totes. Price is going to be around $60, $60 for the 65-gallon totes. They are going to bring one up. I thought they were going to bring it up today for a sample to sit at the town office. When we get down to deciding what we're going to do with that, that's when we'll go out and try to research the pricing, refine it a little bit. Right now, it's a moving target. It goes up and down as the market goes up and down, mostly up. The compost availability of compost bins from Casella. They do not supply compost bins. They seem to think that one of the companies that build these totes, we could probably go research that through them, but they do not supply totes. They referred back to the Garbage to Garden company that came and did a presentation a few meetings back for us. And the final one's the rules for MSW pickup. We're working on that. We've had a draft go in front of the Board of Selectmen a while back that was probably sparked this committee. We got some things we got to fine tune on it, and then it'll be presented to you guys and then to the Board of Selectmen.
Nathan, do you want to share that draft with the committee, or you want to wait until you've?
I was going to wait. I was going to wait until Casella had gone over it, make sure there's no changes from them. I just got to make sure it lines up to the contract, and we're not asking for something that they don't supply in the contract, or they're not supplying something we're not trying to correct. So we can. I think Sue said we're pretty close to it, so we can probably get it sent down the next week or two for you guys to see it.
Okay. Any questions for Nathan? Could we ask you to research more, unless somebody else cares to find out about the compost bins?
I can, yeah.
Great, because I think that would be important if we're going to try to encourage people to compost. That seemed to be one of the most significant ways of reducing the weight of the waste, the trash.
Mm-hmm.
Is trying to get more people to do that, right? Thank you, Nathan.
Those are. Do you want a price limit on that, or do you want to just a variety? There seems to be like, I don't know. I looked up on the other night online there, and I come up with about 20 just within minutes. And they're everything from $20 bucket to $1,000 piece of equipment.
Well, I would say not the $1,000 piece of
Probably
equipment.
not, yeah.
Does anyone recall? I don't recall how much I paid for the one I got the last time the town made them available to people to purchase. It was
$35.
35.
You wanna
That
go
was
that
some time
same-
ago.
I think that was a good model. It's not that big, and I see people, I know friends that still have them. And they hold up well. What? Oh,
Okay, I can find out where we got them last time, and that's pretty simple, and see if they're still available.
Thank you. That'd be great. It was quite a while ago, though, I think. So
Yeah, it's been 10 or
obviously-
15,
Yeah.
oh,
10
yeah.
years anyway.
Yeah, even more, yeah.
Okay. Anything else on those topics? Whoops. I just sort of shared a list of really just about everything needs to be updated on the website pretty much, but I wasn't really sure if some of those things might still be accurate. I did email it just this afternoon, so you maybe didn't get to see it, but and I need to even look at my own list if I can move the screen around here a little bit. So I think the new flyers and other information that Kathy's put together will be really helpful in providing more up-to-date information. So the first thing I saw was there's a trash route map, and it had a date of 2011 on it. I don't know if the routes have changed at all. If they have, obviously that would need updating, but there's also down the side of that, some of the pieces of information that would have to be updated. For example, it said you can purchase trash bag stickers at the town office. I don't think that's still
No,
We don't do that
is it? No.
No.
no,
Yeah. So there may be some other revisions, or maybe even just those numbered items down the side of that map maybe should be removed, and people just referred to the flyers and things that Kathy has put together that she sent out.
wasn't, Grace, can I ask about that? Nathan, you had said in the beginning you wanted a policy that had some teeth in it, so that if you had issues. Is that something that you think this committee is going to make and put
Well-
on the website? Or is that something we would design the policy and then give it to the select board for approval?
We had designed the policy. It was originally an ordinance, and we've talking back and forth with town manager and Sue Locke. I think it needs to be a policy so we can change it if we need to without having to go to town meeting. But yeah, the policy is going to be just basically spelt out to what, when, and how you put the trash out, what's accepted and what's not, and that's what we were talking about in the first part of the MSW rules to present to the Board of Selectmen. That's what that is. We started it in 2018, I think it was. Yeah, and got sidetracked, and here we are.
So I
that-
did look at a couple of other towns' websites, and some are very lengthy, what they have
Yeah.
there in terms of both trash and recycling. And I don't know, Kathy, if you're referring to, should there be some sort of a consequence if people aren't following what they should be doing? Because I know that's been an issue that we've discussed before, that people are not doing what we are expecting them to do, and what can be done about that. Is that kind of what you're asking, Kathy? But that would go to the select board, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but I know in the website that you sent out, it mentions, 2 buckets per person, 2 trash cans per family. They're supposed to be labeled with your address on them, and I know on our road, there's 4 families and just whatever goes, and nobody has them labeled except for Bob. Of course, he does. But I think it's things like that that are on the website. And is that what Nate is looking for in the policy still? A
that-
limit per family?
That's what we're trying, that's what I'm looking for. A lot of our biggest problem, what sparked this was we had a gentleman down here in the village that his neighbor's putting the trash out in just bags on the side of the road, and we've got a pile of them out there. The animals get into it, makes a mess. And the other issue we're having is on roads that we can't see the house. It isn't a huge issue, but it has been a problem a couple of times. You'll go by and there'll be 6-8 barrels down there, and you don't even know, there's no identifying the house numbers down there. I think to get a better handle on what we're hauling away and how much we're hauling away, we need to have some rules that you're allowed to put out 2 32-gallon barrels with your address on it and an unlimited amount of recycling. Back a long time ago, that was the driving force for the recycling was we're going to limit how much trash you could put out and make people recycle. It went by the wayside because it's how things happen sometimes. And I don't have any way of going in and saying, hey, you've got to put your bags in a trash barrel and you got to put your address on it. And putting a policy forward, I don't know what your penalties would be or how you would police that.
So are you looking for recommendations from this group? I mean, for a couple of things, the 32 gallons, is that going to be the same going forward, given that we just were talking about 65 gallons for the recycling kinds of bins? We know that down the road, so to speak, when they're doing I forget what they're calling the collection, where it's not the people picking it up, but the machine that's picking it up, those things will be bigger.
The automated.
Do we want to limit it to the 32? There's questions like that. And if somebody misses a week for whatever reason, can they not put a third barrel out as long as it's in a barrel? I mean, those are the kinds of questions I had when I saw that it said still the 2 32-gallon.
That's kind of the hard part with that. We're fortunate that the guys that are picking the trash up right now, we have the same people pretty much every week. And amazingly enough, they do recognize that, hey, that house hasn't had any trash out for 3 weeks. This week they've got 6 bags out. They're going to pick them up. And like I said, I think the 32 or the 2 32-gallon limit was to try to force people to recycle. And I think that's a good number to keep, because if they do go to the automated system, you're going to either have a 65-gallon toter out there or a 95-gallon toter. I would probably more likely be the 65-gallon. So that's going to put you back in that 32-gallon.
To be the same thing. So you had your hand up. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just wanted to add to what Nathan was saying. When the policy or ordinance was taken to the select board in a kind of a melted down form, so that Nathan would have a piece of paper that basically spells out what's in the contract, because that's what all of these pieces are, is what's in our contract to start with, so that he could have a piece of paper to give to homeowners that said, here's what it says in our contract, these are the rules, and the select board has signed off on this, and please behave yourself, basically. And the select board really wanted the recycling committee to look at it too, to see if there was more on there or different things. So that's why it's being brought to you too.
And I think if you look at it from the standpoint of, is it a policy or is it a ordinance or whatever, you want something that you have the ability to modify a little bit easier, because as things change with Casella, as things change and whatnot, you want the easy approach to be able to modify that. The other thing to keep in mind when you start talking about the stick side is what we did have happen in the past is, if you make things too onerous, all of a sudden Nathan's doing a lot of extra trash pickup on the side of the roads because people are not, well, I can only put 2 out, so these others are going into the woods. So we have, we kind of have to balance that a little bit to make sure that new doesn't have the effect of throwing additional work someplace else or creating a unauthorized dump.
Yeah, you've got to be, and Ralph, you're very right. You got to be very careful how we do this, because it could backfire and cost us a lot more work on public works. And we don't. I mean, I don't get a lot of complaints about people just leaving their bags piled up out there, but the people that have complained, I don't have any way to help them or enforce that. So it's.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, you're going to finish up that document that will go to the select board, and then these pieces on the website would need to be updated with whatever's there. Maybe that this particular part won't change, the 2 32-gallon barrels, etc. But isn't there some way perhaps to be sure everybody's notified of the new policy? And I mean, that's, some of it may well be people just don't know. I mean, I happen to know what we're limited to 2 barrels. It's supposed to have the address on it. The stickers didn't stay on. They came off pretty quickly from the plastic barrels.
Yeah.
But you know, I just know that because I've lived here a while, but others may not, or they may have forgotten. So how do we help to inform them? And just saying it's on the website, you can't obviously expect that people are going to go looking, oh, what's the policy about trash pickup? It somehow has to be communicated to each household. However, we might be able to do that.
I think probably that and this may not be the right way, but you deal with it you deal with it as it's needed. You put it on the website, and if we come up with a problem, you go out and you ask the people, can you please do this, A, B, and C? Here's the town's policy on it. And I think for the most part, most people will follow it. The only other way would be a mass mailing, and that's going to be fairly expensive. And I don't know if I'd want to take that approach. That seems a little bit strong-handed, I think, maybe not.
Well, I think, you know, from a mailing standpoint, we have the 2 times a year that we send out mass mail anyway. So you could do this as a stuffer in the tax bills, you know, so that gets it into a certain percentage of people's hands. It certainly doesn't put it in everybody, because you've got a lot of those that go to LLCs or whatever, you know, or associations or whatever. But you know, it's one approach there. You also have them available at the polling place. You have them available in the town hall and things like that. So you know, you just make it so that you've got a number of places where it's available that people can pick those up. You know, the bigger one, you know, I think the bigger one too is getting it in the hands of some of the campgrounds and things like that, because that's where you got your transients.
Yeah. Jessica? Oops, you're muted.
Thought I saw Sue waving. Sue, were you?
Oh, I just wanted to say that we also can put a piece in the Roadrunner that goes to every household.
Or at least a notice that this has been updated and it's on the website. Yeah.
Yes.
Good. I was thinking that too, Sue. Good.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was, and I appreciate Ralph bringing it up, was, you know, having a few different ways of communicating information to people is always helpful. Because some people will get their information through the website, some people get their information, you know, through the mail. So I think it never hurts to have a little bit of redundancy in how we reach out to the community about any changes, or even just to remind them, because I think a lot of folks probably know this, but it never hurts to remind them.
Well, I actually like the idea of, again, if the timing is such that this is all finished by the time tax bills go out, that there is at least some form of it, even if it's a shortened form, to just help alert people to it if that's a mailing that's already happening. So I think that would be really helpful. Another piece of this FAQs that are on there, I think are all, I mean, that could just come down. And again, the documents that Kathy's been working on take care of a lot of the information that's on there currently. But I was trying to come up with like a new set of FAQs, but I'm not really sure what questions would be asked, it's almost like, oh, now I know a whole lot more about this than I did a few months ago. So what questions might somebody who has questions might ask? And also, I'm a little concerned that we, have to have some way of helping to encourage people to compost. I think that's a big piece of what, has come out of our meetings, and sort of any kinds of thoughts on what frequently asked questions might be. If you just want to email them, I'll put them together and I'll work on it some more. I just kind of got stumped when it was like, why should I recycle? Well, actually, you should compost and recycle and reuse and, all of these things. So that still needs some work. But what's up there right now just doesn't do it. I don't know who is next.
Kathy.
Kathy.
I think we can't really update the FAQs until Nathan gets that contract done, because that's going to give us the information there. I can work on a composting flyer if you want, some of the ways to compost. If we want that, because I agree with you, we have to add that to it. And I think until we get that, the MSW rules, we're kind of have our hands tied a little bit. My one comment about sending it out with the tax bills, this is a question for Sue and Dawn. If we send the recycling committee out with the tax bills, is that going to open it up for every other committee or person that says, well, I want this sent out with the tax bills? And is that a concern at all?
I'm not really concerned about it. It's, something the selectmen would have to approve on an individual basis. I don't know if it sets any real precedent. My concern is that, if we put something in that's too confusing or too lengthy, they may confuse it. And we want to get our taxes first and foremost. But and then, of course, there's always here's some new regulations and your tax bill. So that may not be a great message, but I don't think it's a precedent-setting issue, and the Board of Selectmen can review that one by one. Have we done that here, Sue? I don't recall that we have, but
We've talked about it, and I think we have put small messages on the tax bills themselves once since I've been here.
That would be my concern, would just be that getting the main message diluted.
Well, and as long as it was like a one-page, happy kind of message about recycling and whatnot, not a, oh, by the way, here's, like Dawn said, here's your tax bill and you've been bad message. We'd want to, I think we'd want to be careful with how it was worded. But since we've taken on in-house doing the mailing, and one of the things that I put in the budget this year is to buy a folder that will help with that process, then I don't think it would be that much of an issue to put a one page in. But I think we might, just as a policy in the town office, or talk with the selectmen possibly about only having up to just one per tax mailing. So if there were multiple committees that wanted to do something, one may have to wait or have one sheet of paper that has both messages on it or something. But I wouldn't want to add more than one at a time, because for one, that can increase our mailing costs.
To Rolf's point, do you have any sense of how many tax bills are sent to other entities, mortgage holders, other LLCs, other entities besides individuals? Do you have any sense of that? I think it's a pretty high number.
Well, we don't send any bills to mortgage companies. They go to the owner, and the owner is supposed to send it to the mortgage company. Or forward it on. But most mortgage companies will get files from us,
Right.
Data. So they don't even see the flyers and things. Personal property would be all businesses, but we wouldn't send a flyer about garbage to them. I don't think. Well, maybe we would, because they have a business here. They would need to know about garbage possibly, but no, I don't think it would be huge.
So you don't send an actual billing. The mortgage companies will get an electronic list of their.
Most of them, yes. The smaller ones rely on their mortgage holders to, or the mortgagees rather, to send it to them.
Okay, it would work then.
Mhm.
Jessica, were you all set? You had your hand up before.
Well, I was gonna say something about composting, but I think Kathy covered that off pretty well.
Okay.
I think, but I will say about a carefully crafted message about recycling in the tax bill could be, you could almost make it a positive. And I think that it's a great way to get people thinking about it.
Well, the whole gist of it could be, here's a way to help keep taxes down, keep costs down. I mean, that's the idea, at least of some of this, right? So,
Yeah, but then we want you to buy a $60 barrel.
right. That's true.
Can I ask a question to Rolf and the select board? Rolf, Joe asked her in the budget meetings how this committee was doing. And I think his goal was that we were going to come back, and I'm guessing here, but how he presented it with that, we were going to lower the tax bill because we weren't going to encourage recycling as much. So we're supposed to make recommendations to the board. You think that's going to be well received if we're encouraging more recycling, which may cost us more in the long run?
Well, I think where his concern was in regards to the waste management companies. If we were sending things for recycle and it was getting, we were getting contaminated lots, so that it was not actually being recycled, but then was being cycled back into the regular waste. So we were paying for the recycling, but then it was ending up being treated as regular waste. So it was a loss from that standpoint. So what we're trying to do here is to tighten up on what they're doing on recycling. That should cut down on the amount of, and if we do the composting and whatnot, it would cut down to some degree the total amount of recycled material. So in that case, then when we had the discussions with Casella or whomever, in the next rounds of negotiations, then you've got better numbers to work with, and you come up with better figures that way. But that, his bigger concern was, we're paying for recycling, but it's not being, at the end of the day, it's not being treated as recycling because it's contaminated. So we're paying more for something we're not getting.
Right. I mean, the conversation I remember hearing, which is why I put my name in to do this beyond the committee. I think there was some, not misinformation, but lack of understanding of things, and also that, people were thinking that a lot of things are being contaminated, et cetera. So my understanding was, if we're doing recycling well, and of course with the composting piece, that, we could be hopefully lowering the costs, or at least not increasing the costs. Jessica, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Nathan, didn't we hear from Casella that we had a pretty low contamination rate, and that
Yes,
that
we do.
wasn't, okay. I just wanted to check and make sure that I remember that correctly.
Exactly. I think that was sort of, people thought that we were not really doing a good job of it, but I don't think we had a very high participation rate, though. I mean, in comparison to what I would like for the town to be doing, but we'll see.
Yeah, we're this was back the 1st of March. We were at 18% recycling, which is very high in the area, they said.
Sue? You're muted, Sue.
They thought, Casella thought that was terrific,
Yeah.
the 17%. I mean, which doesn't seem, like a lot, but they thought it was great compared to a lot of other towns. So I'm not sure where that all.
Auburn's I think he said Auburn was at 6%.
So that's just 6% of 17% of people that are. I'm confused.
That's 17% of our total MSW that they pick up. 17% of it's recycling.
Okay,
Take the total tonnage of MSW and recycling, and that creates a number of percentage of what is recycled.
Okay, so back to what needs to be updated. There's a whole chart on bulky waste alternatives. And when I looked at that, I don't know if anybody's looked at that recently, but I think there's a lot of things there that are no longer quite accurate. But again, I don't know enough information to know what is and what isn't. For example, it lists somebody who will haul away some household trash, bulky waste, hazardous waste. And then it talks about the Lake Region Bulky Waste Facility. And what
Document is accurate.
everything is up to date on it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know. So yeah, I've learned something.
That was one that we created in the town office and we give it out to new folks who come in.
Okay, so all of these things are current. That's terrific. So,
Yeah, Joe Walsh, you will do all those things. And, yeah.
okay, I will take that off my list. That's great. And again, the rest are just repeats. It's just that they're in multiple places. On the website, there's like, it's under the recycling committee, it's under departments, and so just whenever these things get updated, then hopefully it all gets updated in the right places. And it said something about meeting archives and informational videos, but there wasn't anything there. But I thought, there's lots of links to things that we've found that maybe could be put on the website to help inform people. So I'll hold on to that list, but I'll take off the one about the bulky waste because that's all good. But as Kathy said, I think we have to kind of wait until Nathan's all set with that document before pieces of that are put in wherever they need to be on the website and work on some FAQs.
Madam, okay.
Go ahead.
are we thinking maybe after we look at Kathy's new signage that we'll replace we can put some of that on the website? Is that what we're thinking? And maybe replace the one that's in there, the black and white one?
If we have the authority to say, yes, go ahead and put it on there, I'd like to be able to do that, but I don't know if that has to go to the select board or just to Don and Sue or whatever. But yes, I think the sooner the better.
Or just make a recommendation, yeah.
And that was exactly what I was going to ask, is if the committee all say that what Kathy's put together is what you want, then I'm assuming you'd want it on the website.
And we regularly update, obviously, despite what you're seeing in recycling, the website. So I don't see any issue with updating for accuracy, anything.
Great.
Yeah.
That'd be
No
great.
selection required.
Yeah.
It's essentially, you have an active committee that's having publicized meetings and whatnot. So these flyers and things like that are in there. So there's no reason that they could not go in, in the minutes and then, and then be included on the recycling website. So we're trying to make what the other thing you have to be careful of is that, you don't, we're not putting things up there that we're not going to do. But if it's things that we've already said, here's where we want to go and here's what we want to do, then sure, why not start getting people thinking about it?
Or things that are, dramatically different, some sort of change in policy from that would go to the Board of Selectmen, if we had major, initiative. And that's what the committee is all about, your final report and recommendations. But to clarify and amplify and, make more readily available what we're already doing and what we would like to have happen, that's all good.
Yeah, and to be quite frank with this, we don't have the staff to go page by page through our website. It's quite voluminous if you start poking around to make sure that everything is up to date all of the time. So to have a committee that's looking at this and saying, these pieces need to be changed, it's fairly easy to go in and make those changes. It's harder to go in to every single page and try and figure out what needs to be done. So the work you folks are doing with this and that you've done on this, Grace, and Kathy, what she's doing for their flyers will help immensely.
So I just wanted to ask, so I hope you were on the email that I sent this list to. If not, I'll send it
Yes.
to you, but it just points out where things are. So is that helpful that way? Okay, good.
It is. It'll be next week before I start picking away at it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
some of it I'll probably get Melissa involved in, depending on what Dawn thinks, but because I'm off tomorrow, I've decided my flower beds need me.
You want some compost for your flower beds now.
We can dedicate staff time to do it, but as Sue points out, to know what we're doing and have some direction would be good. How the original website was built, and it's thousands of pages by now, but it was
Yeah.
built with the idea that the various committees and groups, it was sort of a community website, would take care of their own sections. And of course, at one time we did have an active recycling committee, and then we didn't for a decade or more. So that's the problem here. Some of the other pages on the web are updated by the people who are actively interested in whatever the topic is. So now we have a committee of recycling folks, interested folks, so that's helpful. But as Sue points out, I mean, there's just no way with our limited staff we can pick through that and amend it as it on the fly. And to her question, absolutely, Melissa, my new assistant, assessing assistant, can help you.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you. So let's turn to the flyers, which I thought were good. Anybody else? Kathy, anything that you need from us?
Well, I sent 2 different logos. I know last month we had talked about replacing the earth in the center. People seem to like the Raymond. I don't know if there's a preference to folks which one we use. I think it should be one that we identify as ours, kind of brand it. The other one just had kind of a reduce, reuse, recycle arrows. Is there a preference to folks?
Go ahead, speak up. I would be fine with either one. But what do others think?
I mean, the earth is good. However, people already recognize the three arrows. So it's driving home something that they're already recognizing. So that may help that a little bit. Otherwise, it almost looks as though, when you squeeze it in the Raymond tail, for lack of a better way to say it, it tends to squeeze that down a little bit and makes it a little bit harder to see, but you've got the same thing with the arrows, then that's something that they're already recognizing, and it may help them recognize that a little bit more.
Good point. Good point. Either one is fine with me. I mean, Ralph, you make a good point about the arrows for sure. Even though the earth is pretty, it looks prettier, but the arrows, you're absolutely right about that.
Don, go ahead.
I think the more you put on there that's unrelated to your message, the greater potential you have not to send the message. But then on the other hand, that logo has been around forever. It's been, posted everywhere. Everybody sees it. So when your mind comes on that, maybe it's like a speed limit sign in my case, or something like that. You're so accustomed to looking at it, you don't really think about it. And so if there was a way to make it attractive to the eye and pull you in, and so that brings it into the, maybe there should be something a little bit special about it, but it's a difficult, I guess a difficult tightrope to walk, because you want it to convey the message and they want to attract people to it, and it's something that isn't new if you have an old logo, I guess.
I tend
This
to
is my
agree.
opinion. I could be wrong.
I tend to agree with Rolf, actually, because I like the earth. And I think I've done a 180 here. I like the earth, but you know what? It has a similar color scheme to the salmon, and I feel like it doesn't stand out as much in my mind, to my eye, as the arrows. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you like the one with the arrows more?
I do.
Okay. Doesn't matter to me. I just think we ought to decide which one. I do agree with what Ralph said about it's kind of squished in there. Maybe we can make the Raymond the tail little bit larger and increase the reduce, reuse, recycle arrows. Kind of but I do like the Raymond in there, the same font that we do, for most of the Raymond stuff. I think it's recognizable, but.
I wish I were a graphic designer, Kathy, because you just gave me this great idea. What if we could make that tail a circle and put the arrows, you know what I mean? Like make that the arrows. But that's outside of my
It's outside of
ability.
mine too, Sue, Jess, but that's a good idea.
Sue?
I have a thought. I looked at the logos with Dawn and I thought they both looked really cool. But like everyone's saying, the stuff you have in the Y for Raymond will be lost in amongst Raymond. It'll be small. What if you put a triangle of arrows around Raymond and there may be a place to put the world above Raymond in the triangle? I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense.
So put the circle, the reduce, reuse, recycle emblem around Raymond.
Mhm. And there might be room to put, because Raymond's long, you might be able to put the world above Raymond or something in with it, possibly. That's just a thought.
Okay, let me play with it. Dawn wants to say something.
I'm dying to say something, and that is we have two graphic artists in the town office. We have Kirsten and we have Jenny, and we have Jessica too. So anyway, we have a number of people who are actually trained in this, and so I wasn't very articulate, but what I'm saying, I think you need to get the message, but make it be Raymond and make it jump out at people. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I'm kind of with Sue. The way it appeared on the, what you sent out, it just was all packed up, and you got the Raymond piece, but maybe not the other piece and as much. But
Well, Melissa at Town Hall did it for me, but I can show it to Kristen and Jesse and see. Jess and see.
Melissa is a computer person, but they're both graphic artists.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll work on that.
Okay.
But on the flyers, last month it was suggested that we have one that we can fold. So that's kind of what this one would be, a trifold. And we added the Casella website. My thought is also, though, if you're going to fold this and print it, then put something on the backside too. But I didn't know how much more. Maybe we do recycling on one and composting on the backside. I don't know if people, have a two-sided one, if they like that idea. Because I think composting and recycling kind of go hand in hand.
I think that would be great. What do others think?
I think the trifold works well in a couple of ways. It's good to put out to the camps and things like that, because they usually have those picket bulletin boards and whatnot. So that's an area there. You could also have them at Tasseltop.
Yep, Tasseltop, the businesses, we could have them at Town Hall. I think there's a lot of different places we could have them. I don't know about printing flyers in color, if that's something we could do at the Town Hall.
Well, if you're going to go with a large print run, you're better off to go to one of the printers and have it. They're pretty reasonable, and not only that, but in most cases they've got the folders, so they'll print and fold it.
Yep, that's okay.
And will it be printed on recycled paper?
A lot of the paper we get does have a little bit of recycling in it, but
Unless things have changed, and probably they have, but I remember wanting to put my letterhead on recycled paper, and when I did that, it was about 3 or 4 times the expense of normal paper, but that changed.
The other thing is if if you're going to recycle paper, you're not going to get bright white.
Right.
You
You'll
know,
get, you know, if you wanted to do a newspaper flyer, that would be fine.
All right, well, I won't push for that. I just thought it was a thought, but yeah. So anything else on the flyers? Go ahead.
There's the other flyers. I thought, you know, at the public safety building, you know, we have a public, it's not supposed to be a real public dumpster, but it is. I wanted to take one of those and laminate it, although Casella does have what you can and cannot recycle, but you'd be amazed at the junk that gets thrown in there by the public. I didn't know if here's a question for Nate. All of these camp roads and stuff that have dumpsters at the end, do they have a recycling dumpster and a trash dumpster? And are they labeled with what you can and can't put on them?
They're labeled recycling and trash. Good majority of them are dumped both as trash because people just don't care.
Okay.
This is John. I don't want to interrupt, but I'm happy to jump in at the end to add a couple 2 cents to our experience at Dryad with respect to the 2 dumpster option. But you all finish up. I can come in as a member of the public, providing it's not at 10:30 tonight.
Well, we'll probably finish before then, John. So we'll come right back to you too. I just want to thank you. I just wanted to say, Kathy, making like larger posters and laminating them and putting them on there might be something to consider doing.
They won't stay on. So is that, you know, let's face it, we'll be going into winter and they get dumped and the dumpsters get wet, and who's going to do it and that. But that was kind of a thought that I had.
Okay. Well, we'll have to think of some other ways of trying to be sure that that issue is addressed, because we really haven't figured out a solution yet.
Yeah, I don't think the dumpsters at the end of the camp road fixed a problem. And I don't believe without somebody standing there manning them 24/7, you're going to fix that problem unless you just, I really don't have an answer. Casella and I both looked at it and really don't have an answer for it.
Well, let's move on for now. Anything else on the flyers? Go ahead. Representative Fay, go ahead.
I wasn't gonna ask, I wasn't gonna say something about the flyers. I was just say something about the dumpsters, and to Rolf's point, or was it Rolf, or maybe I think it was Kathy, who asked about, you know, the expense, and we talked about are things that are getting supposed to be recycled getting in the trash, and I wonder if it's worth it to have recycling dumpsters side by side with the trash dumpsters in those circumstances, or if that is costing us more money.
Problem is where we've got the dumpsters. We've removed 2 sets of them so far. We don't have another solution for the recycling pickup. If you went to the tote system, you could probably curb some of that, but you got to have participation from the residents on the roads. The dumpsters are put in there because the camp roads had too many houses on them, and we stopped doing the curbside pickup on those roads with the latest contract. So that's why they went into play.
Yeah, and I don't want to get off track. I say that, and then of course I ask another question that gets us off track. I apologize. But I think, you know, I guess my point was, if we're trashing both the recycling and the trash, and we're paying more for recycling, for trashing the recycling than we would just for the trash, then maybe you know, having curbside in most of the town, but in those specific areas where we have dumpsters at the ends of camp roads, Is it worth it? Are we paying more for those dumpsters?
You're actually paying less. MSW is $46 a ton. What happens is the trash truck goes first. They'll open up the recycling can. If it's contaminated, they'll take it as trash at that point. If we
Okay.
let the recycle truck take it and it goes to the facility and that load's contaminated, that whole load that goes into the facility is contaminated. That's at their rate, whatever it is at that time, and can be up close to $100 a ton. So if on a financial side, right now, it's the cheapest way to do it is the way it's being done. They won't, John Rand brought up his road. They're not going to go in and out of that road anymore. It's not feasible for them to do it. And the cost to us to have them do curbside pickup on that road wasn't even offered. Just can't get in there and out of there with the trucks anymore.
So
Thanks for that clarification. I'm sorry to get us off track.
No, it's okay.
no, it isn't really. I mean, that we've raised the issue before that it is a problem, but I guess I'm not understanding why there couldn't be a dumpster for trash, but if individual households wanted to recycle and had their own recycling bins, they'd have to bring it to the end of the road. And I don't know how many would want to do that, but they could do that and the recycling would be picked up at the end of the road, right? Or not?
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
if you went, I would strongly recommend if you did that, you would do it with the toter program. Right now, recycling is set out in piles and on the side, at the end of your driveway. So you're gonna have a lot more litter problem if you went to that program without the toters, I would think. Just my opinion.
Okay.
But yes, you could do that. We could pull the recycle dumpsters out. And if you want to recycle, you're gonna have to put it in a container there. The recycle guys would pick it up.
Okay.
And that probably would work. Get rid of that recycling can and just have an MSW can, and that would probably work.
Okay. All right, let's hold on to that thought and see how it goes with those the totes for recycling. Anything else? Flyers? Are we all set for now? Kathy, are you all set?
Yep.
Thank you again for great work. And on to Sue and the schools. You muted, Sue.
Oh. Speaking of great work, not. I have apologized for this to this committee. I have not reached out to Jordan Small with my assignment, so I apologize for that. With the RES, we went back and forth with Taylor Bent from Casella and Beth, and the emails back. And as it turned out, what Beth could do at this time of the year wasn't really what Casella. They like to do individual classrooms, small groups, but it was not going to really work in terms of the end of the school year because everything was planned, and trips and whatever they do at the end of the year. And so Beth wanted to do a whole school thing in the cafeteria, but Taylor said that's not really the kind of programming they do, and I can understand that. And so did Beth. So we posted. Beth was going to get a hold of Taylor. I hooked up those two to communicate to each other, because with me in the middle going back and forth, it was weird. It was just crazy. So but I will I will follow up myself, but we're going to try to do something in the fall, plan it. And maybe I said to Beth, and maybe, we could sort of make it like a year-long theme with the start. Maybe, they can do more in each classroom, do more in one classroom and just follow it through the whole year somehow. So that's that. And I apologize for not contacting Jordan Small like I was supposed to, but I will do that.
No need to apologize. I mean,
I feel bad. I have a little assignment. I said, well, I didn't do it. So I'm sorry.
yeah, no,
I don't mind apologizing for that. My God. Yeah.
you're not getting graded on your homework. It's okay.
Oh.
Thank you. And thanks
Well, thank you.
for reaching out to him later too. So yeah, I mean, this whole timing, silly me, I thought we'd meet a couple of times and be done, but obviously that was not how it's working, but that's great. We're moving along, so that's good. Let's see. Next steps. Sounds like we'll come back with another look at a slightly different logo, and some brochures will, I think, go up on the website as time permits to have that done. That sounds great. Trying to find some composting types of bins if we can. And let's see, we were talking at one point about having the brochures on election day in June, and some information there, and samples of the potential, I forget what you keep calling them, totes, I guess you're calling them, for the recycling, so people could maybe order them. Are we still thinking of doing that? You didn't want to have a whole bunch of the totes and have someplace that we'd have to store them without knowing what the level of interest might be in the town for residents to purchase them. Don?
That would be your best opportunity to see a lot of people and to gauge interest, to get your brochures out, hand them out. And if you had examples and we're going to do something like reserve orders or get a sense of what people might want to do, get names, that'd probably be your best opportunity. But you have to obviously have people willing to staff it, and that's a commitment.
I think it was maybe Bob that said that he was going to be, well, was it Bob Jones that was on the meeting last time too, Bob?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to staff it for a while.
For a while, yep, great.
Yeah, and I will too.
Okay.
Just not when you're checking off the list.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely.
So what do we need for that? Some sort of just a sign-up list or something? I mean,
Well, you could just have a clipboard with a list of people and some signage, so that if Bob's not there, Sue's not there, there isn't somebody to man it, or they have to go potty, for instance, and take a break, then people that are leaving the polls could still possibly sign up and say, yes, I'm interested. And I would suggest that you collect their name and their email address, because you might want to send emails to them and communicate that way.
The question I would have, I mean, this could be venturing into the substantive area because we don't have an appropriation for the pre-purchase. But when we did this before, people were anxious to get them. I mean, when they came in, they would come and get them and pay for them. I'm assuming that's what we're doing this time. And probably Nathan can find within his budget the ability to do that. But I don't know, I would look to Rolf to say if he thinks that's substantive enough for the board to consider or not.
Well, it can fall into a couple different categories. One would be, do we still have some headroom in the TIF and things like that? Because it would tend to fall to some degree in there. I think it comes down to, if you did that to gauge a level of interest, then that drives you down to what's the cost going to be, in which case then you've got to look at how we're going to pay for it. If you only have 10 people that are interested, then it's a minor thing. If you have 1,000, if you have 1,000 people that are interested in, then we've got a whole different kettle of fish.
yeah, Nathan.
So my thought was the customer was going to pay for these, so we would have we could order them. We'd get an interest in them, whoever wants them, get an order list, order them, and collect a deposit from them before we order them. So we would only be carrying that money for a short period of time. That was my intent. For the town to absorb that cost, you're getting into some couple $100,000.
No, my point was, if you're there taking, even if it's just gauging interest, I think if you're taking names and have an example of what it is, and you have people who are interested, and a sign-up sheet before you have a selectman approval, and if Rolf, if it's 10 people, that's one thing. If it's a lot more people, that's another thing. But my bigger concern would be probably not figuring out how to get it approved and pay for it, but raising expectations and then not doing it. We'd want to be sure we were doing it.
Yeah, I would think before you went to town meeting and you were offering that up, I would think you'd want to make sure you're ready to go.
Right. Because they'll want them. If you offer it, I think they'll want them.
Yeah.
Now I feel like we've gone in circles. So we ask for interest, name and email, and then that would go to the select board.
Well, I'm saying that, if you do this and have an example and say, would you be interested in getting one? And I guess, sure, I guess you could do it that way, but I'd prefer to know that you were going to have the capacity to do it before you even went there. But I guess you could say, this is just our idea and would you like it? And if it's something that we have sufficient interest in, then we'll, then we could, on our own could go get the approvals we need. But if that's needed, I don't know what the level of interest will be. But I just worry about offering something and when you don't have a program behind it. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you're talking about you're talking about those big recycle things, which
The composters, right? Is that what we're talking about?
well,
Well,
either
we're talking
one.
about the recycle, the
We
65
don't know on
gallons.
compost. We don't know on the composters yet because we don't know what the what the availability, what the lead time is, and what what the actual cost is. But the other thing that comes in is what's the lead time on those containers.
Yeah.
If they're if it's a 30-day item, that's one thing. If it's a with the status of everything else nowadays, you can get into the situation where you could be 3 or 4 months out before you can get those anyway. So, Nathan.
When I talked to her today, she thought a week to 10 days.
Oh, okay.
And could be sooner than that if we want to travel down to New Hampshire and pick them up.
But I mean, if the issue is that the people are going to pay for them, then all you're doing is all we're doing is upfronting the money on for the payment, and then we're collecting on the backside. So from a raise and appropriate standpoint, there's raise and appropriate. Essentially, what you could do is, because you're going to do it that way, you could run it under the solid waste budget.
Right.
I think that's how we did the compost bins last time. Was you came in and signed up for them. You had a window of time. I think it was a month to come in and sign up for them. You gave the office a deposit. When they came in, you had to pay for the rest of it and pick your compost bin up. That's kind of the same model I was thinking.
Well, so I'm changing my perspective. I think we should gauge interest, and I would gauge interest if it were me for toters, recycling toters, I guess, and for composters, and see what people think of them. And then if we have the interest, then maybe buy them as there's interest, and then sell them as make it revenue neutral, as Ralph indicates. I did that before. I don't know. It was kind of the compost thing was about when I came in 21 years ago, so I don't really know or don't remember how that was set up.
That was set up. You put in your order. They got them. And they had you put your order in. Then the town put the order in. Then when they were available, they put notice out that they were there, and you came to pick them up. The issue you have if you don't get a deposit from someone when they do it is all of a sudden they say, yeah, I want that, and next thing we're sitting there with 50 extra.
Right.
So gauging interest means at the polls. Is that what we're saying in terms of how we gauge interest?
That's what I'm saying, and I guess now
do it at the polls. That's what you see.
More complicated. I think maybe I've had too many meetings this week, possibly, but basically, yeah, gauge interest. See, I would do both. I mean, you want the recycling toters; that's a good thing. A universal toter, and then the composters. I think that's a really essential thing to get food waste out. People who are willing to do that.
Mm-hmm.
They're like $80 last time we did it, and Ralph's suggestion is right on the money, so to speak. Deposits up front.
Mm-hmm.
And order what we have, interest for, and sell them, and so it's revenue neutral to town. Same thing will be true with the toters. I don't see really any issue with that under Ralph's scenario of using existing solid waste funds. We just got to make sure we get it all squared away by the end of the fiscal year. So I don't see a problem with that, I guess.
Well, but that's adding in the step of giving a deposit. I mean, someone's going to vote and then they see this as they're exiting polling, they're not gonna be
No,
ready
no,
to put a deposit down.
gauge interest, but they understand that when we contact them, there'll be a deposit required.
Right. We're not taking money at the polls, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't want to take money at the polls. That's a no-no.
Oh,
We
yeah.
don't take money, we don't give money, no free beer.
I understand that. That's what it was sounding like though. So wait a minute. So I come in, I sign up, I express interest,
Well,
and
yeah.
then what?
Yeah, then what's gonna happen, what I would envision, you get the interest, you get that. Now we've got some numbers we can go out, Nathan can go out and say, okay, we wanna buy 300 of these. What's our price? Now you can go back, now you go to the ones that said they have the interest and say, okay, this is what the price is going to be. We need a deposit of X amount prior to the order being placed, and the order is gonna be placed on date certain.
Okay, so people will have to come into town office to give the deposit, and then they'll have to come into the town office to pay the rest. And
Or they could mail it in.
yeah, and how much work is that then for whoever's in the office collecting the deposits? I guess I just feel like the deposit is, I understand to not have it, just the town just fronting the money and then maybe be left with some. Although once word spreads, maybe some more people would want those that didn't express an interest. But how much more work is it to have somebody collect the deposit, and is that fine?
Madam Chair?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I love that we're brainstorming all of these ideas and how this is going to work. Might I suggest that the folks who are kind of really intimately familiar with, maybe how the process could work, come up with a plan. I guess what I'm trying to say is, do we need to flesh out the exact details of that plan as a group?
I agree with you. I think it's more something that operationally I would need to work out with my staff as opposed to anything else. We'd need some record keeping, who has paid a deposit, who has picked up their bin, that sort of thing. And that's one of the reasons why I'd like to see it almost required that if you're going to get a compost bin, you have to have an email address so that we can communicate with you that way and not have to mail stuff or call you. And Nathan seems to be chomping at the bit.
Why couldn't we just do something in the Roadrunner that goes to everybody's house? Just do a flyer in the Roadrunner that says, if you want one of these bins, it's X amount of dollars. You get a little maybe online form and fill it out and drop off a deposit and done. I mean, I think it'd be that simple, wouldn't it?
Well, you could even prepay.
Prepay, yeah, you could
You could show them at the election, here's what we're doing, and then run the ad like he says and prepay.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
I think polling at the election, though, would be more just to give you an idea of how many people say that they're interested, so that you know whether to order 10 at the first or 100 at the first.
Well, you're only going to order what you have orders for. I wouldn't want to stock. These things take up quite a bit of room. So if you get an order, maybe set some parameters, like you've got 30 days to make a decision, do the order, get them, and maybe do it 2 or 3 times a year. Run that ad in the Roadrunner 2 or 3 times a year, so you don't end up. It wouldn't kill me to have 2 or 3 in stock in the shop, but to have 20 or 30, they're going to take up some room and some money.
So at the elections, you got an example of whatever it is you're trying to, promote, and so people can see it, they can sign and say they express interest. But I think more importantly, there needs to be some linkage to obviously understanding what it is, and then where they can find the online form to make the order, and then we can take care of it.
And doing it more than once a year is a great idea. It'd be just kind of, that. We don't. It's not a one-time deal. We can do it more than once, if it works.
And I like the idea that it wouldn't be a continuous, because in years like this one, this is a gubernatorial election year. Starting in September, we wouldn't have the time to
Mhm.
mess about with these from September through November. We'll be too busy with absentees and the tax bills and everything else that we have going in the office.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if we can kind of do this in a bit more of an off time, like July, August, or February, March, those kind of time periods for a couple times a year, that would be helpful for the staff.
So the only question I have then, and again, I think Representative Fay had a good idea of like, you figure out exactly what will work and
Mhm.
I'm fine with it. Was I thought that the price was somewhat dependent on the size of the order. The more we got, the lower the price. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, there's some breakpoints in the pricing, but it's not a lot. You've got to get up into the 1,000 to 1,500 totes before you're
Okay.
going to see a significant price break. You can go get one if you want, or you can get 10. I think the first price break was at 702.
Oh, okay, all right. So we're
Then the
probably
next one-
fine then.
Yeah,
So
the
we'll
next
have-
one's at 1,080. So
Okay.
there isn't.
So-
Yeah.
So we'll have the price, we'll have a sample. Whether or not we have people sign up with an email for interest or just say, have a sign saying, look for the notice in the Roadrunner and we get something in the Roadrunner. We'll leave that to you folks to decide.
Yeah, if you get the interest, the email, that they want it, we can get back in touch with them. So we can, get in touch with them and say, we're ready to take your order.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
As
Yeah,
long as it says write legibly above where they're signing the email.
And then we can either email them a form, mail them a form, something, here's the form, fill it out, send us your money, we'll get you one. I don't know.
Is that clear enough for folks to? Okay. So we had on the agenda as the next thing, just the next proposed meeting, May 19th. Do we need that meeting to kind of just be sure we're all set for Election Day and finalize anything else here? Or is the 19th okay with everybody? I'm seeing heads nod. Great. Okay. Thank you. And next is public comment. Sorry to keep you waiting, John, if you're still there.
Still here.
Good.
And great to see everybody. Thanks for doing all the work you're doing, important work. Yeah, Dryad, we've had great success overall, I'd say, with the dumpsters. And Nate has been awesome when we get a surge in the summer of too much MSW. And we call him once or twice a summer when we got an overflow after, 4th of July or whatever, he'll get Pine Tree to come out and do an extra load. But our issues are largely with any contamination that might happen, and it does happen from time to time. I think we average about a B, maybe a B plus sometimes, B minus. I think we do pretty well. Is summers when I think uneducated seasonal residents or folks that are visiting don't have the savvy of knowing how the recycling works, and we probably get into some contamination issues there. I think I've come to the same conclusion. I'm planning this spring and summer to spend some Saturdays out there or weekend, or and just meet and greet with the folks that come by and probably put the wrong stuff in the wrong bins or haven't taken the time to read the paneling on the side of the dumpsters for recycling. So I think two action items. I think we need more signage, or we need signage, we need more signage, just one sign that's crystal clear about what goes where. And it can be a low key, conservation green type of sign that the sticker on the side of the recycled dumpster's got the specs, but it's small and I think it needs to be a separate sign and supported by FaceTime personal communication with the folks that are coming out there. So I'm going to get a book and a lawn chair, and I'm going to sit out there on a Saturday and meet and greet some of the folks that need some recycling education. And I'll try to rally support for that from the group to do the same. Because like I say, when the visitors are here, in general, I think we do pretty darn well following the rules, and don't send away a contaminated recycle dumpster. So I guess I can work directly with Nate on some language for signage. I'm sure he's got some ideas. We've talked about this in the past, and kind of brought it to the forefront for us on the road association, and it's an important thing that we all need to recycle more, use less, compost more, and so you folks are doing a great job with this, and we're ready to support at Triad Woods Road. Is that something we can work on, Nate? A little simple sign?
We can. We haven't had a lot of luck with the signs. I don't want to sugarcoat it at all. They usually take the sign, throw it in the dumpster.
You know, John, I have to tell you, and Nate can attest to this. We had I lived down on Deep Cove, and we had 2 dumpsters down there for years, which were, was wonderful. But during the pandemic, people were here all year, and there was one of our neighbors down the road that was appalled at what people were putting in the recycling dumpster, and did a beautiful sign on one of those, one of these kinds of signs that you stick out in the road, businesses use. Beautiful. Well, how to recycle, what goes in? Nothing. It did not matter.
No change.
No change. But I think probably you sitting out there would help, but there was no change. It was appalling. And I think that dumpster was always contaminated. Don't you think, Don, down there? I mean, Nate down there?
Yes.
Yeah. It was, that's what started getting me so wound up. But anyway, it was just didn't matter. But I don't want to rain on your parade. You never
good.
know. You might have different people, you might have people down there that might be more attuned to it, and you don't know. I mean, it's worth trying for sure.
Appreciate it. So that's good. A good reality check. Sometimes I do,
No, but it might, but it was just, oh God.
Nate, what constitutes a contaminated dumpster? I mean, if we see, I spend time down there sorting stuff. If I got 5 minutes, which I'll make time for easy, and swapping stuff back and forth to reduce the contamination factor. I got to believe, what do? You say they open them up, take a look. If it looks pretty good, it'll go as recycling. I've got to believe it's a judgment call.
If they see anything in there that would be considered MSW or bulky waste, it's going for trash. And it could be a bag of trash in there. Enough
One bag could trip the wire.
Trip it,
yeah. And then that's going at $46 a ton.
Yeah, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it's $46 a ton is what we're paying.
And if it's clean, if it's good, then it's what's the recycling tip fee?
$96 or $7 a ton last week.
2x on MSW pricing.
Yeah.
For uncontaminated, clean recyclables.
That is correct.
So when you see our.
With no revenue back to the town.
What's that? Now?
With no revenue back to the town. We bargained that away years ago.
That is correct. Well,
For the recycling.
that's a cost center. It got down pretty good there back, I think it was July or August. It was down in the 20s a ton, and it follows the market. There's a market for it, and
it swings around.
But yeah, it's gone right out of sight. I think it was $96 the last bill I saw, which was a week or 2 ago.
So a contamination saves money.
Unfortunately, it does.
Yeah, right. Incentivized in the wrong direction. Okay.
Well, you gotta remember our trash goes, our MSW's trash to energy. It goes over the incinerator plant. It's not landfilled.
Yeah, right. No, that's good. That's good. Refuse screen power, I guess we call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I just be sure that this is being said correctly? But we're paying to recycle, and then when that recycling that we're paying for can't be recycled, that's where there's the waste. Am I not
No.
understanding that still?
No, what we're doing right now with the dumpsters, if they show up in the dumpsters are contaminated, the recycle truck doesn't take it. It goes into the trash
Okay,
truck.
but that's just with the dumpsters.
That's just for the dumpsters.
Okay, all right.
Whatever that goes into the recycling truck goes to the recycling plant, and we've had almost a zero contamination rate because they're handling it curbside.
Okay. Okay.
That
so
that
the
helps a
dumpsters.
lot on the contamination for us.
Okay.
But like I said, it's $96 a ton right now,
Right.
and it could be less next month. It could be more.
So Kathy had her hand up, and I think Representative Fay did as well. Kathy?
So John, we have a flyer for recycling. I wonder if we take that and we market it towards summer residents and renters, and we ask them to put that on their refrigerator to educate their renters for the summer of how we do it in Raymond, where your dumpsters are, and that, they could even laminate it, put it on their refrigerator. I know Fry Island does one, and they actually paid to put them on it. Everybody's house is laminated, but it was basic information about the town, how to call 911, all of that, how to recycle, what the dump hours are. And the folks that rented really had a really good response to that. They said it was so helpful for the renters to come in and find out a little bit about the town of Raymond, how we recycle, town hall hours. We could do all of that. Maybe not right away, but maybe an informational flyer for the town of Raymond, because we do have so many folks that rent out their place, 10 weeks out of the summer, and do it as an educational piece. Maybe we could start with just a recycling flyer.
I think that's a great idea, Kathy. And I mean, easy solution there. I come up to town hall and or wherever and get 10 of them and bring them to the annual meeting for Dryad. And because a number of folks on Dryad rent, not a majority, probably certainly a minority, but pass that out so that's available. It's on their fridge. It's in their
Right.
house that they're renting. It's already up. And so great idea. Let me know where to pick up some of those flyers. I'll make it happen on our road.
Okay, and I know from the public safety, we have contact with a lot of the road association groups that we could offer it through to them also. But I think that would, the more we educate folks, the better off we're going to be. Some will just not care. They're
Right.
on vacation and they don't care, but
Right.
some do.
So we'd also talked about being sure that places like Cranon has a
Yep.
supply of the flyers as well. So maybe we need to compile a list of some places that I certainly can help to get them out to folks too.
It's a great idea, Kathy.
Yeah.
Great.
Representative Fay, you had your hand up, or you all set? No.
This conversation was what I was hoping would happen, so I'm good.
Okay, anything else, John? You all set?
I think I'm all set. Again, appreciate all the work you folks are doing and look forward to making progress with reducing contamination, and hopefully the pricing on recycling will swing back down to somewhere that's a little more affordable.
Thank you. And any other public comment? Bob, did you want to weigh in on anything?
Not really.
Okay, well, thanks for joining the meeting again. We appreciate it. Thank you, John, also.
Happy to
And
join.
any committee comment? Karen, are you all set with minutes and things? And
I have one,
Sue, go ahead.
this is a non-recycling, it's a community notice that, I don't know if anybody watches high school quiz show on PBS on Thursday nights. Wyndham is going to be on tonight. So if anybody's interested.
So there might be a certain person you might recognize right in the middle of it.
I won't, because I've been gone too long, but anyway, I've been waiting year after year for Wyndham to be part of this, and they are this year, so
Good.
they're on tonight.
I would encourage everyone to just tune in.
Yeah.
Anything else? If not, I thank everybody again. Brochures, minutes, ideas, figuring out how to get interest in these totes and composters and all, and look forward to making this all happen. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Thank you, Kathy and Sue. All in favor of adjournment? All right, stay well. We'll see you next month and take care. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good evening. This is the organizational meeting for the Budget Finance Committee. I'm going to call this meeting to order. First off, we'll start with nominations for chairman. Do I have any nominations?
I nominate Bob.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I need a motion to close nominations for chairman.
I move nomination cease.
All those in favor of Bob Goslin, raise your hand. I can't see Bob Jones, but thank you. Next order of business is to approve the minutes of the April 27th, 2021 meeting. And,
Bob, did you want to elect a vice chair?
oh yes, sorry. Any nominations for vice chair? Any nomination for vice chair? Vice chair will sit in the place of the chair if he is not available.
If you're not available and we don't have any other members, Bob, we won't have a meeting.
We're having possibly two approved next week at the select board meeting. Bob Jones, you see on the screen, is one of them.
Diana Pickavett May.
Pickavett as well.
Mhm.
So, any nominations for vice chair? I'd like to nominate Dennis Morse.
This is all new to me, Bob.
The reason why I'm here.
Yeah.
Will you accept the nomination?
Sure.
Any other nominations? Motion to close nominations.
I move nomination cease.
Thank you. All those in favor of Dennis? Any opposed? Thank you, Dennis.
Okay.
Next, I'll need from our members from last year, a motion to approve the minutes of the April 27th meeting. That was our last budget meeting prior to the town meeting.
I move acceptance of the minutes from the last meeting.
Thank you. And I will second that. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Just so you understand how the process works, tonight we'll have a hearing of sorts and the presentation of the budget. After this meeting, after our other findings meeting, any questions you have need to be funneled through the chair, so that there won't be 5 different people asking the same question. We just try to consolidate the questioning, and I'll route that to where it needs to be, and then I'll collectively to the team send out a message on the findings. So again, don't self-communicate with members of either the town hall or select board. come to me first and I will funnel it to where it needs to go. Are there any questions?
I have one, and that is when we just voted to accept the minutes of the last meeting, they're not in this budget committee report, this budget report, right?
No, they were sent as an attachment.
Oh, okay. I'll have to go back and
Mhm.
I'm working with two different emails now, and some of it's going to junk, so I'll check it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue,
Mhm.
Abigail asked about a town email address.
Yes, I have sent a note to Kevin Woodbury, our tech, and he is in the process of trying to do that for all committee members.
Okay.
So as soon as we have one, I'll get it sent out to you. Because it is preferable to use town email for freedom of access requests. We don't want to go after your personal email if we don't have to.
Mhm.
We also don't get a lot of requests, but you just never know.
Any other notes? Any other comments? Tonight, we will be getting back together at 6:30, where we will have the findings meeting. And we'll have Don open it up with a brief overview. And then
I think we're gonna open with Sharice, I think, talking a little bit about the restructuring of the budget, and then Don, but I can introduce that if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any other comment from the Budget Finance Committee?
Can I just ask like some basic, I've never done this before questions?
Okay.
So we're gonna have this next meeting. At that meeting, we're gonna like review what was in the budget book.
That's correct.
And then do we ask questions that we have during that meeting, or like what is the format of what happens in that? And then do we just basically go through like multiple meetings of doing that until we've gone through the whole binder?
That's correct. It should take 2 meetings to go through all our department heads and provider agencies. And then we'll have a workshop with the select board to kind of talk about these items, hot spots, areas of concern, so that, when it comes time to make a vote, we'll have everything we have in our pocket.
And on a really high level, now you'll have the department heads right there where you can ask some questions about what you've seen in the book. And that's the next 2 meetings. And like Bob said, there's a workshop. After that, the select board will put together the town warrant for that will be voted upon. And once they've made their recommendations, you'll get together again, go over the warrant and make your recommendations, whether you think things should be, as the select board say, or less.
Thank you.
So feel free to ask any questions to presenters this evening. And so that we don't wait to have to communicate by email, but feel free to
How
ask your questions.
detailed can those questions be? Like, I just don't want to be like the odd kid out asking like super detailed questions or like super dumb questions. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yep. You'll learn as
Okay.
we go along. So don't do. You can ask whatever questions you want tonight. So.
Well, that brings another question up then. Is there a time, do they set a timetable on these meetings? I know when select board used to meet with us about our cover letter or our whatever, PowerPoint presentation, there would be a timetable. In other words, is it our meetings? Is it a 6:30 to 7:30 meeting, Bob? Or is it, do we pick halfway through the budget and the chair of the select board decides the length of the meeting? How does that timetable work? Because like Abigail, you know me long enough. I have 50 questions for every one answer. So I'm trying really hard to come in here and be quiet, but the reality is there's a lot of questions that are involved with running the town in the budget process, especially if there's only 3 meetings. Is there a timetable? Do they?
No,
actually
there
set-
is. There is no time limitation. I suppose if somebody started going on, it is the chair's prerogative to say, no, I think we've killed that horse. But that very rarely happens.
Okay.
But it is Bob's meeting. It's a Budget Finance Committee meeting.
Oh, so Bob runs the meeting, not the select board.
That's correct. Sometimes though, I think for certain pieces, Bob, you've handed it over to the select board chair to run,
Right.
like public safety maybe. There have been times when you've done that, but not always.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we go?
So Abigail, I'll ask a question. Do you have a copy of the schedule, the meeting schedule? Do you have a copy of that? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I've looked over the sections that are on the agenda for
Agenda
tonight.
for tonight. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
except I didn't have emergency public. Didn't have one tab that I thought maybe was supposed to be in there.
Yeah, that's there used to be a operating budget for emergency management, and I think that was primarily to back when the pandemic, and I may be speaking out of turn, and maybe Kathy can help us out here, but public safety used to have their own operating budget to track COVID or pandemic related expenses. So I know we're nearing, hopefully nearing the end of the pandemic, and I believe that's what that's all about.
Okay.
So there is no tab, but they can speak to that when their turn is up.
Just was checking that I didn't need to cram.
I don't see any other questions. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
You, Dennis? Have a second.
Second.
All those in favor? Very good. I will see you in about 20 minutes.
Same log on?
There's a separate one to log into this.
Okay, I gotta go back on the internet now, go on to my computer and figure out which one that.
Good evening. Welcome to the first department head review with the Budget Finance Committee and Select Board. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First order of business. I'm Bob Goslin, Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, and I will chair this meeting. We will start first with review of administration.
Right. Thank you, Bob. So first thing I'd like to do is introduce our new finance director, Charisse Keach. She wanted to give a brief explanation of some of the changes she's made in the budget development methodology, information contained in the books, the addition of notes, and some other things that she's done. So the budget doesn't look exactly like it did last year. Charisse?
Thank you, Bob and Dawn. Yeah, the new budget books, for starters, they have tabs for each of the departments, which I think to be helpful when you're flipping through, maybe a 100-page document. So there are tabs, and I want to call it check stock, but it's not check stock, it's paper stock in between the various departments. So that helps to, ease flipping through pages. The other couple of changes are, as Dawn mentioned, there are spreadsheets that contain 2 fiscal years of budget to actual. And then you have the current fiscal year budget and year-to-date expenditures. Keep in mind that's only through December 31st. So I know Kathy had asked about that and we clarified that. So I want to point that out. Your year-to-date expenditures only go through December 31st. Some of the departments I try, and this is, a lot of it's for me personally, because I, don't always necessarily remember where an item was budgeted when you have so many various departments. So I do like to make little notations beside various expenditures. So I've done that. Not on all of them, but some of them. And the other thing is some of the things have been moved around from one department to another, and I can go into those, as an overview, excuse me, as an overview. As an example,
Registry of Deeds was previously in the administration budget. I have now relocated that to the assessing budget. So that's one change. Another minor change is rescue billing. That was previously under administration, and that has been relocated to the fire department, because that's what it has to do with, is public safety and fire and rescue department. And another change would be building maintenance. As an example, in Nathan's public works department, he had two building maintenance lines, one for District 1 and the other one just for public works. So what I did was relocate those all to town buildings. So it's town-wide buildings, building maintenance, with the exception of public safety, because they have their own building maintenance line in their budget. So instead of having various building maintenance all over, the general operating budget, it's pretty centralized into town buildings. So that's just a couple of the changes. I do like to regroup at the end of the budget process just to obtain feedback, what worked well, what didn't work well, suggestions for improvement. I'm open to that. What you'd like to see different. I'm certainly, willing to consider, and accommodate everyone. And so we will eventually regroup, and I will ask for feedback. Okay. That's all I have.
Right, thank you, Sharice.
You're welcome.
John, did you want to start with a statement?
Yes, I have a brief statement, a brief outline of, I guess you'd call it the really high points of the budget. We'll get into much more detail as we go department by department. But I'd like to first start by saying that I did issue a new budget memo today, and the crush of getting things out the other day, we thought we had made things really clear. But when I read it this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning, I said, geez, it's not so clear, because at the addition of the issue of the library really made sort of a double set of budgets for us. And so there is a new cover letter that hopefully is clearer as to what's happening. So on that point, I'll tell you what the budget looks like at the start here, with the library and without the library. So the gross budget without the library is up about $416,896, or 7.4%. If you net out the revenues from that gross budget without the library, you're looking at $251,623, or 7.4%. So an increase above what we normally would be presenting on initial budget. And then of course you have the gross budget with the library. So now you're adding a whole new department. You're taking on the whole library function. In that instance, you're looking at $551,772 increase, or 9.89%. And then if you net out the revenues, you're down to about $386,499, or 11.36%. And I can, let, I guess, Sharice explain why it's up, but it's a little bit of an odd phenomena. But anyhow, so we're looking at a significant budget increase over what we have normally seen. But what we also have is a significant change in the operations of the town. We've added a number of functions. I think the town is at a point where we're seeing, some new programming and some new directions. And, I credit our chair, Teresa Sadak, with a lot of the leadership that has caused that to come about. And I think it's positive stuff. And, the town is in very good fiscal shape. We continue to maintain our AAA bond rating. We are, able to go from, year to year without borrowing tax notes. We have put a substantial amount of fund balance into the tax rate every year, and we intend probably to do that again this year. So the town's in good fiscal shape. I think it's operating well. We have great town employees, and I think we've gone a little bit beyond what we used to call the so-called Raymond way, which was just basic cable, what we are statutorily required to do government. We're doing a lot more than that today, and I think we're doing it very well. So that's my kind of pitch on where we're going. But for the department by department, the administration department, one of the things that's significant is we're going to go out and do an RFP for audit services. Now, the whole world, not only with the pandemic, but the municipal world is so different. There's only a limited number of firms that even do auditing anymore. So we're going to put the RFP out, see what we get. But some towns are not getting any responses. And what's clear is we're going to pay more. We're going to pay more for our audit. And so that's a big change. I mean, we used to have an environment where we had lots and lots of professional firms seeking town business. There are changes in the town clerk's elections budget, but I've learned from prior years, I'm going to let the town clerk detail those. So I'm not going to get into those. Under contract fees and services, that was included in the Roadrunner was included in contract fees and services in the FY 2022 budget. I think Charisse alluded to some moves in the budget. So that's been moved to the dues and publications budget for FY 2023. So anyhow, those are kind of the things that are happening in administration. And I probably should have had a percent by department number to give you on each one, but I actually don't have that on my outline, but you have that all in your budget book. I believe the administration budget was down just slightly on account of those moves. And so anyway, the code enforcement budget, of course, has now an assistant code officer. So that's a $71,000 increase in salaries. And so that's a significant difference there. But I can tell you that the addition of the second code officer has made an exponential difference in the efficiency of the office. We've gone from a position where we have seen, a number of complaints about services to 0 complaints about services. We're really, taking care of the much increased flow of work and the demand for permits. And we're also paying a very close attention to environmental issues and violations, which is really essential. It's a very important thing for a town like Raymond that is so dependent in our economy on our lakes and ponds. And so that's really been a very positive thing, the addition of the code enforcement officer, the second code enforcement officer or assistant. General assistance budget is up just slightly, but on that one, you want to keep in mind that 70% of the budget is reimbursed by the state of Maine. And, we don't know what's going to happen, but we think that a lot of what's happening with the general assistance budget is probably influenced by the pandemic. We hope and think that we'll go back to more normal levels, post-pandemic, but who really knows? We have, of course, our Raymond Community Assistance Fund to help with, the needs of people who find themselves struggling in this economy and just generally any time. So we've had great response from our citizens. We have people who put us on their annual giving plan. And so we have funds. So if anybody's out there listening who is struggling, is having difficulty, if we can't help you through general assistance, we certainly can with community assistance. So that's one change. So in the pandemic, there has been a little bit of an upward trend on that. Raymond typically has very, very little general assistance, even very little demand for community assistance. But so we have adequate funds in both areas. Town insurance, the workers' compensation insurance is up due to the town's mod rate or modification rate increasing from 1.14% to 1.39%. And we've had a significant change in wages. We've added positions, and so that's a difference there. Under employee benefits, we have a $98,000 increase. This insurance expense this year, though, is reduced by the Maine Small Business Health Insurance Premium Relief Program. We're going to get $25,000 from that. There is a proposal in here from Charisse and me about our retirement program. Now, we are with the ICMA 457 deferred compensation plan. And so what we have is a plan that's based on gradients. So from 0 to 6 months, you get 0%. From 6 months, through a year, it's 1%, and then 1% a year for 5 years, up to 6%. So that's not a system it was a system that was used in the past. It's been in our personnel policy. We haven't addressed it. In an effort to be more competitive, we are proposing that we take a look at that and, perhaps change it to once you pass probation, you would go to the 6% contribution. I always encourage our younger employees to set money aside for their future. And unfortunately, some of them don't. So we're going to make a bigger push in the HR department with Rita to try to orient people about the importance of saving for retirement. And so that's a proposal we're making. It does come, of course, with a price tag. It could be up to $37,000 if everybody participated. But as I say, we get not the greatest participation rate from our younger employees. So on to, I want to also say that this budget does not include anything related to the union negotiations, which are underway right now with the fire department. So we're going to have to factor those in, and I'm not putting those in, of course, because the Board of Selectmen has not considered any changes yet. They will be doing that shortly, so we'll have to make that adjustment, you know, if there's adjustment to be made, but that's, I guess, to be determined in the future. On the TIF budget, that end budget is increasing 126,836. The primary increase is that we're using 116,000 of these funds for technology and CIP. Now, this was Sharice's idea, and it was a great idea, and it's TIF qualified. It's something we hadn't thought of before. So $100,000 that we had planned for the fiber network infrastructure project that Kevin has had ongoing, and 16,000 for upgrades at the public safety building would be put into the TIF. We need to add a small amount of money, 2487, for the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Administration. They're requiring a 20% match from all of the Greater Portland Comprehensive Transportation System communities, or PACs. Now, we have just a very small part of 302 in the PACs, district, but we're part of the program, so we would have to raise that. And I guess the theory when it comes to PACs is that there are major transportation improvements that are made in Greater Portland that benefit Raymond residents and residents of the Lake region, but we're unlikely probably to see anything directly in Raymond from that, but we do have to contribute. So revenues is another area that's I think pretty good news. We're up 165,000 in this proposed budget, or 7.58%, and that's primarily due to a substantial increase in state revenue sharing. And so we're making a conservative, and I couldn't get Kurt LaBelle to go any higher. So our conservative estimate for new value is about $10 million. And so that's very low considering the permits that we've seen. And now remember, the permits don't equal, new value, because some things don't start on time. Some things aren't finished in the, in the fiscal year. And interestingly, there's a new phenomenon, and that is that sometimes people are paying more to build things like they are paying to buy things than they are actually worth. That said, the stated permits that we have right now, and I'm sure Kurt would not want me to say this, but they're more like $30 million. Now, like I said, we aren't going to see $30 million, but I think we're going to see a stronger number than 10. But for the purposes of the budget, I'm telling you, we'll get 10 for certain. That's $141,000 in additional revenue that's not in the budget. We don't typically put that in, but that's, growth we'll see. Another thing is that we didn't put any money in for the library. And now the library has historically raised a significant amount of revenue. And so I think our appropriation was about 66,000 maybe. And then the library had raised another 67.8. So we need to really get a number from them. I don't have that number, but we'll need to plug that in. Perhaps when they make their presentation, we can talk with them. I didn't want to presume that they would raise all the money they did before. I didn't want to, because, we want to have a good relationship. We want to make a smooth transition, assuming that the town approves this warrant article to make the library a town department. And I'm really hopeful they will. And I'm really excited about this prospect. And this is another area where our chair, Teresa, has led the band. And so it's something that has been kind of talked about, thought about since I've been here, which is 21 years. I remember going down and making the presentation actually to the library trustees when the Board of Selectmen were interested in it. And they kind of at that time said, no, not right now. And so it's kind of been on the discussion table for 20 years. So it's a big deal. And I think it will be something that will be a good thing for the town, good thing for the library. It's going to be sustainability for the library. It's going to be the ability to broaden the programs. It's going to be the ability to have the employees there be town employees, and probably, the expansion of hours and services. So a lot of good things could come out of it, but that's subject, of course, to a vote. We'll have to see how that goes. The fire department budget is up about $240,000, and that's primarily in wages. And we did put the recommendation of the fire chief that's related to the union negotiations into the budget. Of course, that is subject, as well as the benefits, to the Board of Selectmen vote. But we did put that number in that he's recommending. And so anyway, the budget also includes 2 new full-time positions. These are firefighter EMT positions. But the Public Safety Department, Kathy Goslin, I'm guessing, has led this one, as well as many other successful grant applications for the town. They put in an application for a number of positions through the Federal SAFER program, which would pay the cost in full for the new positions for a 3-year period. So if we're successful, at least to the tune of 2 people, and with the SAFER grant, that increase would be covered by that grant for that period of time. Now, at the end of the 3 years, you can decide whether you're going to continue or whether you're going to, not continue. You're not committed to retain people, but I'm telling you that we need the staff, we need the people in the fire department. So the likely outcome of the SAFER grant would be 3 years federal funded and then assumption by the town, hopefully. So on to so if the voters approve, assuming the operational cost of the library, the increase of the proposed budget there will be $135,000. Now, once again, I say that's not with any revenues. We got to talk to them about what their revenues would be. And I don't know why we've got this way, but I guess it's probably the way they fall in the book, correct, Therese? Now we're going back to debt retirement. So we have debt retirement, including the financing of a new fire apparatus, a rescue pumper for $500,000 with a term of 10 years. The new apparatus replaces a 23-year-old squad truck, and that's a 1999 Freightliner that we bought used that had come out of the South. I can't remember if it was Kentucky, but anyways, we bought it through a dealer in Connecticut, I remember. And the 20-year-old utility vehicle, 2003 Ford F-350 that I remember when that was brand new. So now that's coming up on its 20th birthday. So those two will go away, be replaced by this one combination truck. And then it also extends the life of our engine one, because that won't, I guess, be put into service as often as it gets put into service today. So two trucks into one and preserves the life of another. The capital improvement budget increasing 35,000, equipment CIP 10,000, setting aside 100,000 for the revaluation. Municipal facilities, Nathan would like $50,000 to renovate the Public Works building on Main Street. That would be for an office space for the recreation director. And there was talk at one time, but Therese tells me this has now shifted somewhat, and we'll have to have an internal discussion about it. But there was talk about adding an administrative assistant, but now it seems to be, let's share Melissa, who is already working for me, working for the assessing office. That's her primary role. And then she's, working theoretically for Nathan, although he doesn't, take as full of advantage of her as he could. And some of that is due to her location, I'm sure. But so now we have Joe, the Public Works Director, Joe, our Recreation Director, the Public Works Director, the Town Manager, the Assessor, all with one administrative assistant. And I think what they'd like to do is build a space and have her down there. But I'm a little dubious of the sharing part. But the space, office space, right now the Rec Director is sharing Nathan's not very grand office that's in the back of the fire station. I don't know what it was when it was a fire department, but I remember that maybe it was just part of the room there, Dennis. I don't remember, but it's kind of been blocked off now, and Nathan has a little corner there. So they don't have great office space. So that's what that one's about. The paving CIP, Nathan wants to increase that by $100,000. Now it's probably the worst time in the year to be doing, years to be doing paving, because of the run up in the cost of bitumen, which is related directly to the run up in cost in asphalt, fuel oil rather. And so asphalt and fuel oil directly connected. And but what are you going to do? We want to keep on track. We want to keep our program moving forward. He has a program, and so we've made great progress. I think excellent strides in bringing the roads forward in their overall condition. And so that's what's being proposed there. The technology CIP is decreased by 90 as we're putting that into the TIF. And that's, as I said, for the fiber network infrastructure project. So there are a number of other discussion items that are not in the budget that I cut from the budget because I don't know is there things that we're going to do, but I think they're things we ought to think about and talk about. They were departmentally proposed ideas. And of course, one was coming about setting aside money for the Jordan Small renovation. Now we are going to have that school in 5 years. And so the thought was maybe we should start setting money away into a capital reserve. A countervailing view would be to say, when we get there, let's, maybe plan for what we are doing when we get closer, hire an architect, engineer, whatever we need to look at the building and decide what it would need to go into municipal use. But then at the time we actually do the work, perhaps a bond would be the way to go. That's been the way we've been doing it lately. However, the idea of a capital reserve is sort of a traditional way of doing it as well. So there was a discussion about whether we should do that. Likewise, Nathan's very interested in a public works facility at Plains Road, a consolidated public works facility. Right now, he's spread over 3 facilities. And so it makes sense to have that public works facility in one location for a lot of reasons. And we have the space there. Right now, we have basically an office trailer that we were able to get from BSA that came out of the Army Innovative Readiness Training Program. So that gives them a spot there to be during storms and to have a lunchroom. Then we've got the District 2 station, which has, you know, work bays and has a parts room. And I think it may even have a little cubby of a workspace, office space. And then we come back to the fire station, the former fire station on Main Street that has become a public works building as well. So we've got public works spread all over town, and he'd like to see at some point there be a consolidated modern building. And you don't have to go too far around us to see examples of that being done. I would point you to Gloucester most recently, I think. And so anyhow, that's something he'd like to see. We have the comprehensive plan update. If we can ever get anybody on the committee, Sue has advertised, and we haven't gotten much response to our advertisements. We have just a handful of people, maybe not even a handful of people who are interested. But if we do get that up and running, we're going to need some money there. And then once again, a big question is what amount of revenue from the library would we put back in the budget, so that we're going to have to decide that, I think, with them, and you know, and it's going to be a partnership, and we're going to have to decide, you know, how this thing's all going to work and look. And so that I think we can start to do when they come and make their presentation. So anyway, if the impact on the mill rate is estimated to be an increase of about 55 to 70 cents, not factoring in any use of fund balance. Factoring in the fund balance of 200 to 300,000 would you have increased the mill rate, but I think it would be decreased the mill rate to 25 to 40 cents. So that's what we're looking at, but it's all very preliminary. I think there's a lot of changes we can make in this budget, but we kind of wanted to throw it all at you. And I think Joe came in a little late, but it's not our typical budget. It's not what we want to give you. It's kind of the reality where we're at with a number of the decisions that I think have been very positive decisions that we've made, and the town is you know, changing, moving forward, doing some things that are beyond the basic cable services. And so I guess with that, we would like to speak with you about it department by department, and answer any questions you might have about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to go through each of these areas and see if the numbers prompt questions. We go to the, if you have a question, please raise your hand. You will be acknowledged and you will be able to ask a question. So first, we're going to start with administration.
Sue has some changes. I think Sue would probably love to tell you about her changes. Do you want to do that, Sue?
Oh, yes, I was sitting here with bated breath.
I didn't do it this year, right? Right.
Yes, you did good. I'm very proud.
Okay.
I have a few things in there. One is for the elections piece. For one, this is a gubernatorial year, which means a primary and a candidate election in November. Those have been trending more absentee, so the cost of absentees have gone up a bit, and postage doesn't ever drop, if anything. And if we do vote the town meeting warrant via ballot, then that costs quite a bit more to send out absentees. So I've had to increase some of the costs there, but the biggest increase in the elections budget is because of the voting booths. I'd like to replace 4 of the quad booths. When I originally bought the white ones that we have, it was from a Maine-based company who was going to be able to give us parts, maintain them, etc. The owner and founder of it developed cancer and died. So that company is gone. So that's why I'm looking at replacing them with, I have to go with a different company. So I can't just get pieces. And that's almost $4,000 I'm asking for that. conservation. I think a few of you have been in to see what I've been able to have done to our oldest vital books, which are death, marriage, and yes, the other thing, births, records. The oldest book goes back to the late 1700s. It's all old handwritten script, and it's been completely conserved. So every page is encased in Mylar and is touchable at this point because we can't hurt the parchment that the book is made of. And it's also been scanned so I can do searches, genealogy searches on digitally instead of having to get the books out. And if anyone would like to see them, by all means come in. So I'd like to continue that process to start doing, there's one more book of births to be done, and then to start doing some of the town meeting minutes and documents that have to be, again, permanently kept, that are getting more and more fragile as we all get older. Another piece is equipment leasing. The fellow that comes out to service our photocopiers is impressed that they're still running. He had spent about 8 hours on one of them a week or so ago, and thankfully they keep on chugging, but we really do need to get those replaced, and the cost for that would be $3,400 to replace both of them with a lease to own 5-year lease. So it isn't just a single year commitment, but it also, we don't have to lay out all the money at once either. The town report, I haven't broken it out in the past separately. That's something that Sharice and I worked on, and the, sorry, my staff is leaving. That's usually does cost around $1,000 to print the town report. I don't print that many anymore. I think it's either 250 or 300 copies because most people seem to look at it online, which is a better way to look at the pictures. Some of the pictures are gorgeous and they're in color, but they're only in color online. And then last but probably not least is the tax billing. I've been requesting roughly $5,000 to do the tax bills, to send those out. We had an experiment last year where we sent out the bills ourselves. We wanted to try it because the company, we've used a couple of different companies since I've been here, but they all send our addresses through a USPS approved software to standardize them. And they run them through an NCOA process, which is National Change of Address, a NICSI process, and I won't continue. There's a lot of processes they do that are all USPS based. In process, they do change our addresses and then mail them out, and we get a lot of undeliverables and a lot of people complaining that they don't get their tax bills. So, and on the whole, we tend to have the most recent mailing addresses. So we sent them to what we had on file without that and got fewer undeliverables, fewer complaints that people didn't get their bills. It does cost us the full first class rate to mail them out. But since we don't have to remail as many, and we didn't have the expense of having someone else stuff our envelopes and get the paper cuts from folding that we got, then it really seemed to save us money and be a lot less aggravation on the citizens as well as us. So that's why we're looking at continuing that. In the next bill, part of that is to get a folder so we can cut down on our paper cuts and make that part of the process a bit more efficient. But we're pretty good at it on the whole. So I am asking for a number of things. In total, it's not a huge capital expense, but all of this stuff adds up, I know.
Yeah. Thank you, Sue. And so another change you see here is the rescue billing. I think Sharice talked about moving things around to where they more appropriately fit. And so she's, I think, correct in saying that that's something related to the public safety department. So she's moved that from administration to public safety.
Thank you. Joe?
Thanks. One thing I noticed on your summaries for each department is there's no percentage increase or decrease being shown, so you gotta kind of do the math in your head.
Actually, Joe, if I could speak to that, you have a 2-page document. It's titled Appropriations Summary.
Where do I see that?
Looks like this.
Okay,
That has your percentage and dollar amount increases.
where is that in my booklet?
Pretty close to the beginning.
Second tab,
Second tab?
second tab, appropriation summary.
All right.
Yeah, before you, I guess, checked in, Sharice talked about some of the changes that she made, so it is looking different. It's definitely different than what it has been, and so we apologize for that. And she also talked about if it's not something that's working for you and you think that, you know, that we ought to revert to something different, we're open and always wanting to hear feedback. So there were some changes which she went through. I don't know if you, yeah.
MMA dues?
MMA dues are in the budget, but I think at one point we talked about looking at that and deciding, you know, what sort of level of service we were getting for dues paid. So they're in the budget, but that they were put in the budget because the Board of Selectmen voted to put them in the budget.
I mean, that's a pretty substantial amount, $8,000 for a town of 4,500 people or 4,600 people. Have they gone up in their dues structure?
They did go up a number of years ago. I'm not sure if they've gone up since. And that was one of the points, along with my argument was always, along with the money, the primary thing that you get from MMA is you get the insurance programs, you know, the health insurance, the property casualty risk pool and insurance. But we privatized that. So I'm going to say, yes, it went up, and no, we're not using those programs still. So.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, the reason we put that into the budget last year was there was the discussion, there was a couple of discussions that went around there. One of which was we thought that there was going to be an overall savings to us in legal because of what we were getting out of, what we would be able to get out of MMA, quote unquote, for free. From what I understand, Sue, you're not, you know, you're not getting what you thought you were going to get out of that. So, I mean, that's the biggest thing that we were looking at in there. So that's why we added it in last year. And I would suggest that we're not getting what we really want to get out of there, or we're not getting much desirable result out of there. So I would say that would be something we want to drop.
Well, and I haven't had many instances where I've needed to contact them this year, and they won't advise us on specific instances or situations. They'll tell us overall what the law says and whatnot. So there have been times in the past when I've needed them for election petitions, things along that line pertaining to the municipality, but we haven't had much use for that this year.
Now, this is just an anecdote, but the other day we had an issue related to, you know, general assistance and/or welfare question, and we were trying to get an answer out of the GMA, out of the MMA legal desk. They have a GA specialist there, and now, granted, it was, you know, we started in the morning and we tried to get an answer by the end of the day, and we didn't get a call back. And so sometimes, you know, you do need to get information in a timely manner, and we didn't that day. And I'm not saying that would happen every time, but it was frustrating. And the reason that we went that way was our town attorney was off on school vacation with his family in Florida. And so they didn't have anybody else there who had the specialty at Bernstein because of the school vacation week to assist us. And so we went to MMA legal and, you know, came up short there too.
Sharice?
Yes, so the average increase in the municipal dues was 3%, and that's across the board. They don't prorate it, the increase based on your level of services that you utilize. I mean, it's not like we're using them to the full potential of, you know, participating in the risk pool for property and casualty insurance, workers' comp insurance. We do not have the Maine Municipal Employees Health Trust Program. So they're basically just, levying all municipalities an average of 3%, not prorating it based on your level of service. So yeah, the increase, Ralph, was 3%, average of 3%.
The other thing you get from them, and I don't want to get too deep into this, but you get their lobbying efforts. And so whether you agree or disagree, that's what you get also. And I see Joe, yeah, smiling a little bit.
So the other thing that, we do benefit from is the cost of the specialized training that, a lot of us do participate in. We do get a little bit of a discount off training sessions. And, when we advertise an RFP for, say we're selling a piece of equipment or we're going out for an RFP for auditing services, that would be, a service free of charge by being a member of Maine Municipal. And then, as we talked about a little bit, the legal services, but they just, it's very general in what they will provide for information. They would not defend you if anything came up in court. That's the reason why you'd want to consult with your own attorney, but that's just a little bit of information and background on Maine Municipal.
Thank you, Sharice. Any other questions on administration?
In regard to the photocopier lease, I mean, you've got that in as a lease to own. If we're going to go down the road of leasing, are we better off not to do a lease to own, just do a lease, so that you're going to then churn the equipment in 5 years anyway. So you're going to, essentially you're going to be going to new equipment every 5 years, but it's picked up under a lease type setup. I mean, it may end up being the same amount, but if you're going after 5 years and you have a 5-year-old equipment that you bought, and instead of just continuing a lease continuing a new lease after that with new equipment.
Well, that's one thing you could definitely look at, but I'll ask Sue how long we kept those machines with almost no repairs.
About 15 years.
After the 10 more years after the 5, but it's a legitimate way to do it for sure. You're going to have up-to-date equipment, reliable equipment, but we've actually had pretty good luck with copiers, and this is the second set I've been through here, and the first ones that I inherited also lasted a similar amount of time.
Yeah, I only looked at lease to own because that's what we've done in the past. I certainly can get figures for leasing straight out.
Right.
Joe?
Lease to own usually only has $1 buyout at the end of the year, at the end of the lease.
Right.
So if you buy it for $1 and you get another 5 years out of it, you do pretty well.
Right, and that's what we've been doing, except we're getting more like 10.
Right.
Yeah. But you never know. You can get a bad copier like anything else.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for administration? Let's move on to assessing. Who will be presenting this assessing? John?
Well, the big issue in assessing is, I think that you've moved the revaluation out of assessing, correct?
Correct. The FY22 budget actually had 100,000 put in the operating budget and not in where it really should be in the CIP as a capital reserve deposit. So yeah, that's the biggest change. Kurt's contract is getting a small increase starting in October. And we have prorated wages for his administrative assistant, which is Melissa. And we moved the registry of deeds invoicing or expenditure, which includes recording discharges of municipal quitclaim deeds and not discharges, recording municipal quitclaim deeds and discharging liens, as well as, when they're doing record search for transfers on who's the title owner, That's all falls under the registry of deeds. He did put in, Kurt did put in a slight increase in the vision fees. And then the tax billing that we're looking to do in-house, as Sue had previously alluded to, that has been transferred over to the assessing budget because it's, has to do with tax billing. So the overall impact of that budget is, well, you're factoring out the 100,000, taking that out, so it's am I hearing Joe say something? No. So we got 60, it would be, going from 61,000 up to 79,000, roughly speaking, with those various changes.
Any questions for assessing?
I would like to say something there, and that is that we have an excellent assessor in Kurt Lavelle, and the contract has really worked out well for us. And so, he divides his time between us but primarily another community, Gardner, and so they have him, most of the time, and we have him as we need him, and we have had, great support people here and that have gotten the training to be able to answer day-to-day questions. So it's really worked out well for the town. I think we've gotten a really good person, a highly qualified person, and been able to do that in an inexpensive way for quite a period of time.
Any other questions? Let's move on to code enforcement then. Hello, Alex.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
Good. All right, so I don't have a whole lot changing. Obviously, Don already touched on the big changes, or the big change, which is an assistant code officer. We made a lot of changes in the last year in the office just to fix some problems that had been ongoing for quite a few years. And like Don said, things are going really well right now, very smoothly, and we fixed a lot of the major issues. So, the big change is the salary line with bringing on an assistant code officer. And then we've also made the administrative assistant position full-time. That was previously a part-time position. It's now full-time. We'd like to actually bring it up to 36 hours a week to give a little bit more time for some of the administrative tasks that need to get done that haven't been getting done the last few years. So that's really the biggest change. Other than that, we had to move some stuff around software-wise just to increase the efficiency. Last year, we started using a new online permitting company that I did a kind of a phased implementation with. Now we're kind of on to phase 2. We've been using it for about a year now, and that's working really well. And then the other big expense has been general code. And that's a company that we have contracted with to take over management of our major land use ordinances. And they're on the second half of a codification process of the land use and shoreland zoning ordinances, going through them entirely and doing a full review, reformatting them all, not changing anything in the ordinances, but just reformatting them and correcting any errors that we found along the way. So they'll do a full legal review of those ordinances and provide us with a pretty substantial document on all of the issues they found that they can't change. That's not just a minor tweak. And that's a list that we'll use to correct the ordinances for the next few years. So that's a pretty exciting project. My goal would be to put a little bit more into that over the next 5 years and have all of the land use ordinances be on that system. And it's an online based system. It works very well. And I did have experience with this company in Casco, and I was pleased with working with them there. That, just so you guys know, is something that they're looking to have those 2 major ordinances done by July. It is likely going to involve town meeting acceptance. So I don't know how we're going to work that into the time frame because it'll miss this year's town meeting, obviously. It's looking like it may be a 2023 thing, but that's something you guys will see more of down the road. So that's in there, and something that, you know, it is going to be an annual expense of $1,195. It may go up some years depending on the amount of ordinance amendments and if we decide to tack on additional documents, but that's kind of the base fee. Other than that, it was just some minor tweaks to clean stuff up, organize things a little bit better. And we are increasing the projected revenue to 100,000, which, to be honest, is pretty conservative. We're going to be over 100,000 this year. I think we had budgeted 87, approximately off the top of my head. And so I think we'll definitely be over 100,000 this year. We'll probably be over 100,000 next year. I just didn't want to go too high with it. And I do also anticipate some, hopefully, fingers crossed, some enforcement revenues, which I believe is going to the general fund. But and that's obviously not promised or a guarantee, but hopefully that's something that, you know, we do see come in as well. But
also not budgeted in any way. It's just going to fund balance. So it'll be a benefit to the town.
Yeah,
that way.
Mm-hmm. So that's pretty much all I have, unless you guys have questions.
Joe.
Alex, where are we with any backlogs? Are we caught up?
No, the way we've been doing it now is, so we're reviewing permits as they come in. And basically we have, we went from a 4 to 6 week permit turnaround to about a 1 to 2 week permit turnaround, which is where we want to be. I don't want to see it any more than 2 weeks. So we do have some that are currently longer than 2 weeks, but it's not our fault, I'll say. It's because they didn't submit all the information and we say, hey, you need to send in more stuff, and it takes them a week or two to get it back to us. So that does still happen, but with the ball in our court, I'll say I definitely try to keep it less than 2 weeks, and I think right now we're definitely doing that. Some of them are actually a week or less. So those get all scheduled out at the beginning of the week with Chris and I. We break them out as they come in, and then whatever we have left over for holes on the schedule, we fill with permits from previous years. I have a list of what we have outstanding, and we're chipping away at it each week. So we're kind of continuing to focus on some of that backlog permit stuff that's out there. Fortunately, most of the big permits that were pending, we've heard from and we've taken care of. So it's a lot of small stuff that people submitted, like mostly tree removal, to be honest, and they submit it and then they just never call back. So it's just catching up on those.
I would tell you that my phone has stopped ringing. For a while, I felt like the super code secretary, that I would, term I coined, because everybody was calling to try to get relief from me, and then I'd put them, push those to the top of the pile, because I believe in expedient, and efficient service, and of course thorough as well. And so I think, although the backlog may not be completely gone for some of these permits that may require additional information, or somebody may have lost a possible interest in, but we're going to get them all nailed down, and we don't have anybody complaining, and things that come in are now being processed in a workmanlike way in a reasonable time frame, given the amount of information that you have to get and analyze and then process the permits. So I'm saying that things look pretty good to me. I'm not getting calls.
Sue?
And I'm going to echo what Don said. We aren't having people come in here ticked before they get here. They come in and we are able to send them out to Kirsten or to Alex or Chris. And it's been, with a few notable exceptions of people that don't really like part of the process, I haven't heard anyone saying that things are late, they aren't hearing back. We aren't hearing any of that anymore. So it's been really nice.
Since you brought up Kirsten, she is exceptional in my view. Really good. Really good.
She's a keeper.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Definitely.
That makes a big difference. She's the first face you see in the code office, and actually in the back room now, given our tight quarters, you kind of almost literally run into her when you come into the back room. And she has really helped, I think, a lot with the public relations piece.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I have a question, Alex. How are you guys moving around town to do your business? What are you driving? Is there a need to replace anything?
No, we still have the donated Tahoe that we got probably 10 years ago. We solved a poor, unfortunate person. He was a great guy. He had a problem though. He had too many cars and nobody in the family wanted the car. So we took the car and we've been using it happily for about 10 years. That's the older Tahoe. The second Tahoe was a gift from our friends at Cumberland County. It's a retired police cruiser. Nathan had to do an upper end rebuild of the engine. There was a little bit of problems with that, but because it's a complicated process, but he got it sorted out. And I guess I'll let Alex talk about how they go, but that's where we got them. One was, well, they were both donated vehicles.
Yeah, and it's working fine for now. The way we've set it up is Chris does a bulk of the out of office inspection, site meetings, and I'm primarily in the office meeting with people, answering phone calls, reviewing permits. So a lot of the times we have one vehicle out. I expect as, you know, nicer weather gets here and things pick up, you know, summer residents return, there'll probably be instances where both of us are out of the office doing inspections. But fortunately this winter, we haven't had a lot of that. So I do think, and Dawn's probably the better person to answer this, I've kind of been out of the vehicle discussions. I think there's a longer term plan on what we're going to do moving down the road, but it's just not something that I'm, I guess, aware of at this point. But
what Nathan wants to do, Nathan, the Public Works Department has sort of been the overarching, you know, department that takes care of all of the motor vehicles. And now we have a, you know, a mechanic, which has been a great addition to the town. And so I think Nathan's plan is to budget for, you know, a new vehicle. But we did get this, well, Nathan and I found this thing at the county's, I guess, facility. And so we took advantage of it. And I think with two code officers, it makes sense to be able to have them both have a, you know, an identifiable town vehicle. You know, we get a lot of positive about that in terms of people are, you know, not, when somebody pulls up an unmarked car. I mean, Kurt, for instance, has been using the Bolt, the electric car, because, you know, it kind of conveys a sense of, you know, mission and purpose and authority for the town. And so, you know, the cars have been, relatively speaking, not anything that's cost us a ton of money. I think on account of Alex's time in the office, we're not even spending the kind of fuel that we would spend if you had two of them in the field. But I think it's essential to have somebody in the office a lot of the time, and that's what we have. And so I think in the future, we'll probably budget for, to answer the question about the car, we'll budget for one and then the other car, but it's not going to be in this budget. Unless we can find somebody who'll give us another car. If you want to, we're always willing to help you take the problem off your hands. Like, give us a free car, we'll take it if it suits us.
Any other questions for code enforcement? Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Let's move on to general assistance.
Yeah, so general assistance, as I said in the brief overview, and there really isn't a whole bunch to say, it's up, you know, on account of the pandemic. We think it'll come down post-pandemic, you know, who knows, but I believe it will. And 70% reimbursement from the state, important point there. The other thing I would say, it's related to general assistance, I hit on it in the introduction, is that the community assistance, we've been using more of that during the pandemic. And Jenny, our general assistance administrator, I think Sue would agree, she's right out there with her. She's done a really good job.
Any questions for general assistance?
Well, and one other piece about that, and Don touched on it in his opening comments, but we have had some very generous citizens give donations of Hannaford cards, of gas cards, of monies for the community assistance. And it's the response of the town without any kind of advertising or asking for it, just the goodness of their hearts has really been very impressive to see.
Yeah, as I said, I think some people have put us on their annual, you know, giving, the charitable giving list. And then there are just people who, because of the pandemic, as Sue said, they've just been bringing in these gift cards and then gifts of cash. It's really been really good, really good.
Other questions? Let's go on to town insurance.
Sharice has her hand up.
Sorry, I wasn't looking up. Go
It's
ahead.
okay, Bob. Not used to raising my hand, but anyways, I didn't know if perhaps for the next meeting, would you folks be interested in knowing what the balance is in the community assistance fund? I think back along, someone had asked, where we stood with it, and we have, like Sue had mentioned, we have had a couple of very substantial donations. And would you be interested in knowing what that balance is for the next meeting, perhaps?
Sure, I would.
Yeah, maybe knowing the balance and what the expenditures have been for a couple of years.
Sure, I can do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's move on to insurance.
You want to take that one, Sharice?
Insurance.
Sure. So insurances, anybody that's been in the insurance field, I know Rolf is, and I'm a former licensed insurance producer, both personal lines and commercial lines. They do go up. They generally do not come down. I have just basically done an average increase of 8%. That's probably very modest or conservative. And one of the things that, is impacting it is certainly with the additional staff and the modification rate going from 1.14 up to 1.39%, the increase in staff and the rate classification, when you're talking fire department, that's certainly higher than a clerical position that has a lower rate classification when it comes to workers' comp premium. So that's where you're seeing the big influx is basically the workers' comp. That's all I really have to reference in that particular budget. If anybody has any questions.
Joe.
So we're seeing a 40% increase in workers' comp. Have you had some cases or?
We did have, because Rita's the one that files the workers' comp claims on behalf of the town, and I've only been there 6 months, so not real privy to that information. But because loss of indemnity is where you typically, we'll see an influx in your premium. If we can't get our people back to work, that's where you're going to see the claims go up. It's not so much the medical, it's the loss of wages. And I don't know if the town has this. Where I came from, we did have a light duty or return to work policy whereby, if there was a position that they could come back with the approval of their physician, that they could perform the duties of, that like a light duty transfer, so to speak. And just to get them back in the workforce, it's good for their morale and still feel like they belong, still included in the town. I don't know if we have such a policy, but yeah, we did have one fairly substantial claim, and it does look back, the loss runs, I don't know if it's 3 or even 5 years for workers' comp. Maybe Rolf can help me out on that. I think it's 5 years for workers' comp loss runs. But yes, that's basically it.
So the basic answer to your question is yes, we have had some adverse experience. And that's also true in the motor vehicle field, in which we're working on trying to improve there as well with our motor vehicle insurance. We've had, some accidents and crashes, some at fault, some not at fault. So we've had a number of those in both public safety and public works. So.
Any other questions for town insurance? Thank you. Employee benefits.
You want me to take that one as well,
It
Don?
looks like the insurance, you go ahead, sure. Yeah.
Okay. This is another one of those changes that I made, you know, in this particular department or cost center, however you want to view it, is to segregate dental insurance from the health insurance. I just think that by segregating it, it'll be easier to track, you know, the increases from one year to the next. So I did pull that out. I did reference, we did change plans for 2022, and it was really a minor change as far as premiums and benefits and all of that. And for health insurance, I did leave the health reimbursement account, you know, levels the same. I really didn't want to, you know, make any drastic changes there until we, you know, filled this new insurance plan out. And we are getting that small business premium relief through April of 2023. So we have 10 months of that, and it equates to about 25,000. So that's substantial. So when you look at the health insurance line going from 475 in the current budget up to 490, you know, where we are looking to, you know, we are in the budget, we're looking to add the 2 positions for the fire department. It also factors in potentially, not in this particular budget, but once we get to the library budget, they have built in their budget health and health and retirement and dental benefits. So it's basically just projecting a little bit of a higher premium come 2023. But I think we took a very minimal hit for this year. Let's see, what else might have changed a little bit. Retirement, as we had mentioned previously, we both Don and I were, you know, talking about potentially making a change to our personnel policy, an amendment to the retirement plan, in that to maintain competitiveness in the municipal market. We did do a little survey of local municipalities just to see what they offer for retirement, and, you know, to take up to 6 years to get to 6%. You know, that's a long time to, you know, get to a retirement level of where they should be. So we anticipated questions coming from the Budget Finance Committee and the selectmen, and we did a survey of some local municipalities to find out what they offer. So if you're interested in knowing what those are, I can tell you. But on average, they're between 4% and 6%. And they either start at the date of hire or after 60 days. And so, yeah, they're either, let's see, Casco is 3% match as of date of hire. Poland is 4% match of date of hire. Naples is 5% match as of date of hire. Wyndham, 6% match, date of hire. And let's see, Standish, after the first full year of employment, a 6% match. And then I also have Gray's number as well, and it's 6% after 60 days of employment. So our proposal or suggestion to, you know, for the selectmen to consider as a potential amendment to the personnel policy would be to offer a 6% contribution, employer contribution, after the employee has satisfactorily passed their probation period of 6 months.
Right, and so that sample you did too, by the way, is and I think it's great because it gets some of the communities that probably people would want to compare with. But if you were to take the communities that are actually in our KMA labor market, it would skew much closer to the 6% on average. So a lot of those communities were communities to the west that are, you know, that some are, but most of those are not in the KMA survey.
So the cost associated with making such a change is about $37,000.
If everybody took full advantage.
If they took full advantage, correct.
And we're actually trying to indoctrinate our employees about the importance of saving for their futures. I mean, Rolf knows this. I don't know if you want to say something, Rolf, but.
I mean, you know, I advocated for that, you know, time and time again. Is, you know, the time for them to get into it is when they can first get into it, because you know, if they're not saving for their future, they're putting themselves behind the whole 8 ball. And I don't have a problem with starting it earlier and doing that match earlier, because if that's gonna help them, it's gonna, it helps everybody else down the road. Even from the standpoint of statewide GA and things like that, people that are putting some money away are going to help themselves down the road. And the differential in what we pay, to the budget there isn't that great when you look at the benefits on the other side. And I would really push for them, to try and get more and more people maxing it out.
Yeah, the other thing that I'd like to point out is the administrative complexity of trying to, maintain such a tiered approach for retirement for the employer contribution. It just, it means, maintaining some type of system where you have to track people's date of hires and their anniversary dates and, make sure that you're making those changes in payroll accordingly. And, if you get 6 different levels, and 30, unfortunately, we only have 30 full-time employees, but heaven forbid, if we were, 50 plus, it's an administrative, task to do. So this would also, free up some time of Rita and having to, track those. All she would need to do is make sure they pass their probation period, and then right from the get-go, program them the 6%. If you want to have it to be a match, my experience with 457 plans, a deferred compensation plan, is that it doesn't necessarily need a match. When I think of a match, an employer match, I think of a 401k, but that's totally up to the board on how they want to structure it. They'd probably like to see the employee participate on their own to be able to receive the employer portion as well. So
I think that we want to do the match, and if we're going to do this, that we want to have a match.
I mean, what I would almost advocate for as well would be a forced opt out rather than opt in, and say that when you start, you will be started at this rate. You can increase it to this, but you will start at this rate unless you opt out.
Right.
That forces them to get into something which is for their own good.
That's exactly what we've talked about here, and I think we should do that.
Joe?
On your small business premium relief, are you sharing that with your employees to lower their health insurance premiums, or is the town keeping all of it?
The town is.
It has to be done proportional to what they pay into it. So if they're not, if you've got someone that's not paying into the premium, then it comes to the town. If they are paying a percentage of the premium, then prorated, they get a portion of that, reduces what they have to pay in.
Yeah, but you're allowed to share it with your employees.
Right.
So whatever they're getting in relief, which I think is $40 a month per employee and $25 for dependents, we gave it all to the employees to keep their insurance premiums down. So they're not paying as much in health insurance premiums.
Point of clarification, I had not been doing that, Joe. Just simply was reducing it off the employer's contribution. But if that's something, this is a new program that came out, was November of 2021, so it's real new. And certainly we could, if that's the wish of the board to, share that relief with the employees, for those that have the premium relief for a single adult, is $50, and there's no contribution on the employee for that. So that would stay with the town. 2 adults, it's $100. And we're talking monthly. 1 adult with child or children is $80, and 2 adults and child and children is $130. So perhaps we need to have that as an agenda item at a selectmen's meeting.
I mean, how are you accounting for it now? Are you counting it as revenue for the town?
No, I'm just reducing our monthly bill from Harvard Pilgrim because they actually do it off our bill.
Right.
They put it right on the monthly bill that, you know, this is what the amount is for the main business COVID relief as a deduction from the premium, the monthly premium. So that's what I've been doing.
I think you've got to check the actual statute on that, because if they're paying a percentage of the premium, which they are in some cases, then a percentage of that has to go towards reducing what they're paying toward that.
Right. Which is what we're doing. We're just giving it all back to the employee. Whatever they get designated for, we just give it back to them to reduce their monthly premium.
But we can definitely take a look at that, and if it's statutorily outlined, then we can certainly, you know, make the adjustments and make that right back, you know, to the inception.
I believe you're allowed to keep some of it for administrative costs.
We'll look into it, and if that's the wish, I mean, if that's the intent of the program, and certainly the wish of the board, we can do that, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out, Joe.
We have last questions for employee benefits. Let's go to Tiff.
Yeah, the big change there is the putting the fiber network infrastructure from the CIP into the TIF and the network hardware updates. And that was something, as I said, that Sharice suggested. We checked the TIF, you know, documents, and so that's allowable expense. And I think we also had a confirmation on that from our municipal attorney that handles the specialist in TIF, just to be sure, because we've, you know, had some questions on TIFs before. But so that works fine, and that's what we did. I don't know if you want to add anything else, Sharice, but.
No, it's pretty much the same other than those two changes. The, let's see, one of the organizations, the Fourth Hawthorne organization, you know, reverted back to their $1,000 request versus the $2,000. So that was a reduction that they had, you know, put forth. And yeah, other than that, I know there's going to be some TIF discussion with our assessor and the Board of Selectmen at their next meeting. I need to get some numbers for Kurt on, you know, we're not really making full use of our TIF, and it expires, I believe, in 2030, if I'm not mistaken. And so he's got some, you know, some suggestions, you know, through the work of, you know, with the legal firm on maybe some new ideas on, you know, what we can do with it. So more information to come, but I thought this was a good way to, you know, reduce the general fund operating budget and make better use of our TIF.
Any TIF questions?
I stand corrected. I'm looking at the TIF document right now. It's a 30-year TIF, and year 30 is 2028. So we still have 6 years left to make use of it. But so I do stand corrected for that. 2028, not 2030.
No questions for Tiff? Let's move on to revenues.
The story there is the state revenue sharing, you know, increase, which is substantial. We also have some increases in revenues that are coming in from other municipalities for services we're providing. Nate and I are actually trying to market the services that we can provide with our mechanic to the communities to the west of us, being Casco and Naples, are baby stepping into public works. Naples thought they were going to public works more fully than they are, but that ended up not passing their town meeting. I think Casco has an initiative coming up to add some staff, and so they become good customers in terms of used equipment, and we're hoping that they might become, you know, people who or towns that we would provide services to. But right now we are doing some roadside mowing. You may recall we bought a substantial tractor mowing machine. So from the revenue that we're getting from that machine, you know, you know, the cost of paying the operator and so forth, that is something that's been a benefit to us, and so we have the machine as well. So we're trying to regionalize and cooperate with our neighbors, and we're making some progress on that, actually. So we have some capacities they don't, and so that's something we can use as a revenue.
Any other questions on revenue? Sharice, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I think in talking with Sue, it's typically in the month of June that the selectmen look at the fee schedule on an annual basis. So I do know in talking with our animal control officer, she had, you know, just, you know, when I was meeting with her and talking about, you know, I'm trying to dissect the revenues, you know, for the town on, you know, where that comes from. We really don't collect a lot in impound fees. And I think she was even making the suggestion that we look at increasing those when the time comes. Maybe not so much for the first offense, but for the second and third offense. And as we had alluded to earlier, you know, code enforcement permit revenue is up, and it was a modest increase to 100,000. And, you know, I do expect motor vehicle excise tax to, you know, continue growing. You know, it's based on the MSRPs, and the MSRPs of vehicles right now are really significant. So I might have been a little low on that level. But those are the basic changes. And as Dawn had mentioned, you know, doing some work for other municipalities and bringing in revenue from that, as well as, you know, we're taking on snow plowing for the school district,
right?
As well. That's a new endeavor.
Well, it's a new old one. We did it before. We're doing it under a revised program that before we did it as almost to some degree as a courtesy. Now it's priced, you know, more like it would be if they were getting a contracted private service. So I think it's working out for both entities. They're probably saving a bit, and we have a revenue, and we're doing well with that, given our cost to do it.
Can I ask a question about the plowing contract and where that's going? Is P&K going away?
P&K?
Yeah.
They've gone away.
They've gone away.
Yeah, some time ago. Yeah. I don't know how many years that's been, but it's been a few. So basically what we did is we over time, we had less and less P&K service. And then I don't know now if it was, seems like it was about 3 or 4 years ago, we ended up buying some trucks from Vermont and taking this whole thing on ourselves. And I think Nate and the crew have done a really good job with that. You know, we've had our ups and downs. This has been a tough year for equipment, but we haven't had P&K for some time now. Yeah.
No, we were gravitating to that direction. I didn't know that it had been completed already.
Yeah, well, right. Well, we kind of metered it back, so that might have been a little confusing, but we jumped in, you know, feet first a few years ago, and I think it's worked out pretty well. From my standpoint, it has. I mean, I'm looking at the condition of the roads. I don't know if Teresa wants to say anything. She's made a particular point of calling this out, I think, to the board, but yeah, I think they're doing a good job with it.
Any other questions for revenue? Let's go to public safety, animal control.
Now, on animal control, I think there was a little bit of a misstep by us, meaning Sharice and Dawn. I don't know, is Sharice invited Jessica Jackson, our ACO officer? Is that correct?
I did not. It was after the thought on my part this evening was to, you know, I should have emailed her budget, even though she proposed it to the town of Casco, and we share the cost of the animal control with Casco and Naples equally, you know, 1/3. But she could speak to her budget that she presented to the town manager of Casco. And it would probably make sense, Bob, if you don't mind moving that to the next agenda so I can send her the budget and have her speak to that at the next meeting.
She's aware of the budget. I mean, so it's a third of the budget that we talked
I
about.
just didn't invite her. Sue, you know, I'd have
I know,
to.
I know, and she would want to be here, so that's our error. So we apologize for that. If we can put her on the next meeting, that would be what we'd want to do.
Any other questions for animal control?
I will tell you that on animal control, one thing we did this year, it's in the process of being done, is that we have now upgraded the vehicle. The one that we had for the past several years is it's at end of life in terms of functionality. So it's on life support even. So you may have noticed a black Ford Explorer. Some of you might have got your budget materials out of it, but that came out of a local PD. And so we bought it through a broker, and that's going to be the new car. And that's also a 1/3 share each town, and it'll be marked up soon. And the equipment, we had to get that particular year and model. The last year was 19, because the equipment from the 14 will go right into the 19. So that's what we're going to do, flip the equipment, the specialized. You take out the back and it's all lined with aluminum, and it's got a pneumatic door, all this other stuff for animal control. It originally came out of the state police, the equipment. So anyway, that's what we're going to do, is flip it into the new car, but this is the last one we can do it with, and then we have to buy new equipment because it won't fit anything else. But this should take us through several more years though.
Charisse? Go ahead.
Yes, Bob. One other point on the animal control budget is that, this is another example, there was a line item for vehicle maintenance under the animal control budget that is now since been moved from this department over to the Public Works Department. I think you'll find, I think Recreation might have been the other one that had vehicle maintenance in it. And it just makes sense to put it all into Public Works. They have the mechanic, you know, they're buying the parts, you know, they have the tools and whatnot. Again, the exception would be, you know, public safety and the, you know, the repairs to all the fire apparatus and whatnot. So that has been removed from this budget as well and put into Public Works. So you will see that. But we'll invite Jessica for the next meeting, March 15th, and have her speak to, you know, the actual interlocal agreement with the town of Casco at the next meeting.
Yeah, the other thing I would say, and I don't know if this is going to happen or not, but Cumberland County is looking at a larger regional effort. And we're also now being approached by other towns, and we're even doing some limited fee service for Harrison. So there's a potential that it's going to require additional staffing, but there's a potential, if it makes economic sense, that we might broaden the effort either through the county or through our, you know, consortium that we formed. Right now, we're getting a lot of inquiries from our surrounding towns because they can't find or keep anybody in this job, and we've been able to do that. So it does make sense to work regionally, but only if you know, it's going to be economic sense as well. So it's kind of studying that possibility in two different ways.
Teresa?
Therese, I know you pulled the vehicle out of animal control, but you're still billing the other two towns for any work we're doing, correct?
That is correct. Yeah. You know, the vehicle that we just purchased and, you know, taking equipment out, putting it back in, we'll be invoicing, you know, Casco and Naples, you know, for their share of the new vehicle and the outfitting of it, so to speak, you know, with the cage and whatnot.
And when you buy a vehicle from us, Teresa, of course, it comes with a service plan. So we're servicing the car, we're taking care of the car, which is, you know, something that is a bill back to the other two towns for their share.
Okay.
Yep.
But helps support the mechanic position as well, I think.
Thank you. Let's move on to the fire department.
Hello. Get my video back up. There we go. Thank you for all being here for this budget process. We appreciate the guidance and the help that we've been given. Charisse and Don, Deputy Goslin, for assistance in producing this budget, particularly. For those of you who don't know me, there's new faces here. I'm Bruce Tupper, I'm the Department Chief, EMA Director, and 911 Addressing Officer, and I'm pleased to provide you with this budget overview tonight. The mission of the fire department is to help people, provide comprehensive emergency services, inspection, prevention programs, training, and professional development of our members, and to overall assure the health of our members. Now, as we developed this budget, we realized how sick everybody is of hearing about COVID, but unfortunately, it has to be somewhat of our focus tonight. We have a smaller than ever group of people doing this job now. Our call department is down to 6 people, with 2 seasonal students are doing the job of what we had 20 people doing just 2 years ago. COVID exacerbated this gap in our coverage with members who are unwilling to take the risk of getting sick or bring it home to their families, etc. Some who may have just been on the edge of burnout who have left, and we've had some other health issues with our members, which have caused some long time and very valuable folks to turn in resignations because they just can't physically complete the job anymore, unfortunately. We're also seeing, because of this, an increase in psychiatric patients. Violent calls are more the norm now than the exception. Twice we've had patients jump from moving ambulances. Just recently we had a third try it. That one didn't make it to the hospital. Yes, didn't make it out of the ambulance that was moving. A recent incident with an intoxicated person at an accident scene tried to move their car with our provider standing right beside his car and wedged between another one. He had to climb on the hood to get away from it, got nicked by the mirror. And the only thing that stopped this person was the fact that our ambulance was behind them and they struck it and were unable to proceed. So we're seeing a lot more of this. It's a lot more dangerous. We're seeing a lot of weapons and substance abuse in general, along with aggressiveness, both physically and verbally, towards our providers. Unfortunately, none of this helps us gain call department members because no one wants to subject themselves to that kind of behavior or risk as a hobby, anyways. To put it into perspective, every department everywhere is going through this. The Maine chiefs have written a letter to the governor. You've probably seen some of the info on that. It's been on the news. Trying to spark some kind of funding and fix for the whole thing. There really isn't anything that's quickly on the horizon, unfortunately. We're seeing a huge increase in open call shifts. We're also seeing a big increase in call volume. We're up about 34% right now. Unfortunately, we're also unable or only able to meet the NFPA standards of 6 people on scene within 15 minutes about 24% of the time now. And we are fully staffed with our firefighter paramedics and our firefighter EMTs. The problem that we're experiencing there is we've had a lengthy outage for a health reason, and now we have an FMLA outage, and it's absolutely killing us with overtime costs because we're having to force paramedics in to work the shifts. Something we don't like doing, but unfortunately we're having to do. So twice a week we're forcing someone to cover a 24-hour shift, and that's overtime pay. So when I talk about, increasing responsibilities and such, I just need to kind of touch on this one particular day that we had this morning, and all these incidents happened or were toned out within like a 5-minute period, 15-minute period of time. We had 5 ambulances in our town covering calls. And you're going to say, hey, well, at least you covered them. Well, here's the real story behind it. The first call went out, we covered it. The second call went out right behind it, Casco came in. Third call went out and the Wyndham truck came in. Wyndham only had 1 truck left. Casco had no more trucks left. We had nothing left for crew. We ended up with 2 other towns coming in, and it took them over 20 minutes to get here because it was not our surrounding communities, if you will. We had to go beyond that to get the resources. The unfortunate piece is for them to cover the calls in their town, they also had to reach further out, and they were 20+ minute responses on some critical calls, which is unacceptable. Our system, it is breaking, there's no doubt. And I find that when you have a critical call, 20 minutes to get an ambulance to the scene is just unreasonable and very undesirable if it was me on the other end of the services that were needed. So what we've done is we've put together a plan that has some changes in it, payroll changes, and that's based upon a union negotiation, which will be talked about more at the select board meeting and executive session. We've included some of those, the base pay rates as proposed in our budget, so at least there's something there to work with at this point. We've also been talking and have been working with our mutual aid towns as we have done for years, regionally, if you want to look at it that way. It's a regional approach to providing services.
6 departments that are working together have agreed to standardize pay for our per diems so that we're not in competition with each other. In other words, it's like a shell game. We talk about it every year. One pays the dollar more and everybody goes there. They're per diem people, so they're looking for the money. And then you lose your staff, and then you decide to up yours and pay $1.25. They all come back, and then someone else pays $1.50, and we lose them again. It's just the nature of the beast when it comes to the per diems. They're all part-time people. So we're looking to create a pool, standardized qualifications and pay with these 6 towns, which will create a pool of personnel to pick from, if you will. We're hoping that that will have some effect on filling some of the shifts that we have open and being able to provide adequate coverage to our citizens and safer coverage with our people. The savings is not only in the staff, but also would be in turnout gear, as we realize that people are working from multiple towns. If we have a standardized set of turnout gear and a Velcroed on name on the back, Winton, Gray, Raymond, whatever, they can put a new Velcro patch on, and we all share in the cost with that gear. Not only that, we're looking at mutual aid incidents, and automatic mutual aid is a buzzword that gets thrown around. It means that it's not something you get to the scene and decide you need help with. You call for it immediately on the dispatch. We don't even call for it, built into our response plan. Now we have to also consider at this point that even that's kind of failing because everybody's busier. So we've got more calls, less people, and more towns involved. But we're also reaching out and asking for this help automatically on smaller calls. Throw out the car accident, because that's where it's gone recently. We're starting to see towns ask, can we put an engine company on for a car accident? And that's the boat we're all in. We're trying to help each other out. We're also working together with this group for training. And we're putting together and combining our training efforts and resources. And we're currently sharing the cost as well as instructional staff to put on a Maine Bureau of Labor Standards firefighter certification class, where we will instruct 15 new firefighters throughout a bigger region than the 6 towns, but it's still a step in the right direction. And this will give them the opportunity to test and to certify at that level. Make them available for our labor pool. Again, it's just their first step, and it's the very basic of basics for firefighter certification. Covered that. We're all facing the uncertainty of uncontrollable and skyrocketing costs. As you know, things are absolutely haywire right now. Our gear vendor sent out an announcement today. They had sent one out about 6 months ago. They've gone up 3%. They're going up another 5%, and it's from the factory, not from the vendor. I just heard from the ambulance vendor that we buy our ambulances from generally. I said expect a $30,000 basically increase in the cost of that vehicle. Fire apparatus has absolutely done the same thing. We're looking at 20 and 30% changes quickly in that, and they're talking double changes in a year's time. It's due to the metals. It's due to the technology components in those vehicles. 1, the supply chain, but 2, the value of them, and that's just gone crazy with inflation. So with the impact of the supply costs, we even question that we've put in enough to hopefully stay within our bottom line in this budget for fuel, oil, heating, things like that. I'm confident that payroll, that we're okay in that area, and that's where you're seeing our biggest increase. We do have a few other increases in there. There's a couple of decreases as well. As Mr. Willard alluded earlier, we've put in for assistance to firefighter grant for the Safer Act through the federal government. That staff would, if it's funded in its entirety and if the board accepts it, we provide 8 total staff. And depends when you hear, oh, no, we're at 8 full-time staff, but when you put it in perspective, it only provides 2 people per shift because we work 24/7, 365. We would wait on or propose that we wait to fund the 2 additional persons that we put in the budget until after we hear from the federal government if we're going to get this grant or not. I think it will be about September-ish when we do start to hear when grants are looking. So it's not that far out. However, we also do feel that 2 people is probably short-sighted and really should be 4 people at this time, just due to the lack of call. Something that may be a seeing that decline everywhere, and I'm not so optimistic that we're going to suddenly have this surge of people who want to become fire and EMS people. If we did, it would take over 2 years to get them trained and up to standards and efficient and working on their own. So it's a long-term turnaround. On the CIP budget, unfortunately, I have to apologize on this one. We automatically have a $75,000 ambulance fee for replacement that goes into that account every year. I didn't put it on my form, and Therese didn't know. I'm being new to it, and I think I did it last year too, actually. But, so I didn't include that, and I just assumed it would be an automatic thing. So I did not include that in there, but we should include that in there because it is for the ambulance replacement, and our ambulance will be due for replacement next year. We extended it out another year from last year, and unfortunately, extending it costs more in the long run, but I think we have to plan on the next year. We have the proposal in there for a $730,000 expense, and that is a truck that would replace two and put one basically into reserve status to preserve it for another 5 to 7 years, somewhere in that area. So Utility 7, a truck that's a 20-year-old pumper, it was an extrication vehicle until it didn't carry enough equipment that we needed, so we bought the squad truck used to put that in service. The problem is we had to start looking at things reality-wise now with the lacking staff, and we can't roll 3 trucks out the door in a car crash during the day without adding staff. So in order to cover a car crash, we need to put together a vehicle that would do 80% of what these other 2 vehicles could do currently. So we added or looked at the concept of a rescue pumper, and that's a truck it's designed specifically, as it says, it's a rescue pumper. So it really covers the needs of a squad truck, which is the extrication vehicle, technical rescue vehicle, carries your ropes, high angle, water rescue, ice suits, as well as fire apparatus that can do fire suppression activity. We'll carry the large diameter supply hose, the same as a regular engine company, but would create a situation where one truck, one engine rather, could roll out with an ambulance and handle most of our car crash incidents. We've had situations where we're dead manning trucks on scene. That means we're leaving a truck sitting beside the road with no one around it until someone can come from wherever they're at, pick the thing up. Sometimes it's public works, sometimes it's our guys coming from their work. And it's just the unfortunate situation at times. This is happening more often. It was very ironic, but right after we started putting together our plans and meeting with vendors and the vendors' engineers to start designing this truck to meet the needs of this community and the needs of this department, I spoke with Chief Libby in Wyndham, and he said, we're doing the same thing and we're combining 2 into 1, and for the same exact reason. So they have actually beat us to the punch. They've ordered the truck, and it should be in probably another 18, 20 some months, because that's what it's taking to get these vehicles now. I've also heard through the grapevine, and have to just confirm it, but Bertie told me the other day that Casco's doing the very same thing. We're all in the same boat, and we're looking at how can we respond more effectively, more efficiently, and handle the incidents that we have safely, provide safety to the public as well as to our own folks. That's where we are with that. So that was an expense there for this year, but in reality, I believe there's no vendor that's going to be able to provide that particular vehicle. If we ordered it July 1, they wouldn't be able to provide it in that next year. It would be just over the year mark. So it's going to push it out two budget cycles, basically, unless we get extremely lucky. Back onto the rescue truck, actually, I got to cover this too, but one of the things that we're designing it with is a higher tech rescue equipment for extrication tools. One of the big things that we find is our hydraulics are old now, and they do need to be replaced, but technology has proven to be our friend. Battery equipment now, one, is easier to use. You don't have to have a hydraulic pump, cart that and hose lines around with you to run that piece of equipment. And we're more effective with the battery tools because, believe it or not, a battery tool is more effective and efficient now, stronger, if you will, than the hydraulic tools that we're accustomed to. So the stuff that we have that has 30, 40,000 PSI cutting strength at the tip can shatter boron on steel is being outdone by battery equipment. And the longevity of the batteries is greatly improved. And the tools that we actually have our sights on can take a regular DeWalt battery, 24-volt battery, so it's not a super expensive battery. That's just one example of what we're looking at with this vehicle. When I use the term rescue pumper, I think it's important for you to understand too that the cabinetry on this vehicle is set up differently and it's engineered to handle this equipment. The tanks on a truck are usually a T-shaped water tank. This is an L-shaped tank. Ladders will sit on edge and go sideways through the tank area, be totally enclosed. It just makes a better and a safer vehicle in the end. We really do believe that engine one would be preserved for quite some time after that and still be a viable piece of equipment. Now, when I talk about this, the utility 7 truck, that's one of them being replaced. It has been out of service for over 60 days this year alone due to mechanical issues. These are ongoing and repetitive issues with fuel systems and electrical issues. For the past 2 years, it has not passed its mandated UL pump test. Barely, will sneak by, but it has not passed it officially. So it's basically has to be a D-rated pump, and it's because of mechanical issues with the truck, not the actual pump. So we're entering into that phase with that vehicle being that age that it just needs to be considered at this point for replacement. One point I just realized that I forgot when I'm talking about the payroll. That's our biggest increase. And the thing that's important to mention in there is that not only is the union's potential bargaining agreement amounts in there, but also the 90,000 for the 2 personnel and our administrative assistant was an additional expense for this year when we added her just last season. But she's 30 hours a week, and it's basically $30,000 of that increase as well. So I'm kind of wrapping it all up. Again, thank you. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions to fire? Teresa?
Bruce, you're putting in for 2 additional full-time people.
Correct.
Okay, and I think Dawn had said something that a grant, 2 is going to cover that too. You are coming down on different items. Aren't you going to have to pay for stuff for these 2 new people?
There is some items that we've come down on. We're also looking at the a little bit better, even though the cost of the turnout gear may be going up. We're looking at better buying power by standardizing our equipment across 6 towns and being able to buy more in bulk. So there's one of the things that we're looking at. We are a little bit nervous about the other expenses, as I said earlier. There's so much unknown out there right now. I can't tell you that same turnout coat we're spending $1,000 on tomorrow, maybe 12.
No, right. That's why I was
that.
surprised to see that you came down, especially with 2 people.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there are certain things we did. I think we went up in heating. I don't know what our fuel costs are going to be yet. We're trying to gather some intel from our surrounding towns ourselves and see what those departments are going to do. In talking with a friend today in Wyndham, he said that they're planning on a fairly significant fuel increase in the fire department, like 30-40 cents a gallon minimum. So they're going to approach that in their budget. It's I don't know. I just don't know where it's going to go.
Nope. All
This war is just compounded things now, and that's the thing that's making me so uneasy.
Okay.
I'm sincerely hoping we can fit everything within our line item. We try every year. We try.
Any other questions for fire? Okay, let's go on to emergency management.
I'll keep mine on then.
Okay.
There is no specific budget for emergency management. It is lumped in underneath the fire department. So that's basically where that all falls. Working with the COVID stuff, we got a $15,000+ reimbursement out of the federal government. We're currently working on a smaller one than that because a lot of things became very much free to us. So a lot of our protective equipment for a while became free through the Emergency Management Agency at the state, and we took advantage of that, got masks and gowns, etc., all with no cost. So, we don't have a great deal of money that we can collect, but obviously we're working on that actively, and we'll continue as long as the feds are paying. We'll put together a plan to get it back from them.
I don't see any questions, Chief.
All right, thank you.
I've been asked to add debt services to this agenda. What's that? For the fire department. Do you want to speak about it?
Oh, you might as well take it as a whole, Bob.
Okay.
All right, debt service. So based on what the fire CIP has in its reserve account presently, I suggested that, we not take any more than 230,000 out of that. It will be after it's funded the 75,000, it will be at 313,000 come the end of fiscal year 22. So I made the suggestion not to totally deplete it and then finance the 500,000 for the new rescue pumper over a 10-year period. As you know, interest rates are on the rise, but I do have, I did get a couple of estimates on what that would cost per year to finance the 500,000 for 10 years, keeping in mind the interest rates more than likely will go up. I did, the bonds that we have outstanding, they're going to mature in FY26. One has a declining principal balance, and the other one, I don't know what the financing term is, for to be consistent from 1 year to the next.
Level. I think she's frozen.
Yeah.
There she is.
No.
Rose up.
Sorry, in my back.
Yes.
So, and the other debt is there. So that's basically it. The new debt for the new rescue pumper is included there.
Rolf?
Yeah, Don, at what dollar level should we be looking at self-bonding instead of going to the bond bank or whatever, like we did before? I mean, if we're looking at it, you got $500,000 on the fire truck. If we've got other items, are we better off to look at consolidating a total bond and going out and bonding against ourselves, because we still have the AAA rating. So last time we beat the bond bank by about 1.5 points.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in general, using the bond bank is going to probably be a higher rate, an easier process. It's a more, I guess, complicated process by issuing our own bonds, but you do have that benefit in the rates that you get, particularly with our, AAA bond rating. So I think the larger issues should always be, local issues. And if you wanted to consider, we do use actual bank financing for real short-term stuff. But I think the fire truck is significant enough where it may be something we want to, issue ourselves, if that's the question. But would probably want to analyze it one against the other,
Yeah.
So and figure out what's the best thing to do is, but in the past, it has been to use our rating and to get the better, I guess, financing that way. There are costs, you got to add the costs in there. There are costs to that you don't have with the main bond bank. So I think we should do an analysis and see which is better, but it's probably going to be bonding ourselves.
Any other questions on debt service? I see none. Public comment? Do we have any public out there?
The only one that would qualify as public would be Bob Jones.
Okay.
And Bob Jones has been invited to, I guess, be a part of the committee subject to selectman appointment. I don't see his picture there, but he's there, I think. There he is.
Bob. Thanks. What's that? I don't. Let's go to Budget Finance Committee comments. Do we have any? Dennis?
Well, I'm just curious, when the chief talked about the rescue, does that get added in automatically because it was missed, or do we have, how does that process work? This 75,000 that's usually in the CIP for it that was eliminated or missed?
We would make an adjustment. I mean, that was an error between the request and the finance office. So we would put that back into the next iteration of the budget. Yeah.
Okay, just curious.
And of course, it's all subject to review and approval by the board, but there are going to be some adjustments up and down. This is a particularly peculiar year that way. I mean, as I said, we've got to figure out what we're going to do when the library comes in about that. And, I think we have some things that we can, talk about taking out of this budget for sure. But that's going to be, I guess, when we get to the deliberative process. I have some suggestions on that, but we're not there yet. But this one's an error omission, correction of an error omission.
Well, the reason I asked that question is if we're going to be looking at a combination engine rescue and also an ambulance, and going along with the previous question of bonding, would you put those two together?
You could do that.
I mean, if you're talking about that same length of time or whatever, it's just, would that be the right time to do that?
The question I would have for the chief would be, I mean, on an ambulance, you typically would have at least a 10, maybe a 15-year bond. What's the life of the ambulance? It's more like 10, right?
Correct.
So I think if you could do that in a 10-year bond, that might make sense, as Ralph just pointed out. I mean, to figure out which is the best way to go. Maybe you should put those two capital items together. Possibly.
Thank you.
But we can look at that as a way to, spread out the cost and reduce the budget.
Thank you.
Good suggestion, Dennis, I think.
Any other budget finance committee comments? Any select board comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Thank you. See you at the next finding meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Planning Board for Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. The board does have a quorum and we will start with roll call. Ed, would you start us off?
Ed Kranich, sure.
Kevin Woodbury.
Mike D'Angelo.
Mark Childs.
The board does have a quorum and we work from an established agenda. We have the approval of the minutes for the February 9th, 2022 meeting. We have some new business. And then the old business is a tabled application for Raymond Hills LLC, followed by some planning communications, some code enforcement communications. Somewhere in here, I guess we'll just touch on the ordinance, if there's any issues on the ordinance reviews that we are working on. So our first order of business is then the acceptance of the February 9th, 2022 minutes. Does anybody have any additions, deletions, corrections?
I have a question on page 2, the second last paragraph. There's a reference to someone named Phil. I don't know who that is. Alex, that was something you stated. Who's Phil?
And that's the town attorney.
Okay. You think we should just add his last name so people know who it is?
I can do that if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments on the minutes?
No.
Move to accept with the change, adding Phil's last name.
Second.
Second.
We have to do it's a voice vote because we're on Zoom. Ed?
Yes. Approve.
Approve. Greg?
Yes.
And Mark?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so the motion passes unanimously. And we're on to some new business. Jen does say no, but I have received communications from Kyle Bancroft that he has resigned from the board. Job plus family makes it really difficult for him to get to the meetings. So that is now a vacancy, and I think we do have somebody, Sandy, in the works that would like to join.
Yes, we do. I will get in touch with them and I'll the application.
Yeah, perfect. And then maybe get that to us for and invite that person to the next board meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Okay, old business. Our Raymond Hills LLC project. And we have no Jim. Or do we have a Jim? I'm showing no Jim.
Jim.
No Jim. Okay. For the project, we are pretty familiar with the project. I think then the best way to approach this, Dustin, you have Jim's latest memo?
Yes, I do. Yeah, the March 8th.
Yes, March 8th, for tonight's meeting. Okay.
Yep, I do.
Okay. So I think first thing we have to do is we need a motion to take it off the table. So could I get somebody to make that motion?
I move to take the application off the table.
For consideration. Second, any discussion? All those in favor, voice vote again, please. Ed,
Aye.
yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Greg, yes.
Aye.
I would yes.
Aye.
So it is off the table. Dustin, I'm thinking with we are lacking Jim. The best way to approach this is to go through Jim's memo. And address those issues that are in there, vice kind of how we normally do the intro for both. Does that sound okay with the board?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yes. Yes.
All right. So if we start off with Jim's memo, I think it's just page 2. Item alpha.
Yep. Yeah. So on. So since we were last in front of the board, but we had presented quite a bit of information, right before the last meeting. So I think this memo basically goes through and reviews that information. So, on page 2 on Jim's memo, on part A, I spoke with Jim today about this. He just wanted to make sure that, any conditions that were attached to the state permits for the septic system are included on the subdivision plan. So we do have a note on there related to that. So it was more just make sure that that information was on there. So I believe we have addressed that comment.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think he had anything under B and C.
Well, I think if B and C was, are the water, I think you've met that, right? Fire department's okay with the gallons per minute flow? Wayne, are you okay?
Yes, we're okay with the fire flow.
Okay. And I agree, we're all set with item C. So item Delta,
Okay. So moving on to item D on page 3 on soil and erosion. Jim just had a comment at the bottom there that he just wanted some on-site monitoring during construction. So if that's something that Jim's firm wants to do, or if that's something that we need to get a third party involved with, we're not opposed to whatever the town feels is appropriate as far as construction monitoring. So
for environmental type stuff, which just sounds like it is, we've used the Cumberland County Conservation Commission to come and monitor. Does that sound okay with you, Dustin?
Yep, yeah, we can do a contract directly with Cumberland County Soil and Water. That way we pay them to do their inspections and they send us the bill, or if they want to do it as an escrow. And yeah, we'll coordinate that with Chris Baldwin. That's fine.
Okay. Is that okay with the board? Any problems?
Sounds good.
Okay. Echo, unreasonable public congestion.
Yep, so on that section, there was one comment that Jim had put in here, just mentioning that there was another driveway just to the north of the entrance that he wanted shown on the plans. When I talked to him today, he thought that was just a leftover comment from a previous memo, because there's only one driveway to the north that is on Suzanne Boris property, and it is shown on the subdivision plan and the plan and profile drawing. So I think Jim was satisfied based on our conversation today that that's already been addressed. And then otherwise, it was just, we had provided some traffic data as far as what the anticipated trip generation would be for the project. And DOT's issued their driveway entrance permit, so we're not anticipating any congestion or traffic related issues.
Excuse me 1 minute. Bob, I just spoke to Jim. He's working on signing in now.
Oh, perfect.
What
about, I think, let's just keep on going. Okay. I think we're doing fine. Foxtrot, adequate soil, sewage waste disposal. It's private waste disposal, right? For trash.
Correct. So we do think it's appropriate that there be some sort of a condition of approval or a note that just states that, trash hauling will be private, and it'll be, individual curbside pickup for each of the units, because there's no dumpster anymore, but that it would be private, and there's no anticipation that it would be, town provided, dumpster removal services or anything. So.
And those the cost associated with that is going to get rolled into the condo document?
Correct. Yeah. They'll have to pay for that. They'll have to go out and contract for it, every year or whatever to do it. So that'll just be completely separate from the town. They'll pay for it 100%.
Okay. And the septic systems?
Yep. Yeah. Jim just had some concerns just to make sure that there was adequate separation between the buildings to be able to get in and around the leach fields, to be able to pump the septic tanks and things like that. So when he and I talked about it today, maybe he'll hop on here in a minute, but he seemed to be okay with how the buildings are spaced out. I mean, most of these buildings have about 30 feet of separation between them, so there's plenty of room to move in and around with like a small excavator or a skid steer if they had to go in and repair a septic system. And we have a dedicated access road that'll be like a reinforced turf road that's being built in between units 14 and 15 to get out and around up towards that engineered septic system, and then around the stormwater filter basins down to the outlets of those so that they can all be maintained.
Okay. Was that his concern about the drainage behind units 14 and 15?
Yeah, he was just making sure that, you know, there was going to be adequate access in and around those units, because there is some drainage that runs down behind those buildings, but where we have reinforced ground area, it'll be, you know, capable of, you know, it's not going to make a big mess if a small piece of equipment had to get back there to do some maintenance.
Okay. As far as the board goes, if you guys have questions, please jump in as we go along here. Item golf, unreasonable burden of the ability of the town of Raymond to dispose of solid waste sewage. I think that one is all right.
Yep.
Hotel.
Yeah, I mean, this condo type projects won't have a big demand on municipal governmental services. They usually don't have kids in the school systems, or, you know, all the roads are private. So we didn't see any big demand there. Certainly have been working with fire department to make sure they have adequate access into the facility. So it wouldn't be an unreasonable burden for emergency service to be able to service the property.
Okay. And DEP has already come back. Is that stormwater? So we're all set there?
Yep, yeah, DEP's approved, yep. And then section I has to do with the scenic and natural beauty of the area. And, you know, we did consult with all the state agencies for Maine Historic Preservation, Maine Natural Areas, and just to make sure there wasn't any registered areas around the proximity. We did actually go out as well once that additional land was acquired next door. We went back out and basically surveyed that entire lot as well, just to make sure the survey encompassed the whole project.
Okay. Jay.
So in the second paragraph of section J in the review section, it just references a note to be added on the plan related to the driveway curb cut access to Krista Tish's property. And so, you know, we're in complete agreement to construct a driveway in that in the location where we had provided a sketch to the town, kind of showing where that driveway would go. The reason we didn't show it on the final plans was that we just wanted, you know, this is something that we're basically kind of working with the neighbor on the location of that driveway entrance. And, you know, in the event that he decided she wanted to slide it one way or the other, we just didn't want to have it be something that's on like a subdivision plan. But to the extent that we want to include any sort of, you know, commitment, it's fine with us. I know the town's attorney has been working with Ms. Kish's attorney to come to some sort of agreed upon language that would allow this curb cut to be installed and provide access to that rear lot, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that that lot would be eligible for a building permit. It would have to go through a zoning review if and when they apply for a building permit. But we think it would be appropriate to have that condition on the plan that just states that lot can access Honey Hill Lane, but that you know, any building permits would have to be reviewed in the future.
Justin, what about the road maintenance costs? Is the two properties that are going to have access to those roads part of that process of the cost, the plowing and costs in particular, and the road maintenance itself?
I mean, right now, the way that the condo association documents are prepared is that the condo is going to be responsible for, you know, all the costs with maintaining that road. You know, that's something that, you know, until such a time there's a dwelling on there, I don't know that we need to, you know, go into that as far as this project goes. As far as the town's concerned, the condo will be completely responsible for maintaining the road. So That's how it's worded. So Jim did have one other comment, just to make sure that we had a boundary survey completed for that additional land that is to be added into the project. We did have that entire 60-acre lot next door surveyed, and we provided a copy of that survey to Jim today with the surveyor's stamp on it, just so the town can have it for their files. The surveyor it was the same surveyor that performed the survey on our lot and the 60-acre lot next door, and that surveyor will be the one stamping the subdivision plan. So that'll certify all the boundary information as being accurate and correct on the final plan that goes to the board for signatures.
Okay. I think you've already taken care of the financial capacity, I believe, right? For item K?
Yep.
Okay. Right.
I think item L doesn't apply, I believe. I don't think there's any development other than that first little section of roadway that comes in. The rest of the development is more than is outside the shoreline zone. So there are some road standards.
But that, I guess, part of the road is, right? There isn't a problem.
Yeah. So that first couple hundred feet of road coming in is inside the shoreline zone, and so it just needs to meet the slope requirements, which it does.
Okay. All right. What do we have to M?
Yep. Section M has to deal with affecting the quality or quantity of groundwater and aquifers. We've got all of our we've completed HHE 200 septic designs on everything. We have all of our state approvals on the leach fields, and we've also done a nitrate analysis, which includes all of the leach fields that are proposed on the site, showing that we contain the safe drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter of nitrates on the property without crossing over the boundaries.
Right.
All that information has been submitted.
And November is not applicable. Oscar P.
There are no wetlands on the property. We did have a reviewed, and we provided a letter to the town from a wetland scientist indicating they've looked at it and that there aren't any wetlands.
Well, let's skip down to Q, Quebec.
Yeah, so on Q, the concerns that Jim and I talked about today is it's really around the construction monitoring side of things and erosion controls. He just wants to make sure that if groundwater is encountered during construction, that there's adequate measures put in place to deal with that groundwater, both from a initial dewatering standpoint and also from a like a long-term removal of groundwater in the area of some of the sub-bases of the gravels. So the way Jim and I discussed today as kind of what we thought would be the best way to do it was, just to have, in this case, Cumberland County Soil and Water would be doing the inspections during construction. And, if groundwater is encountered, then we would, notify them and propose a solution as to how we would deal with it in that kind of localized areas. Because what we found is it's very difficult to determine if you are going to have groundwater issues, and if you are, where those locations are going to be. It's just one of those situations that as you get into construction, you may open up a vein that channelizes some groundwater and you have to deal with it. So while there is a hill here, it was more, he just wanted to put everybody on notice that that's something that needs to be looked at. And it's something that we deal with on a regular basis, because you really can't get adequate compaction in the roadways and prep it for paving unless you've got all the water out of the road. So we're very interested in handling water during construction and for the long term.
Okay. I think that wraps up Jim's comments on the third section. For the board, does anybody have any questions? The first part, the review. Everybody happy? Nice. Greg, you're happy? All right, Dustin.
You talking to me?
Yeah, no, yes. Yeah, I want to make sure you're still awake, Greg.
Oh, you caught me sleeping, huh? I know two items that weren't, I didn't see them listed here in the memo, but it was something that was kind of a carryover from the last meeting and something we addressed in the application. But there were two waiver requests that I believe the board needs to act on for the dead end road standard and the number of units.
Right.
So it'd be an action item that I don't know if we want to go through the full memo or if we want to stop and talk about that while we're in the subdivision section.
It really doesn't, makes no difference. We could do it right now. We could do the, I think the first one is a pretty, the extension of the road. We've done that waiver a number of times. I don't think that's an issue. Alex, do we have any, we don't have anything from the attorney, do we, on the 25, 26? We can indeed waive that?
On the number of units, is that what you asked?
Yep.
We may. Hold on one second. Let me see. I know we got something from him last month. I just want to pull it back up.
Okay.
If you want to move on, I can let you know when I found something.
Okay, yeah, I will do that. Mr. Kennedy, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Hi. If you've been talking, I assume you've been talking with our town attorney. Have you discussed how that lot is going to be incorporated into the subdivision?
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been able to actually discuss it with Phil. I put a couple emails out to him and I haven't heard back. I think he was on vacation for part of it. And I'm guessing when he came back from vacation, he had a mountain of work. So I put together language, and I know Dustin said he's fine with it, and I think Jim said he's fine with it. My preference would be to get Phil's, the town attorney's sign off on it as well. But I mean, from my perspective, I have no problem with the waiver, but I'm looking at it from a different perspective than Phil might be. I suspect you're able to still do it for what it's worth, but that's
right.
Yep. Bob, I do have an answer for that question. I did chat with Phil about this, and he's okayed. I believe it's the language that Bill, you had proposed last, which was this curb cut is included with the understanding and intent that an additional dwelling unit can be accessed on this lot by Honey Hill Lane via this curb cut, provided that the additional dwelling unit satisfies all applicable zoning requirements, which was what Dustin had said earlier, I believe. So Phil said that that language is fine from his perspective.
And that's what I had proposed, so it's fine with me as well.
Okay, so is our waiver then for 26 units? Or 25 units?
25.
Hey.
And Bob, just to go back to that, Phil had said it was fine to exceed the 25 as long as they put in writing the waiver request, what they were looking for, and you guys approved it, obviously.
Right. So Jim, go with 25 now and not including the Kirsch lot?
Yeah, because we don't know, the Kirsch lot has to kind of stand on its own because it'll have its own zoning requirement. So that one should just be exempt anyway. So just go with 25 and we'll exempt because we have the note for the Kirsch lot that we've agreed to.
Okay. Is that all right with you, Mr. Kennedy? Is that we do that?
I mean, as long as we get to the same place, I would feel a little better if we did it the other way, where it was just counting ours as the 26th. I think that kind of connects the dots a little more rather than saying that there's an exemption where we otherwise fit in. I mean, the big picture is if Krista ends up developing that lot, she just doesn't want to have to go back to you all for approval to, you know, get access via the curb cut that's shown on the plan. So,
Rob, maybe we word it just that it's 25 along with the possibility of one lot for Kirsch, something to that effect. I just don't want 26 to be the number that development gets. It has to be 25 plus one.
Yeah, because if we go to 26, it actually pulls that lot into the.
Right.
Right, we don't need to do that.
Right, just go 25 plus the one.
Okay, 25.
25 for the development, one for the addition, one potentially for the Kirsch lot.
But with that language, we really don't need the plus one, right?
Yeah, I just worry that when we write it up, we just have to be careful, that's all, because we're saying that the Kirsch lot is part of the development, and I don't want that.
Okay.
The Kirsch lot stands alone from the development. It doesn't follow it's not part of the subdivision. That's why I just want to make sure it's not part of the subdivision. It's a standalone split at some point down the road. We say 26, we're including it as part of the subdivision.
Right. Okay.
Maybe we just say specifically that 25 lots in the subdivision and then the additional Kirsch lot. I mean, we actually explain it verbally.
Yep. That makes me feel a little better. Same accomplishment, just wordsmithing.
That rear lot is actually a separate tax lot. I mean, it's map 51 lot 22B. So you could even reference it as its own separate tax lot if you wanted to do it that way.
As long as that lot meets all configurations as a lot in the zone. Yep. Has all the lot frontages, all the setbacks, everything like that. I don't know that right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so for the board, the road extension is not a waiver, is not a big deal. We've done that before, and I don't see us having any problems doing that again. My concern is on the waiver, is not so much doing the waiver, it's the language of the waiver. And personally, I think that might be better that we have that language in front of us that we're voting on, by voting on the discussion of what it's going to look like. That's just my feeling, and I go either way with what the board's thinking. I don't think that we will get to a final approval of this meeting, so it would not hold anything up. But just my thoughts. And I'm happy to go the other way if you guys think we could do it sufficiently without seeing it in writing in front of us.
I agree 100%. I think we ought to have that language in front of us.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I want to see the language before we finally approve it. Is it worthwhile to approve the concept today, since this is just a preliminary approval tonight? Approve the concept of these
waivers?
Yeah, of the waivers pending the final, write-up in the
language. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, and I'll let Dustin, I took you, I think all of us are going to vote for the waiver. It's just a matter of the language that is how it's presented. So, we could do a vote that we intend to, but I think it might be, just take our word for it. I think everybody's in favor of it. I don't think anyone is opposed to it that I've heard. Dustin,
if that's, I guess my question is to the board, and I know, I'm sorry I missed the first few minutes here of this discussion, but if there are other items you have that you aren't comfortable voting it for final approval, if this is the only big item you have for approval, I think we can wordsmith it tonight. But if you have other items, then I won't push for it.
Okay, so let's take the road extension and get that out of the way. So we need a motion to accept, to waiver the 1,000 foot dead end road requirements. What are we extending it to, Dustin? 15, 16?
Yeah, it's about 1,600 feet, I think.
15. So do I have a motion to accept that waiver?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, thanks. And I don't have that waiver written in front of me, but I think I've already read it once. We do have a hard copy, Jim or Alex, of that waiver request?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
Okay.
It was in the packet from Dustin. Hold on, I have to get it out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read it too. I just want to make sure we have it in hard copy.
Yep, we have it in hard copy.
Yeah, it's in the cover letter from the February 16th response.
Okay.
So the very end of the cover letter, page 3 of his cover letter. It was for Article 10, Section 385 and Article 10, Section 386.
Okay, so we have a motion for the waiver. It's been second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Who did I not get? Mike, Kevin, did I hear you?
Yes, aye.
Okay, now I vote yes, so the motion passes, that waiver is approved. So Jim, just as a recap, for those that are time challenged, we've gone through the first part of your memo, blow by blow.
Yep.
Are there any specific items in that A through T that were not in your memo that you are concerned about or think need to be highlighted to make sure we address?
I think the only thing that is probably going to be the most critical thing is that we have third-party field inspection during the construction.
Yeah, we set that up.
There's going to be some field assessments we're going to have to make, possibly with groundwater, and it's a DEP condition as well.
Okay.
That, and the only other one that I have, but I don't know if Dustin went over, was he's got these walls behind a couple of these condominium units, these steep stone walls. And I don't know if we've got a detail on that or not, or Dustin, I don't know if you went over that or not, but those are some pretty high walls. I know you and I talked today about maybe stepping those down, but we just need to see that prior to construction.
Yeah, that was in the site plan section that we hadn't quite jumped into yet, but
Okay,
yeah.
understood.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think, so talking about the second waiver, I think we have kind of two that are very related things going on, but they're a little bit separate. We have the waiver request, which for the 25 or 26 units, what the waiver request is actually for the second street connection. So the way I was looking at it was that, you know, we presented the project as a 25 unit condo with, there's basically 2 lots who also have rights to this right away. And that the finding would basically just be that a second road connection is not required, and it doesn't necessarily say, you know, 26 units or 25. We can attach whatever we want to it, but I think that the other item had to do with the condition of approval, which had to do with the curb cut construction and when that would be built and whether it would provide access to that land. So we kind of have like the two things going on, one being wording of a condition of approval, and then the other one being the actual waiver request.
So you could word that waiver request as to waive the requirement for second road connection based on the application before you.
And that's how we worded it when we wrote it.
Yeah, which would be the 25 lots plus the one first. That's in the application. It's for the road. He is correct. This is for the road, the second road.
I guess it was a document that's pretty good in the findings as to what exactly were approved. 25 units plus the one specific lot there.
Yeah, I think you can word it just like we talked about. This is the allowance of 25 lots for development plus one for the abutter to access off the common road and waive the requirement of the connection, the second connection.
Okay, so why don't we go with your plan, Jim, there? Why don't we push ahead and we'll work on some verbiage for the waiver for the motion, and then if we get to that, we'll come back and we'll do that motion. Good? Sound good? All right. Well, actually, you're doing two things now, Jim. Can you also go through the site plan review standard for this?
This is second here, memo. Okay, the site plan review memo. Went through all the subdivisions. Okay, preservation of landscaping. I don't know if you went through this with the subdivision. I just had a concern that we're kind of thin on one property line. I'm hoping we could get some fencing or some kind of screening on that one common line. Obviously, I had nothing with relation to buildings in the environment. Vehicular access, that would really be the fire department's concern as far as making sure they have adequate turnaround space, which I believe you have a memo that says that.
Yep, Wayne's okay with that.
Yep, you've added more spaces for parking. That meets what we would requested. You have a DEP permit for the surface water drainage. You have a letter from the Poland Water District with regards to utility. Are you guys satisfied with the portable generator for the pump station?
Yeah, that was a point of discussion as to how that actually is going to work.
Yeah, because I think with the documentation that Dustin had, you know, obviously when the power goes out, your water consumption or a lot of utensils in your home drops. And I don't know if they actually provided, but I think I estimated you'd have something like probably a 12-hour window if everybody was using all their water and flushing all their toilets and everything still, which they could because you're on public water. You'd probably have somewhere between half a day and a day's worth of capacity in that pump station before you start running into problems. If everybody was, flushing. Then they'd have to pull in a up generator. And I guess the question the board may want to have is, who's in charge of that? I think we had this discussion last time. Who's in charge of this generator? Is it on site? Is it to be brought from off site? And I don't know what the comfort level was at, but.
Oh, so is it going to be the type of generator that kicks on automatically and has a fuel source?
We don't know that, and that's honestly my only concern so far in this entire project is that alone. A standby generator that auto start. I think that's got to be part of it. You're going to get to a point where there's going to be he said, she said, your generator, my generator. We're going to bring this one up here in 12 hours in storm. That's the only concern I have. Waivers and sure, I get it, but that's just. I'm not feeling good about that.
And
I don't know whose responsibility that is, but
I agree with Mark, Dustin. I think we got to have something in there that is beyond somebody's going to roll out their generator and plug it in.
So what we had proposed, and I think we had put this in writing in the last application, and if it wasn't clear, I apologize. But so we're proposing to build a shed structure right next door to the pump station, and we're going to keep a generator in the shed. So rather than putting one that has, a big fuel source tank and all that, it's just a standby generator. It will be a mobile generator, but that's really the only purpose of that shed is to be able to mount all the electrical controls for the pump station rather than having it on a pedestal. We're going to put all that right on the on that utility shed. Also, there's a bunch of alarms and things like that for the advanced treatment units for the septic systems. All have like one central meter location, so that's all going to be in that shed as well. So it's kind of just a wastewater utility shed is the only purpose, and we will have a permanent generator that sits in that shed that can just go right on the hookup. So all you have to do is put it outside and turn it on.
I just agree with that too. I agree with Mark. It's going to be auto start. It should be tested at least once a month. I test mine every week and run it for 15 minutes, and I get a report. It's online. That's the only way you're going to guarantee that you have a working generator when you need it.
I agree.
Yeah, well, 100%.
So I think, Dustin, it's an automatic start
Automatic
generator.
standby generator?
Yep.
Okay, well, if that's what everybody wants, then it's, that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I don't think that's highly unusual, and I think a lot of these pump stations, now have controls that they can do that.
Yep.
Okay, oh, that's fine. That's what we'll do.
Thank you, Dustin.
Want to carry that as a condition?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's.
Okay, continuing on. Special features. This is where I get into some of the walls, and I don't know if this came up, but I know there's, Dustin and I kind of talked about this a little bit too, where they are providing access into the Kirsch lot or a curb cut into the Kirsch lot. Where that curb cut is where currently they have a retaining wall going up that side of the road. And so if they're going to put that curb cut in there, that wall is going to have to be terminated and opened up so that they can make this all fit. And then there's there's some more retaining walls between units 9 and the back of 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 that are shown on the plan that have a pretty substantial reveal of, probably 15 feet and 12 feet. So those aren't little walls. Those are good sized walls. And Dustin had talked about stepping those walls, but the plan doesn't necessarily show that, but doesn't mean it can't be done. So I know, Dustin, you want to just explain the conversation we had today with Kirsch and what they're talking about with that?
Yep. So, so for the curb cut Kirsch driveway, when that gets built, we would actually create side slopes in lieu of that retaining wall. So that's something we talked about with her in the field, and that is something that is reflected on the sketch that we provided, which shows the full grading of that driveway. So when that driveway is built, the side slopes will actually, replace that retaining wall, which we're showing along that property line. Yeah.
I have one question. If we do side slopes, then are you going to acquire a grading easement from Kirsch because that grading will come onto her property? And are you talking the whole wall or just the area where the curb cut is?
Yeah, so that is something that we did talk with, I talked with Bill Kennedy about it today, and that's something that in order for us to build that sidewalk, there needs to be some kind of mutual agreements, whether it's in the form of a license or temporary construction easement or whatever, that allows that driveway to be built with the side slopes, and that we would kind of just work that out with them separately in order to build that driveway and do those side slopes on her property. Because, she has, she wants to be involved as far as, how the looking at some, stone placement and use along that side. And so it's something that we're going to just work with her on. It's not something that's, necessary for the project, but it's something we've committed to and agreed to. And it would just basically replace that wall. So that was the reason why we didn't show it on the final plans, is because we felt that it would have needed some sort of easement to demonstrate that we could build the project, including land that would be on the abutter's property. So that's why we've kind of kept the two separate, from an approved plan set versus this driveway entrance location that we've agreed to do at her direction.
How's the board feel?
Well, but Jim, if I understand the issue correctly, and from what Dustin's saying, is that we're not going to show where the curb cut is on the plans, but there is going to be a curb cut, and that curb cut is will be agreed upon with by Dustin, the contractor, and Mr. Kennedy representing Ms. Kirsch. Is that pretty much what the discussion is?
Yeah, I mean, the way that we've drawn up the plan for the curb cut is, the way we looked at it was that this is how that driveway would be built if Miss Kish was to build it herself. And let's say the road was already in place and then she wanted to build this curb or this driveway curb cut after the fact, then in order to accommodate all the grades, all of this sloping and everything would be done on her property. So that plan was prepared as if we were working directly for her, as opposed to, building out the subdivision project. So again, that's why, because I mean, we don't know if at some point, between now and when we build, if for some reason she changes her mind and just decides she doesn't want the driveway anymore, we just don't want that to impact the project. I mean, we're happy to do it and we're committed to do it. But if she changes her mind and says she doesn't want the driveway for whatever reason, we don't want to then have to go back and re-engineer the plan, put the wall back in and do all of that. We want to just keep it as a standalone project that can stand on by itself, with a commitment that we would do this other kind of alternative design to provide her driveway entrance at her direction.
Well, my concern is in that section, we've got a pretty good vertical drop, and we do have a little bit of safety concern there because they do have guardrail currently designed because of the slope drop off from the edge of the road. So if it's about timing, and if we show it on the plan and they move forward with the guardrail, at what point and who's responsible? If Kish comes back and wants to do this, is she going to be responsible for taking up this guardrail and moving this block wall? And how do we know when and if this ever happens? To me, it's, in that section of road, if you look at the plans, there's guardrail and retaining wall. It won't be a cheap driveway at that point.
So, Mr. Kennedy, are we not building this road cut at the time we're building the road?
Well, I think Chris is actually on the call, but it's been my understanding throughout, and maybe I didn't express this clearly, but in my mind, that curb cut was always getting shown on the plan, and we were committed to it. And I know, frankly, I think that is my preference as well. So,
okay.
Yeah, I think it should be on there. And we looked at the latest plan that Dustin put together showing the curb cut. We were on board with that.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then you will have to grant a grading easement to the developer to do that side slope.
Correct. And Dustin and I talked about that today, and I didn't have a chance to get back to him, but my client's on board with that. We're happy to, we'll figure it out, but some kind of license or easement for that work.
Okay.
I do think that, Bob, we're getting to a point though, I'm not sure I'm comfortable granting all these conditions on that one, because that one, I would like to see how that would work with the road. Because I still think there's sections that we're going to want guardrail through there. And the sketch that he has doesn't show guardrail, but the plan set that you have before you, the actual plan set does. So I just think we need to make sure that if the sketch that he submitted, this one in the letter, is what they want, we should see that on the plan set.
Is the board, I think Jim makes sense, is the board okay with that?
Yeah, I can see where Dustin's concern is that her lot is not part of the subdivision. So in a way, it's sort of strange to have something on the plan that really is impacting a lot not part of the subdivision. However, another part of me says that we need, as a planning board, to somehow maybe not guarantee, but give her some sort of way to enforce it. So the only way I can think of is to have it on the plan.
Right.
Yeah, I think where she has legal rights to have that access, that they being the developer should have to show that legitimate access, just to say that there's a right. And physically it couldn't work without actually building it. So to me, they should show it as if, like they do with the other piece that went off the other side. They should show at least the curb cut and how it works to get into that property.
Yep, for sure.
I can understand where the board's coming from and everything. It just, a lot of this ends up being, it's a little bit, certainly frustrating on our side because, a lot of these things we're doing, we're trying to do as a convenience and as, trying to be good neighbors with this particular property owner. They've had some concerns. We're trying to do everything that we can. And it does get a little bit difficult when it turns into, because normally these sort of things would just be done privately. We wouldn't bring it to the board and talk about, somebody else, just coming in with their driveway. In this case, because, there's been so much concern, we've been very transparent and open about these private negotiations that we're doing with the landowners next door. But it is, it is a little difficult, just the fact that we're talking so much about it.
Yeah, and I hear you, Dustin, but at the same token, they have a right to access this. And, if you didn't do anything, they'd go up that road and they'd be able to turn in and do their access. But by the developer building the road higher than the existing grade, they kind of create this unusual condition, making it difficult for her, if you were to build the road after the fact, come back and kind of modify it. So in some regards, developer is creating the condition that's making it difficult for them to have their allowed access.
I think that's an important point that I think sells to me that we need to have it on the plan.
Okay. Is there any other comment on this one? No. All right. We're going with a revision to the plan to show the road cut placement and the grading that's required for the road. Jim?
Yeah, you just want to see the access and the grading to serve the Kish lot.
Which means we're going to require some sort of agreement between.
That's up to the final design. If they need to push into the lot, we'll need to see a grading plan. If they can't do it without going into the lot, then so be it. But the way it's shown right now, they'll need a grading easement from Kish.
But then they would also need permission to do that grading, right?
Yeah, a grading easement would be an agreement, an actual.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
And that's not going to be a problem from our end.
Okay. All right. Any other, Jim?
Yeah, and Dustin, are you going to do a step wall for those back units or?
Yep, I think what makes the most sense for those is that we basically just provide a sketch on those back units showing how that wall will be stepped, and that if we could say if there's a wall that's taller than 8 feet, that it provides some sort of like engineered design. But I think the idea is that we would just step that wall up as we get closer to the building, and it would be a tiered wall. We're not going to build a straight 10-12 foot vertical wall.
Alex, is there a code requirement for a rail or restriction based on a wall height?
Well, we typically, when possible, I know Wayne and I have talked about this before, if there's a situation where there could be a significant drop and it's next to a walkway or within 36 inches of a spot where someone could be, we treat it just like building code. I mean, we like to have fall protection in areas where it's more than a 30-inch drop.
So we need some kind of, so what you're saying, we need some kind of fence or rail if we're going to have more than 30. Did you say 30 or 36?
If it's more than a 30-inch grade difference, then we usually require some type of fall protection.
Also under that You just want to move on now, Bob? or-
Yep, yep.
Okay. Moving on, I know we don't have sidewalks in here, but I did know if it might make sense to, because we have the open space, at least show some trail connectivity to that open space. And I know there's all kinds of existing trails in there, but it might be just beneficial just to outline the access point to go to that open space, that wedge that's dedicated for the open space in the back. H, exterior lighting. I don't believe they've provided any, they're not going to have any overhead lighting. Emergency access, we've gone over that. Landscaping, we've touched on that. And then, go ahead.
Jim, I would have a comment on the emergency access.
Okay.
Been working with Dustin on establishing the fire lanes and no parking areas. In the copy of the plans that Dustin submitted on the 2nd, he had those items listed out in the notes, which would take care of that. And then the final thing was making sure that the condo declaration also has provisions in there for the fire lanes and the firewalls in the buildings and tow policies in the condo docs.
So we don't typically get into the content of the document, condo docs. We just make sure they're in place.
But I think you've already agreed to that, haven't you, Dustin? You've already agreed to doing it.
I mean, yeah, what Wayne's asked for, he's given us very good, precise language as to what he's looking for in those documents. So we have no issue with.
We're good.
Good. And then we had talked about that we'll need a survey of the survey stamp on the new piece that's been acquired for the open space, that long triangle. We haven't seen a stamp survey of that yet, so that'll need to be, I assume that'll be part of the subdivision plan. When we get it back, it'll be stamped by a surveyor. You added the parking spaces. Oh, and one of the last items I had was the, I think because of the unique nature of this lot and the confinement, we would like to see a construction management plan so that when we have our pre-construction meeting, they'll provide us a construction management plan. There's a lot of things going on here and there's not a lot of space to store materials and equipment. So we just like to see an organization of how that would all come together, because I mean, obviously you got a long narrow neck going into this that we're going to be constructing, and then you've got all these condos and roads and, you know, stormwater ponds and septic systems, and it's a pretty congested site. So we just want to see how it's all going to come together, make sure it's protected from erosion because it is on the slope. And there was a little bit, I want to see a little bit more erosion control behind those units 8, 9, and 10, 11 too. So it can all be kind of addressed in the pre-construction plan, but we would like to have a condition that we do see a construction management plan.
Okay.
And I think that is pretty much it, because we've gone over the wall at the Kish lot.
This is not a public hearing, but I see that Jennifer, you've joined us. Do you have a question for us, or just kind of like to watch?
No, just listening in. I work for Remax by the Bay, so just keeping an ear out.
Okay.
That's all.
All righty. So how to proceed? I mean, it sounds like we are certainly at a preliminary approval plan. And then with the only thing hanging that would be the verbiage for how we're going to handle the 2 road cuts. And then what we've talked about, the driveway cut for the Kirsch property and kind of odds and ends.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, step walls.
Step walls.
Yep. We got walls, and then we want the auto start for the pump station generator.
Right.
Yep.
So for the board, It's sounding like a preliminary approval vote for this evening and then final approval when we get the rest of the stuff in. Or we could go with final approval and with the whole list of conditions, which would put all those things into conditions that we're waiting for. Dustin, I know you probably want to get going, right?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, I mean, I was taking notes as we went down through here. It sounds like the conditions are to, I mean, we've provided that grading plan for the driveway. We just need to basically transpose that onto our actual plan set so we don't have two plans. And we'll work with Jim on the extent of, guardrail or anything like that that's needed. We'll make sure he's happy with the final layout of that plan with the grading. And then as far as those stone walls behind those two units, we'll just step those up the hill. We don't need to have a big, backyard area like we're showing. I'll just step those up the hill so we don't have tall walls there. That's not a problem. And then we've already agreed to the standby generator. So I think those were the ones that I had on my notes here. And it seems like that would be pretty straightforward for me to add to the plans. And it's stuff that you've already seen as far as that driveway and everything goes. And I think we're all in agreement with the neighbor as to what, the way we've drawn it up is we're going to just transpose it onto the other plan. So
we'll need a grading easement.
Yep. Yeah, that would be a condition, as it would provide that executed drainage easement prior, or executed grading easement or license prior to starting construction.
All right, so how does the board feel? I mean, we don't normally go with final approval with this many conditions sitting out there, but we've been working this project for almost a year, I think. So we're pretty familiar with it. What do you guys want to do?
I'm comfortable with it. It seems pretty well in order.
Jim, are you comfortable with it, with the list of conditions?
As long as we can, I guess I would like to, if there's one thing, if we do these list of conditions, I would like to see the execution of the grading easement and all this prior to you signing the final subdivision plan.
Okay.
Not before construction. I'd like to see it before we sign it, just because that's kind of an important item.
Yeah, that's fine. We can get that done between now and when everybody gets in the same room again, whenever that's going to be.
Kevin, what's your feelings on this?
I agree with Jim. Get everything done before we sign, and I guess we could go ahead. It's just a lot of things to say, all these dependencies without having them all in writing and finalized. But I'd be willing to go along with it tonight.
Can I just have a quick point of clarification with Dustin, just to make sure we're on the same page?
Yeah, sure. Right ahead.
And we talked about this, I believe, at the site visit we had. I just want to make sure it's kind of on your radar, because it's probably more important to my client than yours. But just to clarify that for that curb cut, obviously the guardrail is going to be removed so we can get down through the curb cut. And I believe there was going to be boulders kind of placed around that area, so it'd be more of a kind of natural look, and that the part of the curb cut that goes into my client's property that you all were going to reseed it afterwards. So as long as that's the understanding, then I think I'll double down on the construction easement being okay. And I just want that to be reflected and just sort it out now so we don't, goof things up.
You hold the cards because they need to get the easement from you. So you do hold the cards for them to execute this. So you two can work out what construction details you want, but you hold the cards as far as executing that. You have to sign it too.
I'm just trying to figure, I don't want I'm just trying to be upfront about it, but yeah.
And I don't personally care whether it's boulders or a guardrail, but you know,
Okay.
we gotta have some kind of, we've got a pretty big vertical drop there on the edge of that road, so we need some kind of restriction to not let vehicles in the winter slip down over the embankment there.
Yep. And that is what we talked about at our site meeting, was that by being able to grade onto Miss Fish's property with some fill slopes, we're going to be able to revegetate that, put in some, you know, boulder, small rocks as, you know, edge protection versus a, you know, guardrail that's very, you know, industrial looking. And that those, the actual physical surface of the driveway, we're going to build it with gravel so that it's stable and you can drive on it, but we are going to loam and seed over the top of it afterwards. So it's not going to be just a big gravel, you know, road going into her property. It'll all be seeded, but it'll be, you know, stabilized, built out as a gravel driveway, and then seeded over the top of it. So when she looks out back, it'll be grass with some boulders around it protecting it. And that to the extent that she wants to, you know, put up a gate or any sort of anything blocking somebody from driving down it, you know, we can leave that up to her however she wants to do it. I don't think it's necessary that it needs to be kept open and, you know, anybody can go down there. So, yeah, we're agreeable to all that.
Thank you.
Dustin, my preference would be to have all of it laid out in front of us when we vote on it, and not to put a long list of conditions on the approval. But my question to you is, you know, and honestly, what is the big impact if we get all this put together and final approval comes at the next meeting? Does that throw a monkey wrench?
Well, you're not gonna, personally, Bob, you got a good point, because you wouldn't sign it till next meeting.
Plans.
Yeah, really, I mean, what ends up happening is, as far as, you know, I mean, construction financing, you know, notifying contractors are holding windows and schedules and things. And if we were to get an approval tonight, what that would tell us is that we have a laundry list of things to do, that the town's not going to tell us that we can commence construction until everything is signed and done. But by getting a vote for an approval, what it tells us is that we have a final punch list that we work on before we can start. And then we can go to the bank, let them know that the board voted to approve. They can start underwriting, getting all that stuff finalized. And we can tell contractors that we're ready to start in 30 days versus, I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen. I mean, we could not have a quorum in a month. We could, you know, there's just things that could happen. And now we've told the contractor that it's a big job, and for someone to postpone it another month because of a technicality or something, and we understand that things happen, and we're not, you know, it's just those things do happen, and then it's a huge ripple effect through the project if we don't have something that says, okay, in 30 days we're going to have a signed plan, and we're going to kind of be working towards something.
But if we give you preliminary approval this evening, you will have the same thing as if we gave you approval tonight with a whole list of conditions. I don't think the timeline is going to change for you. I mean, maybe by a couple of days at max. Am I reading it? If I'm wrong, please tell me, but I don't think that's.
You're thinking, Bob, is we grant preliminary, we clean up these things, they come to the next meeting and we sign at the next meeting.
Yeah, then we're done.
But if we grant approval tonight with a bunch of conditions, we're still not going to sign it till the next meeting.
Yeah, we understand that. I mean, we're not going to be putting up units for me, but we can't offer units for sale or anything like that until we have a signed plan. But it's, you know, it's like anything goes. I mean, nothing's approved until it's approved. So we're just one step closer, which is awesome. I appreciate everyone's time on this, but until we get a final vote, we're still just waiting.
Right. But as far as the board goes, and as far as my understanding goes, I don't think we are holding the project up because nothing is going to happen until the next meeting either way.
Right. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, either way, it's the same. We give a final approval, you know, contingent upon clarification. So it's a verbal final approval, but it's not a final approval. It's the same thing. We have to wait to, to see all we have to wait till the next meeting regardless. So it's we all agree we're gonna move forward with it, but it's the same thing. It's a verbal agreement.
So is there any objection to moving from the board, moving forward in that direction? Give preliminary approval, give a long, we've got the list of things that need to be completed, punch list out, and then we'll be prepared for final approval next month. And in that time, we also would have the curb cut, the waiver for the second curb cut worked out as well.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree too.
I agree with that.
Okay. So then can I get a motion for preliminary approval?
I move that we grant preliminary approval for this project.
Second.
All right, so the motion is for preliminary approval for the Raymond Hills Village applicant Raymond Hills LLC. There's been a second. Is there any other discussion? And all those in favor, Ed, start with you.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I vote yes. We are unanimous. Preliminary approval is approved. And there shouldn't be any problems, Dustin, at the next meeting.
Okay, it sounds like we're pretty much there. So yeah. Well,
Yeah, it sounds as if we just knocked that punch list out, that the board is basically verbally agreed that once we knock that punch list out, they'll be ready to go with final.
Yep.
It's not formal yet.
Yep. I'm assuming next month is Zoom again, or are you back to in person?
I think we have not discussed that, but Kevin and I were just discussing that off meeting, so I'm guessing we're going to be Zoom again, but that's one of the things we will talk about here shortly. If you hang on, you'll find it.
So with the Zoom meetings, that just means that the planning board members, you just come into the office and sign the plan, one at a time, or okay?
Yes. Yep.
All right. Very good.
Now, what about the Mylar? Will that be available as well?
Well, that's going to be what we'll work on with, we'll work with Jim and Alex and Sandy and just make sure that everything's buttoned up on the plan so that you'll have a hard copy in the office when we have this next meeting, so that when you vote on it, you can come in and sign the plan when you're ready. So we'll just get everything all buttoned up so that we just go right through it.
And Jim, you can have the finding of facts ready to go for the next meeting?
Yeah, if we get this buttoned up in a short order, I'm on vacation for 10 days, but when I get back, if Dustin's got that all ready to go, I can have that drafted, ready to go.
I thought that palm tree behind you was a...
I'm not there yet. I'm going south, but I'm not there yet.
Yep. So I'll have it all wrapped up when he gets back, and I'll work with Bill Kennedy on that. Will be the only thing that we just got to make sure we've got finalized is that easement document with them, just so that's not an item that we have to revisit.
Yeah, and Justin, obviously you can show the easement area on the plan and then reference that in your easement language if that helps. I'll let you guys work it out, but you can do it that way too.
Yep.
Okay, item 5, planner communications. Jamie, you have anything for us?
I don't, but Mr. Alex does.
Code enforcement.
Yeah. So yeah, I did send over the link for the document on the website that shows the updated ordinance amendments. And we can go through that if you want. There's some changes from last month, very minor changes, nothing huge. If you want to run through it, it should only take a minute or two, hopefully. But we did have a few changes. I don't know if I can screen share. It doesn't look like I can. So if you have that up, I think the first change is actually number 4, if I remember correctly. Let me see. Yeah, the first change is number 4, and that was, sorry, not number 4, number 2. That's the solar ordinance, and basically the attorney went through it and he has changed the section that's highlighted, and he has changed the definition slightly and the phrasing of this to commercial solar energy systems. And basically he altered the end of that first paragraph so that the code officer has the authority to issue permits for a residential solar system. Someone has solar panels at their house, but you guys will have to do site plan for anything commercial, which was the intent that we had from the start. So he just went through and essentially cleaned it up and expanded on that in the way that he thought would make the most sense legally. So that's that. You'll see there's a definition in there, a new definition. Number 4 was the definitions, and that one did go to the attorney. He had a comment. If you look at the document, I think I put it in there. I put his email in there. It is page 21 of the PDF. And so he didn't really have any red flags at his first look through of this, but what he did question was, and Jim, I don't know if you've seen this, but you'll love it if you haven't, it was for the treatment of retaining walls. So him and I are going to work on this later this week. And so, Jim, I know you're gone next week, but what him and I will do is probably put something together. We may have to move that around, the retaining wall thing around a little bit. And he's going to tweak this document and we'll get that over to you. My question was, are you guys okay with this as it is currently? And you feel comfortable bringing it to public hearing with the attorney's amendments to it? Or is it something that you'll need to look at again before the public hearing? Because we're planning on doing that at the next meeting.
Right. I have no problems with bringing it. I mean, I don't think we're going to argue with the attorney, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, it gets changed, it's fine with us.
Okay. I assumed, but, I figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
So we'll work on that with Jim once he's back. Number 5, Jim, I did see you sent over a revision to this, but I didn't have a chance to loop that in here. So do you want to just describe what you've changed?
Yeah, into that subdivision, and this gets to the 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
Currently in the subdivision ordinance, we don't allow for that, and I just kind of cleaned that up a little bit. And it was just some confusing existing language, which I just added in there, that the terminus must be a cul-de-sac or a hammerhead, and it must come off a town-approved road or town-approved private road, essentially.
Okay. All right. So again, is that something you guys are okay moving forward with that minor change? Have you not seen it?
I have a question on that one, Jim. Are we changing any of the street ordinance?
No.
Language that we approved?
Yeah, in that section of the ordinance, we're referencing the street ordinance, so it has to be built per the street ordinance.
Okay.
All right.
Hearing no objections, I think we're good.
Okay. Number 6, the only change was I updated solar energy systems to commercial solar energy systems. I think that was it for that.
You added outdoor sales and outdoor storage under conditional uses.
Yeah, that was on there last time, so that's not
that shouldn't be new. Number 7, I think we had no changes as well. Let me just see.
Same thing, commercial. You added to the list in the shoreline zoning, I think.
Yep. Yeah. So amendment number 7, no changes, and number 8 had no changes. So that is it. So that was easy, right?
That was easy.
So now we have to prep for public hearing next month. Sandy, do they need to make a motion to do that? And you're familiar with the notice requirements, so I know we don't need to go over that.
Yeah, I would make it so the board has a formal motion to post this as a public hearing.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Jim.
So we need a motion to post ordinance changes 1 through 8 for a public hearing on, be the next April something. April next meeting. Calendar. April 13th.
So moved.
Seconded.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Everyone votes yes. We are unanimous for posting. Either Alex or Jim, whoever, probably Alex, probably you. For in the past, for our ordinance changes, we've kind of written up a very short intro paragraph just to explain what's being changed. It makes it a lot easier for the discussion, if there is any discussion. I don't anticipate there's going to that we've got any high interest items here, but it's easier for those people that go on the website to actually, just read a short paragraph as to what's being changed, as opposed to try to go through the ordinance and figure out what's being changed.
Yeah, I think we just called that. Sorry.
Each one of them actually does already have a summary. So I will just expand. A couple of them need to be expanded on and updated. So I'll go through each one and beef those up a little bit.
Okay.
So I guess the next time would be your discussion about return in person or remaining remote.
Correct. So Kevin and I talked a little bit about this before the meeting. Cumberland County is still red. So I'd say that we probably should stay Zoom for the next meeting, and then look at least 1 month, see if we're out of red before we can kind of go back to meetings with masks or meetings without masks.
I think we should go have the option of hybrid meetings.
Hybrid meetings starting next meeting?
Well, I mean, it depends on the people. I mean, that gives people that like to be in person, the choice. But I still think masks should be enforced until we get out of, like you say, out of the red.
Basically, Kevin, return to what we were before we went remote this time.
Yes.
Ed, what are your feelings?
I'm okay either way. If we have in-person meetings, it's okay with me. I would like to have mask requirement though.
Yep.
In person's fine.
Right.
In my mind, it has been all along.
I agree as well. In person, fine, and I don't need anything. I'm good.
Okay. So our next meeting then, the public hearing will be will be hybrid. It'll be either remote or in person, depending upon who's going where.
Well, before, right, Kevin was the outlier because of his medical condition. So would we follow the same context with this next meeting?
Yeah, because I will be an outlier as well, because I won't be back.
Okay.
So Ed's standing by to run the meeting if I cannot make it. If it were going in person, for a public hearing, Ed, it might just make sense for you to run that meeting. I could be on the big screen with Kevin.
Okay. Yeah, we'll plan on that.
At least they won't be so huge. Does that sound okay with everybody? I don't think we need a motion or anything, because that will just return to hybrid meetings on the April 13th meeting.
Yeah, Sandy, are you clear what needs to be posted on the website or on the notices?
Yeah, I'll take a quick review of all of it, but yeah, I got it.
Okay.
And as far as new business goes, Bob, I do know that Sebago will have that subdivision coming in for on Raymond Cape.
Right.
In the April meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'll need to get a hold, Sandy, you'll have to get a hold of Will Haskell.
Yes.
Jim, for site plan?
Subdivision, I believe.
Yeah, so but site plan review or preliminary?
That's a subdivision.
Preliminary.
Preliminary. Okay.
Right, it would be preliminary.
Okay.
And I don't know, you guys have to determine, did that have, I don't think that's had a public hearing, so this one will probably be a public hearing too, right?
The first, they only came in for sketch plan.
Sketch plan.
Yeah.
Well, at some point you got to have a public hearing. It's all just, I'll let you guys.
Right.
I'm walking away.
Well, do you think it's going to be a two meeting approval?
Typically, that's the way we've done subdivisions in the past. We've done preliminary and then we've done final, public hearing and final.
Yeah, so.
That's a major, so I mean, that one should be probably I mean, typically majors are usually 2 meetings.
Yeah, so let's just do, let's do the public hearing next time, and then we'll do it at the next round, the final round.
It's up to you guys. I mean.
Well, because we have the, you know, the public hearing for the ordinances, so we'll keep them separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one we won't advertise as public hearing.
Right.
Gotcha.
That's for our ordinance review.
Right.
Right. So, wait, just, you know, actually remember, but, you know, each of the ordinances we have to approve individually, and we forward with a vote to the selectmen, either approved, forwarded being approved, or just forwarded without action, or forwarded recommending non-approval. So there's.
Yeah, you have to open it up for public hearing through on each one, so the public can discuss each one individually. If there's no public comment, you can just move quickly to a motion to submit it to the.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, if you know, for some reason I can't log on, I just want to make sure it was aware that there's 3 different types, 3 different answers to each of the ordinances. As to how you make the motion to send it to the selectmen.
Okay. It might be a good idea if I talk to offline and have some questions.
Okay, sure. Right, anything else? Right, let's motion adjourn. Everybody wants to say? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All approved. Motion passes. Ed, do you want to say online right now? Or
Good evening. Welcome to the March 15, 2022 Budget Finance Committee Select Board Budget Review Session Number 2. I'd like to start off by calling this meeting to order. And first order of business is to approve the Budget Finance Committee's meeting our last meeting, the organizational meeting. So I'll be looking for a motion from the Budget Finance Committee. I'm looking. I have a motion. We're reviewing the minutes from our last budget finance meeting. Can I have a second?
Yes.
Abby? Thank you. All those in favor?
And you now have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and any opposed? That motion carries. We want to next approve the minutes for the combined meeting following our organizational meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of March 1st, 2022?
I move the motion to approve the minutes from March 1st.
Thank you, Karen. Who's that, Ralph? Any questions, omissions, additions? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. We're going to move right into the new business, which is department head review, and we're going to start with Public Works.
Thank you, Bob. Good evening, everybody. I'm just going to go off the budget summary instead of going line item by line item and cover the items that we're changing. The first would be in the software account 3210. We're increasing it by $1,000. This covers the mechanics program for truck repairs, and we're adding a new Public Works program to track work orders and paving, and also inventory for the shop. The other item is buildings and maintenance is 4005. We've moved that to build town buildings, a separate account altogether. It's been pulled out of Public Works. 4015 would be equipment maintenance. We increased that by $5,000. We've seen a pretty substantial increase in parts and petroleum products, as we've all experienced. Clothing and uniforms, which covers the crew's clothing allowance and the mechanics uniforms. That's account 6015. We increased that by 620. It was an increase for the uniforms. Street signs, account 6082, went up by $1,000. Again, we've seen an increase in materials. Mostly the signposts is where that cost is. Account 6083, road salt. We're going to increase that by 17,000. We're currently budgeted for 1,300 ton per year. We're looking to go up to 1,600 ton per year. We've seen a substantial increase in traffic and the way the weather's coming in. The salt's a very important part to get the roads cleaned up and keep them clean. Currently, we're with the DOT salt bid. We separated from GPCOG several years ago. It's been fairly stable. We're at $54 a ton. I bumped it up to $55 a ton, anticipating an increase for next year. Utilities went up by $1,000. That's to closely reflect the spending. That gives us a total of $7,500 in the Public Works operation budget, not including salaries. The next one would be solid waste. That's under a contract. That went up by 2% this year. This would be the second year of I believe it's a 3 or 5 year contract on that. Recycling disposal fee, we adjusted that down from last year to reflect what is actually going on with that right now. I think we're going to be okay on that. We'll see how the market falls on that. Any questions on the Public Works operations?
Floor is open. Go ahead, Abigail.
I noticed that the line for gas and diesel went down from in the proposed year, and I'm just wondering if that still makes sense given the state of gas prices.
when I put the budget together, we lowered that to better reflect us. We were a little on the high side. We were still operating on what we anticipated to spend when we took over the plowing. We didn't see the increase in fuel until after the budget was put together, and we don't go out to bid on our fuel pricing until June. So we made a call to the company that we go through for our fuel. I did not hear back from them before this meeting, so hopefully by the time we get to voting time, we'll have a better answer to what's going to happen. I really don't have a good answer to that. I'm hoping it goes back down, stabilizes a little bit. Without really crystal ball, I don't know.
Any other questions for Public Works?
On to CIP?
Sharice has her hand up, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Go ahead, Sharice.
Oh, it's basically just a formality in that I had sent today, well, actually some on Friday, some updated budget worksheets. And that was for the CIP program to include the $75,000 for the fire truck. And tassel top I sent to reflect accurate calculation of FICA. And the FY22 budget and year-to-date revenues were not accurate, so those have been corrected. And library, these are the ones that were sent on Friday. I did not include $1,000 for mileage and training as submitted by Allison. Now today, I had sent updated budget worksheets for revenue. The state revenue sharing projections have been published as of yesterday. So I initially had budgeted $395,000, and yesterday's publication was $505,000 for a projection of state revenue sharing. So that's up $110,000. Animal control was a slight reduction. What we determined, Dawn and I met with Jessica today, in looking at the budget submission. Casco's Refuge League assessment was included in their budget. That's shared equally between Casco, us, and Naples, so that has been removed. So that's a slight reduction there. And then we received the actual assessment from the county. So those are updated budget worksheets as well as the appropriations summary. So I'm not sure who has or has not received it. So that was my question for you, Bob, if you had gone ahead and forwarded that on.
I think I sent one document forward to the members, but you know, I work all day. By the time I get home and check my mail and get ready for the meeting, I didn't have time to go through everything.
Okay, no problem. I can do that if you like, tomorrow, if you like. And then a couple of action items from the last meeting which have been provided was the balance in the Raymond Community Assistance Fund. It's a little over 44,000, so it's a very healthy fund. We've had some substantial donations. And there was some discussion on the small business health insurance premium relief program, and that was actually geared to the employees that contribute to their share of the health insurance plan that they sign up for. So those have been reviewed, adjusted, and refunded, and new biweekly deductions have been made as of last payroll. So I think that was it for me. I believe Dawn was going to talk a little bit about the TIF, since that was a budget we talked about at the last budget committee meeting. But I also wanted to ask, when we get to the recreation budget, the Raymond Rattlers, the snowmobile club, they typically ask for $2,000. And I did not reach out to them, neither did Joe. So just looking for direction from the selectmen to see if you want me to go ahead and reach out to them. They didn't submit anything. Not sure if we should just assume that, you know, we're going to fund them, or where do you want to go with that?
Question real quick. I'm a little lost, Therese. I guess you're kind of jumping over a lot of them. Last time, I must have just missed something because we were doing public works and you just jumped on a bunch of different things. That's why I'm a little lost.
Yes, so today I sent updated budget worksheets.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff that you just went over is like animal control and the provider agencies. So when we get to those, that's when you can add that in. So
Okay.
I'm looking around through my paperwork, I think is what it is, trying to figure out what you were just talking about and jumping around. So I want to make sure I didn't miss something. So,
Yeah.
all
So
right.
I can do that when we get to those particular budgets, but you know, we have already talked about revenues. We've already talked about employee insurance. That's why I wanted to touch on that a little bit, and the request for the Raymond Community Assistance Fund balance. And we can talk about those others and the CIP for the fire truck set aside, it's fire apparatus, but it's a 75,000 specifically for ambulance replacement. So those were some budgets that we talked about last meeting, and the others I can touch upon when we get there tonight. Sorry about that.
No, it was all of a sudden I'm looking down going, wait a second, what am I missing? Okay.
Yeah.
Nate. All right.
Can I say one thing, Bob?
Sure.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion. We had hoped to start off with a summary of the changes and some additional information. So we didn't mean to confuse the Public Works presentation, but we're happy to do that at the end or wherever it's appropriate. So sorry about that.
It's okay. Nate, do you want to continue?
All right, we'll go into the CIP for Public Works. First line item be equipment. We're adding $10,000 to reflect the increase in equipment and repairs. Out of CIP, we purchased our new equipment and major repairs on the equipment that isn't in the maintenance stuff. For instance, on the major repairs, we had to put a motor in one of the dump trucks this year for almost $40,000, and that came out of CIP. The plan this year is to replace the 2004 Chevy pickup and rehab the 2009 International dump truck and replace the 2009 Cat excavator. The pickup's been ordered, won't be here until after July. We have not got any pricing on the rehab or the excavator. We're going to try to fit that into what we have for a budget. Municipal facilities, I'd like to add $50,000 for a one-time expense. Right now, we're in 3 different facilities, 47 Main Street, 389 Webbs Mills Road, and the 170 Plains Road where the sand and salt building is. Joe and I, the Parks and Rec Director, share the office down here at 47 Main Street. Our plan is to eliminate one bay, put a receptionist area, office for Joe, clean the place up a little bit. It's going to be renovated on the outside, make it a little bit more. We're kind of looking like the ugly chicken in the village down here. The place is, I think the building's fairly decent. It just needs to be fixed up a little bit. Roads and paving, I'd like to add $100,000 to that, again, to reflect the increased cost of paving, anticipated increased cost. Our plan this year is to do an overlay on Mountain Road. We rebuilt the further section from Coneska Road to Tenny Hill last year. And we did the section from Tenny Hill to Spiller Hill probably about 7 years ago. And I'd like to get a surface on that before that goes beyond repair. We also got to do the Shaw Road surface on that. That was rebuilt last year, or 2 years ago, I'm sorry. And start the repairs on Coneska Road. Cost on that Mountain Road and Shaw Road combined is about $300,000. Coneska Road, I'm figuring about $100,000 in construction, and any unanticipated repairs that always come up would be about $35,000. That brings us to discussion to consider. We've been tossing this around for a few years, and I guess I decided to put a number on it, and an opportunity's come up that we're not going to, I think we really need to take advantage of. We're going to end up with Jordan Small School handed back to us in 3 to 5 years. And I'm suggesting that we set aside $100,000 a year for renovation and planning for that. I didn't really The town office is getting to a point that we're really cramped for space. We've been always looking for a community center. Now we've got Parks and Rec. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for the town. We're going to have the property back, but I think we need to start planning for it. And the other item would be $100,000 to go towards a public works facility at the 170 Plains Road. Again, this is just a suggestion. I needed to put a number on it to get the discussion out there and talk about it. We're in 3 separate locations right now. It works. It's a pain in the butt, but it does work. Our garage up to the maintenance garage is small. We knew that going into this. Well, I knew this going into this when we started building up the department. It works. It's tight. If we got to work on a dump truck that involves dumping the body all the way up, the truck has to go outside or down to the sand salt building in the old building. So this is stuff that I think that we need to start looking at, and I put the number on it to open it up for discussion, and that's it.
Does anyone have any questions for Nate? Go ahead, Teresa.
What happened to the $35,000 for playground? Is that you or is that Joe I have to go after?
No, we still have that in the budget. That's number's going to stay the same. The 35,000 in the CIP for playground equipment and playground upgrades.
I'm sorry, I was looking at 2023. Yeah, proposed. So yeah. So, all right. And I do agree with especially because I don't want to be behind the ball when it comes to 1 is the public works facility and 2 is Jordan Small. You know, take advantage of it and start getting prepped for it now.
I don't know if $100,000 is the number where it needs to be at, but it.
Shut up, Nathan.
Okay. Sorry. Joe, you had your hand up.
Joe, go ahead. You're muted. Okay.
I think it's too early to be setting aside that kind of money. If you're going to be renovating the Jordan Small School or building a new facility, you'd probably be better off bonding something like that instead of setting aside all kinds of funds. I'm looking at this budget and we're throwing a lot of money around already. And to just continue to throw money on this, aside and saving it, I don't think makes sense right now. We're going to have, there's still a pretty good increase in this budget right now. And just setting aside money for the sake of setting it aside doesn't make sense to me right now. I would rather look at capital projects or bonding, especially in renovation of building like Jordan Small or building a new building. Bonding makes sense when you do that.
My thought behind it, Joe, and like I said, that's a big number, and I picked it out of the air, to be honest with you. For the public works part of it, I needed a little bit of money to. I'm not going to go out and re-engineer a new building. We've got neighboring towns that have put up public works garages, and I think it's sensible to go build something like that and make it fit. But I need money to do the engineering and the design to fit that property. And the same with Jordan Small. My thought was we're going to need money to hire an architect to change it and do that. I wouldn't suggest anything but bonding when it come down to it. And that number may be $25,000 a year, but I needed to put a number there to start the conversation and start looking at it. It is 3 to 4 years out, maybe even 5. It was just a spark to get things going. But without money to start looking at engineering and design, we're really doing the same thing we've done right along, just talk about it and push it down the road.
Well, if I may, I think we're jumping the gun here on Jordan Small. We don't know that that's a definite yet.
I would have agreed with you, but I talked to Bill Hansen and he said, yes, that's their intention. So, well, yeah, you're right. It's their intention to give it back to the town.
Yeah, and that's 5 years out.
2026, Joe. That's when they're going to be going into this new school.
Okay,
if everything's on
out.
target.
It's 3 to 4
years out.
Yep.
It'll be
But
here.
until you have a vote for both towns, you honestly don't know where you are right now.
What do you mean a vote for both towns?
Well, you have to approve the new project. You have to approve the signing of it. You have to approve giving back Jordan Small back to the town.
From their school board?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, you might have some funds available somewhere in this budget to start an engineering project, but it doesn't even make sense to do that for a year from now. I mean, how far out you want to look? Because things change in a matter of a year or two. Just my thoughts. I'm just looking at the bottom line on this budget, and I think it's pretty hefty.
We've added a lot, and we've done a lot, and the town is growing, and I feel we need it. I do. That's just my 2 cents, Joe.
Yeah, that's fine.
Any other questions for Nathan? I don't see any. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to technology.
Okay, Bob. So the big news in technology is just a reshuffling in the budget. We've got $16,260 or 8.3% that's locating the cable modem expenses for Public Works at the Plains Road, Public Works Main Street, the Public Safety Building, and the town office out of those respective budgets and into technology. So we put some things, Teresa's made some changes in the budget, as every new finance director does, that makes sense to her, and I think they make sense in general to put those technology expenses in there. Aside from that, you have some incidental increases throughout the budget, and there's a detail, of course, in the budget from Kevin, and I wouldn't pretend to be able to talk about the details of the different technological improvements and costs and so forth that he's planning for, but he is here tonight and could answer questions. But the biggest part of it is just a change in the structure of the budget.
Well, one of the things I would be interested in, since Joe brought it up, we're trying to save in the CIP, over 6 years, basically enough money to get a fiber network for the internal town's intranet, because we have a really hard time with communications. We're spending a lot at each location for cable modems. But our biggest concern is backing up from the public safety building, offsite backups, and having the offsite backups from the town office going down there. We just can't get it done in the time allotted because the line's so slow. But is that something you said, Joe, that bonding would make more sense than doing this over a 6-year period and like at $100,000 a year?
Actually,
CIP?
That's actually in the TIF. I didn't touch on that because I thought we'd talk about that separately, but I think we moved that expense to the TIF, Sharice.
That is correct. Yeah, in talking with Kevin, as well as a representative from Bernstein Shore, because the public safety building serves the TIF district and they're part of this fiber network infrastructure project, that we could prorate a percentage of the total cost of the estimated total cost of the project to the TIF. And so, we thought maybe 10 to 20% of the total cost and allocate that from the TIF funds. The other thing, in talking about Jordan Small School, we might as well touch on it since the topic has come up, in that, and I know it's preliminary and kind of maybe premature, but in talking about the Jordan Small School, I believe we're possibly looking at having a community type facility, community building or community center. And if that's going to be serving the general public, then that could also be an eligible use of TIF funds on a prorated basis, of course. But that's just another thing to add to your thought process when, looking at Jordan Small School.
To me on that, I'll just weigh in and say that I think it's a blend of what I've heard. I think that we want to do some pre-planning, but perhaps this is too early. And as Joe indicates, I mean, things are going to change. Maybe the engineering doesn't change so much, but the cost of what we're planning will change. So I think, maybe a year or two in advance, when we have a better idea about where we're going with the former school and the conversion into a town office, community center, and maybe a library, if we end up voting to make the Raymond Village Library a town department, then I think, there'd be time enough to do it a couple of years out. And then I'm 100% in agreement that something like that is absolutely a bond. And same with the Public Works facility. I don't know about the timeline on the Public Works facility. That, may have a different timeline, a more, urgent timeline or closer timeline. I would look to Nathan on that. I know he's making it work right now with these various buildings and so forth, but I think that's something you've thought about for quite some time, Nate.
Yeah, that's been something that we've been talking internally for quite some time. And like I said before, what we're doing right now, it works. It's a scheduling nightmare sometimes. Through COVID, it was wicked, trying to keep track of everybody and where everybody was. We had people reporting to 3 different locations. But I think the biggest part of it is the same thing the fire department ran into 20 years ago. The equipment's getting bigger. It's harder. You back 2 plow trucks inside the District 2 building. You got to walk over the front of the plows to get to the other side of the building. The guys are all used to it, and we've made it work. But yeah, it's coming up. We've got works with Naples and Casco. We're working, trying to work with them on maintenance and combine maybe 2 or 3 towns into it. So we're looking to grow. We're looking to and cover the cost from other towns, cover our costs from other towns, some of it. So yes. The time.
Well, the answer there is they're 2 separate and distinct projects that we'd have to talk about and decide, what timelines work. But the school is definitely out there, but something we ought to be thinking about, and maybe not this year, but in a subsequent year or 2.
My thought.
Yeah.
My thought was with the school and the Public Works garage is you'd be able to do 1 bond instead of 2, and I don't know even if that's feasible.
The thing is, you could do that, and that might make sense, but they're both large enough projects. I'm telling you that renovation project is going to be significant. I mean, it's going to be equal to, possibly greater than, new construction, but there's a lot more square footage there, and it'll be a more functional building, I think, for the town, should we get it. And as far as the Public Works garage goes, that's also going to be a order of magnitude project that would stand on its own as a single issue bond. That's not to say it wouldn't make sense to put them together if they came together, but they're big enough so they could be apart. My opinion, anyway.
Yeah, Joe.
So I just looked at our bonds that we have out there right now. They all mature by fiscal year 2026. So the timing on it can be that you can bond these things out probably by fiscal year 24 to 25, and you will have 1 year probably where you're taking on some debt, and then your debt service as those other bonds mature will not be that hefty.
Yeah,
good point.
I mean, if we refinance the 2013 bond, is that why it matures in 2026? Because they're usually 10-year bonds.
13 was the Sand Salt building, wasn't it?
Yeah, but those are usually 10-year bonds, and unless we refinanced all the bonds when we took out the one in 2016, is that what happened?
I don't think it did. No.
So it matures and should mature sooner than 2026.
Yeah.
That was a 15-year bond. I thought that might have been a 10-year bond.
I thought the Sand Salt building was a 10-year bond.
I thought we always bond for 10 years.
Yeah, that may be an error. We'll have to look into that one, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if you get rid of that 2013 bond, which is probably due this year or next year, you have some wiggle room right there. So just a thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I've got two bonds. I've got the paving bond and the Sensal building. I think they were both 10.
Yeah. But
So
one
we'll
was
look at- we'll look at that.
2013 and one was 2016, or 15. So,
We'll look into that and get back to you. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I think Nathan's correct.
Any other questions for Nathan? Go ahead, Teresa.
Nathan,
Yes, ma'am.
did you budget in here at all for the library? Should it come under the town as far as taking care of the building?
I did not. I assumed that wasn't going to be in the library budget. Most of the building maintenance stuff before we changed to what we did on this one, they were under their own, Public Works had their own, town office had their own. So the
Okay.
answer to that is no, I did not. I would have not been involved in any of the library stuff.
Okay.
All right, we'll move on. Let's go to animal control. Hi, Jessica. How you doing? You're still muted. There you go.
Sorry. I'm clicking, but nothing's happening. Good evening. So for our budgets, there's not much of an increase at all. If anything, basically what we've done is moved some of the money around so that we have better access to training and whatnot. I've asked for less money for the assistant ACO. So we could offer a larger stipend and for 19 weeks during the summer when we need them most. The situation that I'm running into, they want to work in the winter and then they quit in the summer. But basically that's really the only changes here.
Any questions for animal control? Go ahead, Teresa.
I think we just got a new vehicle for you, right, Jessica?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So, and then we're going to split that. Sharice, I think, is billing the other 3 towns.
Correct.
That?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, once we get it outfitted with the cage and the laptop shelving and whatnot in the dog cage, then I'll invoice the other 2 towns for the new vehicle.
Cool. Great.
I think Nathan's just about to do that. We're going to have the equipment flipped over starting this weekend, and then it'll go out to have the decal package, and we'll be done. We can put the interior, the new one, into the old one and sell the old one, and we should be done. We'll give Jessica something to use over the weekend so we can get that accomplished.
Cool.
Yeah,
Good. Thanks.
Should be going, the car's going down Friday. I was going to give her a call, but we got to catch up to Jessica and swap.
Friday?
It looks like Friday.
Okay.
Seem to think it'd be a weekend and we'll have it back first of the week.
Perfect. Thank you.
You get to drive our fine green half-ton, we call it the green truck.
Yes.
Surprise.
It's an honor.
It runs.
As long as
Good
I don't
luck.
have to put something in my car, I'm happy. So.
Kevin?
I just have a question for Jessica. Was Naples going to give you some office space?
Yes, I actually have some office space that we're working on. It was kind of hard during the winter because I got plowed in. We had an ice dam going out front. But yeah, we're working on retrofitting that again.
Is that the building that Marine Safety moved out of?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, yeah, because we're going to try to get you some wireless access point service from the Marine Safety building, and that should be within the next
That would
couple
be
of months.
great. Yeah, because I have a modem over there and a couple wires that come in, but they were telling me that I needed to have some kind of switch or whatever, so I figured I'd just get in touch with you when it was ready.
Okay, all right.
So, yep. And that building's going to be excellent because it actually has a spot where we can hold an animal. So in the summer, if I do have a call, where we have a dog and I'm busy with something else, we can always put the dog there. And then, hopefully an owner will come. And if not, at the end of the day, I can take everybody down, which would be great. So nobody's, left holding anything.
Any other questions for Jessica? Go ahead, Rolf.
Not specifically for Jessica, but more for Don. Have you had discussions with Casco in regards to the insurance portion?
I have had discussions with Tony about that. Briefly, I had deeper discussions with the previous town manager. I believe the town of Casco right now is looking into their entire employee wage and benefits system. So I believe they're looking at, you're talking about the health insurance benefit specifically. They're looking at that and to try to determine, you know, and I don't want to make a comment about another town, but they're trying to determine, you know, that their overall package and whether there should be changes there, changes in compensation. Maybe they should be looking at different insurance. The insurance, as everyone's aware, is now a legacy program from MMA. They don't offer it anymore. It's extremely expensive. So I believe they are analyzing that and looking at alternatives. But I could make a direct, you know, I guess contact on behalf of the Budget Finance Committee, Board of Selectmen, you know, expressing that interest, but I think it's happening.
I think, you know, I think in light of everything, it's, you know, it's something that they should be being looked at, because it's, you know, obviously it's a high cost portion of that. So.
Right.
Any other questions for Jessica? Seeing none, thank you, Jessica.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Let's go on to cemeteries.
So for cemeteries, we're in year 2 of the new mowing contract, and that went up 1%. And I'm asking again for $3,500 to continue the repair of old stones and straightening of them and cleaning of them and whatnot. I don't know if any of you have had a chance to go out and visit the village cemetery, Riverside, or Raymond Hill, but the Colette's has done us proud, very literally. They really have come out nice, and they've fixed all the stones. We're only going back as far as the oldest stones. The newer ones, especially in the village toward the rear where it's more active, the families are maintaining. But for the old marble stones, that's what we're concentrating on. And I'm kind of along that line, wanted to just say publicly how much I appreciated Dick. I'm not going to get through this. I'm sorry. How much I appreciated Dick Sanborn and all he did for the cemeteries and whatnot. He'll be sorely missed.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions for cemeteries? Seeing none. Parks and Rec, Tasseltop. Joseph?
Hello, everyone. I'll start with Parks and Rec. It's 40-12-10. I'll go through the changes. 3005, the contracted fees and services, that's going up. For a couple reasons. One, I extended the use of porta potty time at our parks. So we extended that a little bit further into the fall, which seems to have made a lot of our travelers and tourists very happy. So that's why there's a little increase. Also, IDS contract got moved from Public Works to there. So there's an increase in that line. The next increase is 3230 travel and training. That's just because we've added a parks foreman. We're going to also look at getting him certified and also have additional trainings and conferences they can go to keep learning and growing his skills. 3235 dues and publications. Again, just one more person. So we're going to have to increase that to cover the additional dues. Raymond Baseball, we've zeroed that out is line 3315. It says move to special revenue. It's really going to be the maintenance of it is going to be rolled to projects and maintenance line 4025. And if we do run a baseball program, then that would be run out of the special revenues account, and any other additional equipment needed for the maintenance of that would be there. The reason why that's also zeroed out is that was a 2000, I guess, sponsorship or donation to Raymond Little League. The board voted to merge with Great New Gloucester into a combined Little League. So they will be taking all the registrations. I'll do the maintenance for the Raymond residents for the T-ball and coach pitch at the Sherry Gagnon Park. The Raymond Rattlers line, the 3320 that I think Charisse just mentioned in the beginning. Raymond Recreation is still going to be the 2000 for Camp Agawam field rental. I think that is all the major changes in that budget. Any questions? Yes, Teresa.
Teresa. Yeah.
So, wondering minds want to know, anybody that's been involved in baseball, what are those upgrades to the athletic field in Sherry Gagnon Park? Yeah, because that
Great
is
question.
a nightmare.
Yes, it's as Nathan, his crew, my parks foreman, and I have been battling that park. It's just there's so much clay. It's not graded. It does not drain. So I have a kind of a master plan for the park and try and transition some of the spaces into more leisurely recreational activities. Something that's not athletic field based, so we don't get any mowers stuck or have to pump the fields. So in my initial needs assessment, I think the outdoor tennis court and pickleball courts would be a very good venture for the town. So that's my would be my first proposal for those changes.
You got to touch base with Marshall because he wanted something else, and I think it was oh God, yeah. I'll have Marshall text you.
Pickleball.
Huh?
Pickleball.
No, it wasn't pickleball. It was something else. And he's really wants him on that field down there. So I'll text Marshall and find out what it is and let you know. But yeah. So things are going good, joining all the recs?
Yes. All the programs and events, well, that was previously run by Raymond Rec Association, besides the ski club that got canceled right between the Omicron coming real fast. So we've gotten everything going. We've added extra karate session because our first one maxed out. We got the Raymond Running Club going back. That already has 22 registered. I just opened that up last week. So it's a very nice thing to see the activity from the community.
And I don't know if everybody knows on here that we now have a bus for Raymond Rec. Paint it green. Yeah, whatever.
It's
but
supposed to be bluish green.
yeah, it's what
It looks great in the sun. Just don't look at it on a cloudy day.
So which is really good. And I'm hoping to see the ski program. Great job, Joe.
Thank you.
Now, did I hear you earlier that you're planning on adding a receptionist?
Yes, that's kind of, it was kind of a proposal between Nathan and I to have a hybrid, kind of like we did with the parks foreman, admin for both departments. I think we're going to do the Field of Dreams approach and try to get District 1 built first, and that set up my office. We're also running out of space there as well. I have probably, to Nathan's right, about 50 basketballs right now in transition to go to storage or somewhere. So we're quickly kind of growing out of that space as well. So yes, I don't think we're going to do that this fiscal year, but it was internally talked about.
Any other questions for Joe? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. I'll move to Tasseltop.
Tasseltop, yes, please.
So again, Tasseltop is an enterprise account, so it's kind of, I operate it more of as a business as far as the accounting. This is kind of based off last year's data, and we have been growing so fast that it's changed so much on the proposal side. So the biggest one you'll see in 41,700 is under contracts. The increase is the septic pumping for our new toilet trailers down there, portable toilet trailers. We upgraded from, because it's such high usage down there, we've upgraded from the porta potties, and also because of COVID, we could have actual hand washing and soap stations in those trailers. But it is a huge expense of ours, one of the biggest, to get that pumped every week, sometimes twice, 3 times a week, depending on the volume of people coming through. So that's a big increase. We also looked at 4070, that's the cabins. We did some upgrades there. We're going to continue to kind of get those going a little bit more. Barry's done some really great work, just redoing everything. We got new appliances, new sink tops, new cabinets. He's done a great job. I actually had the honor, just to give him a shout out, he won an award through our Maine Parks and Rec Association. So I got to announce that he was the outstanding professional in parks for this year. So I just came back from the conference, and so kudos to Barry. Also structures, we've kind of had that. Last year we did a lot of upgrades. We had a new deck to the snack shack. We've upgraded the maintenance building, have concrete there. So we've been really kind of trying to update all of our buildings and structures. Let's see.
Joe, what was the name of that award again, please?
It was Outstanding Parks Professional Award.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when he comes back, we'll give it to him. Any questions on the expense side of things?
I don't see any.
Revenues. We increased revenues, which was great. Last year, it's hard to calculate because the fiscal year runs about a third through it. But as a season, we increased $118,000 in seasonal revenues. So this half of going into May and June, we'll definitely have an increase there. So we kind of adjusted the proposed revenue line. That kind of increasing it really, what helps was just cycling through the gate memberships, people coming in at any time of day. If we have a parking spot, you can come in and either pay or show your membership and use the park. And that's been a very good model to get as many people through as possible. I think on the statistics, we had over 16,000 daily users, daily gate admissions, and over 1,200 membership check-ins. So they use their membership to check in. So that's been a big increase. The cabin rental, we've increased the number of weeks we can rent to 21. And I think we already have booked 20 for this season. So that's helped at least give us a baseline of revenues, knowing that we'll have those come year after year. So if we do have a rainy season, we at least know that is cabin rentals will be here. So that is it.
Any questions for Joe? Ralph?
Yeah, on the snack shack, you, year to date for this year, we're at 40,000, but your budget for 23 is only 12,000.
Is that, oh, sorry, is that under revenues, Rolf?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
5101.
Yeah, if I could, Ralph, you've got new budget sheet. So that's what the comment was that I made earlier. The FY22 budget and actuals were not in the initial submission correctly. So I did email out corrections last Friday. So the budgeted amount for Snack Shack for FY22 is actually 6,500, not 45,000.
Okay.
Yeah, this season, yeah, we're around $13,000 in Snack Shack revenues. So that 12,000, I think, looks a little bit closer to the actuals that I have and Sharice has.
Any other questions for Joe? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Let's go to provider agencies.
All right, so for the past several years, you've allocated $2,000 for discretionary funds for me to use to fund provider agencies that provide, the highest level of services for the town, and that's actually worked pretty well. There are still a number of agencies that are making requests that have a lesser, presence, but we do try to find the ones that have the most impact and are making, I think, the most, I guess, good for the community. And so I'm comfortable with that, and that's what we've put in again. It looks like Sharice has put the Chamber of Commerce in the provider agencies as well. And we've kind of funded that through this fund. And I think the first year we did, I don't remember exactly where I got it, but it was a de minimis amount. I think it was $250. And so Robin Mullins is here from the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber. I think she wants to talk about the chamber. I don't know if we've ever had a chamber person here before. And so I would tell you that she has provided a lot of value add for the town, particularly through the COVID pandemic. And so I know she's very active in business promotion and development and tourism promotion. So she'll probably want to talk about all those things. But I feel comfortable that the $2,000 I can meet the needs of the provider agencies that we think are making that impact in the town. So Robin is here, I think, to talk about the chamber though.
Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. We have actually asked for more money this year than we typically do in the past, so I just want to make that clear right up front. And I've been in my position for just over 2 years, and what we've discovered in looking at what other chambers charge for investment dues is that we were way under what typical towns are giving to chambers. So that's the reason for the increase. Sebago is a town, so just so you know, we cover 8 towns. We cover Castle Gray, Naples, New Gloucester, Raymond, Sebago, Sandwich, and Wyndham. The smallest town that we have population-wise is Sebago. We have $500 is what they pay us. Our larger towns give us $2,000. And not only that, also Naples gives us $2,000. So we are asking you guys for $1,000 this year. And just to let you know, we serve 300 businesses throughout the state. Most of them obviously are in the 8 towns that I just mentioned. We serve another 45 businesses as part of the Keep Sebago Lakes Region Healthy initiative that Don was talking about. And we did that for 20 and 21. We provide funds annually to 11 food pantries in the 8 towns that I mentioned. So obviously the food pantry that you guys have in Raymond is one of those. Last year we gave that food pantry almost $800. And I want to say a huge thank you to Dawn, to Nathan, and to Kathy and some other folks that were involved in our polar dip this year, because of their help and the generosity of those brave jumpers, we made just over $11,000 at our polar dip this year. Last year, in total, we gave those 11 food pantries $12,000. I'm happy to say that this year we're giving over $25,000 to those food pantries. So that $800 figure will probably be about double that we will be giving to your Raymond food pantry. So we're really excited about that. In total, including this year, we've given almost $150,000 to the local food pantry since we started our Feed the Need campaign. So that is something that we're very proud of and something that we work very hard at in the chamber. We also offer $1,000 scholarships annually to graduating seniors in the region, and obviously RSU 14 is one of those. And last year, we actually gave out two $1,000 scholarships, and they both went to RSU 14 students. So we were excited about that. In 2021, we served 15 Raymond businesses as Sebago Lake Region Chamber members. We also served those businesses, some members that were not members of the chamber, and also the town, again, in the Keep Sebago Lakes Region Healthy initiative. We do provide marketing opportunities to member and non-member businesses. We have marketing opportunities in Maine Invites You, which is the largest travel magazine and kind of the official magazine for the state of Maine. Maine Lakes and Mountains magazine. And we also partner with Gorham Savings Bank this year and with the Wyndham Economic Development Corporation to do a holiday bonus card. And we offered that again to all businesses. They did not have to be members of the chamber. And in Raymond, the business that took advantage of that was the Beacon Pizza. So basically what we said was, for every $25 gift card or gift certificate that you sell, we're going to give you a $5 bonus card to give to that customer. So if a customer bought $100 worth of gift cards, they got 4 $5 bonus cards. They would come back and use those. They would get a $20 discount, and then we paid them back for that. So they basically got that money for free. We were giving it to them as part of our bonus card program, and we have done that the last 2 years. Whether or not we continue will be whether or not we have the generosity of Gorham Savings Bank and Wyndham Economic Development Corporation. But I was very happy that we were able to offer that to all of our towns this year. We have a town listing for Raymond on our website where we have information about the town, your website. We have a link to that, and we're very excited. We're going to be doing a huge marketing campaign, and we're going to be able to put the beaches and any of the hiking or any of those things that are available in your area. We're going to be able to put those on our website. So that is a big project that we're working on for this year as well. But that's something that's getting funded separately. We also have a visitor guide, and we have a page for each of the towns. And so we work with Don or someone on his team as to what goes into that information. And again, in this visitor guide, there's information about Tasseltop, there's information about restaurants in the area, accommodations, all of that stuff. So you don't have your own official visitor guide, but we make sure that we include all of that information in our visitor guide so that you guys are well represented. Let's see. I also partner quite a bit with Joe from Parks and Rec. He will tell you. Last year, the chamber gave him $500 so that he was able to provide the Toy Story movie as part of the Family Fun and Fitness Film Festival. And we also try to work with local businesses to get him prizes and things when he does his Easter egg hunt and things like that. So I think it's really important as a chamber. I've discovered that we can't live in silos anymore. We all have to work together to help each other because volunteers are very hard to come by these days. So we have to kind of work together to make sure that, whatever he needs, we're making sure that we're there to help him. So yeah, that's kind of in a nutshell what we've been doing and will continue to do for the town of Raymond. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Robin. Don, go ahead.
Yeah, if there are no questions in provider agencies or for Robin, then there's also the RTP Explorer tab, which is broken out as a separate provider agency request. And I think we see Don Libby here, and I think he wants to speak to their request.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate the time tonight. We are requesting the $8,500 for fiscal year 2022-23. It's the same amount that the other towns of Bridgeton, Naples, Casco, and Wyndham are providing. Service, we believe ridership is going to be up this year, especially with the increase in fuel costs. We're getting a lot more riders, especially in the last week, 2 weeks, than we have in previous scenes when the fuels have increased. I think a lot of people are taking that into Portland, and I see that as a continuing trend. Couple things to keep in mind with our service is you know, it takes about $158,000 to run that bus every year. Some of that comes from public funds. Others comes from the towns that contribute. Our fuel costs, as everybody knows, are up. Running the bus, that's something that we didn't account for in this year's budget. And then the other cost that, you know, running that this year that is taking its toll is the cost of paying CDL drivers and also training CDL drivers, which is a whole, the federal government decided to change the way we license CDL with passenger endorsement. And they passed this law February 7th that states that they have to go through a special training class on top of the normal routine of taking the test and everything else. So those of you that don't know, we run 2 buses. We run 4 round trips. Right now we're doing 3 round trips a day. We will be doing 4 round trips starting in Bridgeton. They finish at the Pulse in downtown Portland. And then from Memorial Day to Labor Day, we end up doing the Saturday trips as well, which believe it or not, that's a pretty good route that the buses tend to fill up. A lot of people trying to get to the Lakes region from Portland. So all our buses have GPS. All our buses have Wi-Fi in them, so people can work on the way into downtown Portland. We do have a few commuters that take that. They start in your neck of the woods and they jump on the bus. And I think a lot of the people there are using those buses because they don't want to pay for parking in downtown Portland. So. But we're planning on, like I said, expanding that in the summer for the Saturday route. We're asking for the $8,500 that we've asked for in years past. Hopefully, we can get close to that number because we really needed to keep that bus running. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Don. Any questions for Don? Teresa.
I don't have one for Dawn, but I have one for a different agency. And I know Sharice was talking about the Raymond Rattlers. Is that where this would go?
Well, actually there's $2,000 in the Parks and Rec budget earmarked for Raymond Rattlers, and that's where it's been previously. You know, that's the snowmobile club, and that was the one that I was looking for direction. They didn't make a submission, but I did not reach out to them either as an outside agency that we provide funding to. So I'm looking for direction whether or not you want me to contact them directly. Just an oversight.
I would. I think we've done it every year. I think we should still put it in there. So I thought that was under provider agency. So my apologies.
No.
Hey, Teresa, so I had a question from David through chat, but the same thing. Raymond Baseball, before the Parks and Rec department was formed, and I think the same with Raymond Rattlers, was under provider agencies. And then somehow when the Parks and Rec department was formed, I think those then fell underneath the Parks and Rec department. So there was not a donation. They were actually provider agencies. So I just want to clarify that.
Ralph?
Yeah, the point of clarification on that, the Raymond Rattlers, the money that goes to them essentially is the pass-through of the registration fees that for the snowmobile registration fees. So it's not per se a provider agency that way. It's the conduits going there, reimbursing that or moving that money that comes from, from the registration fees through to them for the trail maintenance. And they're maintaining the trails and the town has full access onto those trails. So it's a little bit different than say the baseball or something like that, because it's there's an income side that is offsetting it.
So where should it go then?
I mean, it's fine, you know, we made the decision last year to put that under the Parks and Rec because it made sense to, you know, as far as the overall recreation side, but I think it's important to recognize too that you've got an income side that offsets that. And the amount that was given to them was kind of pegged against what the registration fees have been. So it was, you know, it's always been one of those trying to come up with this way to word that so that it didn't exceed what we got in for the revenues, but it was close to what we got in for the revenues.
I guess the question is that, of course, you know, we don't typically reach out to provider agencies. Normally they reach out to us. And so I think Teresa is saying that she didn't do that. She's wondering if you want her to do that because they have traditionally been in the budget.
I think we should just count them in normally.
Joe?
Yeah, they have been getting this money for 30-something years. It does come from snowmobile registrations. We put a cap on it for $2,000. Some years the registrations amount to $2,300, $2,400, and we still cap it at $2,000. Now, they're just Raymond people who get together and groom the trails. You know, they probably don't know anything about having to apply to the town. Have they even gotten their money this year? I don't even know if they have.
Yeah, they have not, Joe. They haven't reached out, you know,
Right.
and I can do that at the same time, but I'm not sure who the person is I need to contact.
Larry Wood, I think.
I think Don Gunn is the president.
No, I think it's Larry Wood still.
No, I don't think so.
Do you know what? I know Keith Thomas has come to the last meetings. I can reach out to him to say,
And
hey.
Zach Davis. I mean, those are the guys who do all the work.
And I wondered, another municipality that I work for, in Bridgeton, they applied for a municipal and aid grant through the state to help with trail maintenance, and you know, it's just a grant application that they can submit, and it provides funding for trail maintenance, for equipment, for fuel, and that sort of thing. But maybe this organization isn't quite that.
It's not quite organized that
Okay.
much.
Okay. But yeah, if
Okay.
someone could let me know who to reach out to, I could do
I'm
both.
pretty sure Don Gunn is the president because
Don.
he lives across the street from me here.
Okay.
Well, I
Gaudin.
Yeah, I'm texting Keith too, because I know he's on it too, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that will take care of that one. And so that's pretty much the provider.
Don, can I ask you a question also? Who are the agencies you distributed money to last year?
The Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging.
Was
And
that the only one?
A small amount to the Chamber of Commerce.
And Crescent Lake,
Crescent Lake was separate, wasn't it?
it's $500, I think.
Okay, yeah, Crescent.
The watershed?
Yeah, the watershed, right.
Okay.
So I was under the 2,000.
Okay.
Any other questions for provider agencies? All right, we'll move on to Raymond Village Library.
Sorry, I had a little trouble getting the video started. I'm Allison Griffin. I'm the director at the Raymond Village Library. I believe our board president, Deb Hutchinson, is logged in here tonight as well. As you know, this year we are submitting 2 separate proposals for consideration, one with the library as an official town department, and one in the event the library remains an independent nonprofit organization. Under the independent nonprofit scenario, we would be requesting the same funding as the previous 2 years of $66,000. This would allow us to maintain our current level of services to the town of Raymond. And it would basically cover about approximately 44.2% of our total estimated budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Currently, our staff continues to provide in-person walk-in services along with no contact and home delivery options for those who are still not comfortable coming into the building. We've had a really successful year with fundraising and grant writing, which allowed for some recent changes. Most notably, we were able to increase our hours. We're now open, I believe, 37 hours a week instead of the 28 previously, including our senior hours. We were also able to invest some of those fundraising events into building up the digital and print collection and in doing some building repairs that had been in need of, it was on our radar for a few years that we finally did some of those repairs. We basically have circulated over 25,000 items over the past year, and we provide access to about 16,000 physical items and an additional 16,000 digital and e-books and periodicals. The upcoming year, we hope to provide the same services that we've provided this year and hopefully build on what we already have in place. And I can answer any questions that you might have about our services or our funding request. I mentioned the 66,000 we'll be requesting as an independent if we don't become a town department. I didn't get Sharice's email with the changes to the budget that were sent out, so I'm not sure how much of that changed from the original if we were a town department scenario, but I do have those figures as well. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Allison. Dawn, I believe you have your hand raised.
Yeah, probably the biggest change from what Allison and the library trustees submitted is in the area of salaries and benefits. And so the thinking there was to try to get Allison and the other employees to the midpoint of our KMA survey, taking into account wages that are paid in like libraries. And so there's some difference between where she is now and that number. And then there's also the cost of the benefit package. And of course, it's a whole different setup. I mean, it's not the nonprofit. It's more, as she said, a town department. And so there are going to be some lines that are new and aren't in that nonprofit budget. So that's all detailed in your budget book. And so it is a significant, increase for sure. And but I think that it's something that's been a long time coming, something we've thought about for, at least I've been here for a couple of decades, and it's been bandied about all that time. And so I guess if we go to the townspeople and see what their thoughts are, then we'll know the answer. But I'm hopeful that they do become a town department. I think that, the offerings can be expanded even further, and we can make it a sustainable service for the town. I know it's an appreciated service. I think a lot of people already think it's a town department, so they're doing a pretty good job that way. And I think that they're committed to trying to do some level of fundraising. They'll talk about that. And so, we can mitigate the cost somewhat that way, but it's not going to be less expensive, but it's going to be a better service and more sustainable service. And so that's what I really have to say about it. And I think probably the biggest difference, as I said, are in those areas. I think aside from that, I'll let Sharice speak to it, but I don't think we changed a bunch of things, did we?
No, the other thing, just to touch upon, was that we did not build in any of the library's ongoing revenue source in the event that they do become a town department. We didn't want to just make the assumption that all those revenues would transfer over to the town, so there wasn't anything allocated in that respect. The other change would be their internet presently is funded by the state, from what I understand, and that would no longer be the case if they were a town operated department. But that's I think estimated to be $6,000 per year.
Joe?
Sharice, I'm looking at this sheet you sent out today, right? This new sheet.
Yes.
So if I'm reading this correctly, the operating budget's about 136,000.
Taking the difference between what the town typically appropriates and
the 202 you have at the bottom.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Right now they're combined, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it meant to be that way, or?
Well, it's, we got to build it in. I think we were talking about the warrant articles at the beginning of tonight's meeting and how we're going to present that to the voters. And, one passes, the other one fails, and yeah, it would be, if it does pass as a town department, then it would be a net increase of 135,000 roughly. But again, we
Well,
did
wouldn't
not.
it be a net increase of 70,000, because you take the 136, you subtract the 66, it's really an increase to the town of 70,000, right? Am I doing that right?
Because we normally put in 66,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So what happens to the library's money that they currently have in their fundraising and certificate of deposit, which I know is, from what I remember, over $100,000? Is that correct?
That's gonna, go ahead, Deb.
Well, we have to, when we wrote the MOU with the town, we really laid out how those finances would be transferred to the town. So it really depends on how that all goes through. Isn't that what we said, Teresa and Ralph? We said that.
Because most of that money is going to stay with the library.
Well,
not most of it, no.
Not with the library, but
No.
essentially under the MOU, there are certain costs that, the library would have to decommission from its 501c3.
Right.
To cease that and set that up as if they want to set that, there was talk they're going to set that up as a separate fundraising area to be able to raise additional funds for the library for special projects and things like that. But the money that's essentially in the bank and in those, that under the MOU, that transfers over to the town to be designated for use for the library. So effectively it would, you impact there where that money comes in, but it's only going to be used against the library. So
for use as a part of the operating budget, or for use as, I mean,
it'll be designated. The MOU says it would be designated for library use, so that can be used.
But what does that mean?
Oh, the memorandum. Someone's asking memorandum of understanding.
It's kind of like
It's an
contract.
MOU.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But I'm trying to figure out what does it mean it's for the library, but it's not part of their operating budget, right?
It can be used toward operating, can be used for maintenance, can be used for, but it can't, essentially what it was saying is you can't take it and use it to, use that money to Parks and Recreation.
Right. That was.
Right.
Yeah.
It's only for the library.
Yeah.
Right.
But no defined purpose. Like, is it used for capital improvements or nothing defined?
No, there was no designation against that, only that it could only be used for the, for the library. So that could be maintenance, it could be operations, it can be whatever, but it can't go to other town departments.
Because people donate specifically to the library and want the money kept with that library. And then they're also looking to have friends of the library to be able to do more fundraising.
For capital improvements or buying books and whatever.
Right.
Right. Any special programs that people want to do or anything else. And
to help offset it.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're looking at a cost for the town of about $70,000.
To have the library
become a town department.
Yes, because we normally budget 66,000 anyways, and we're adding that 136 for people that don't understand.
And how much is in that other fund with the library right now?
Allison, you would know that.
Yeah, I'm looking for that sheet. I'm gonna have to pull that up or ask Nick to provide that, but I can get it to you.
I thought I just saw.
That current figure that you asked for, Teresa?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now.
It was 400 and.
Well, that's the net worth of the whole library is 400 and some thousand.
But that includes the building.
That includes the building
everything.
and the assets.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just talking about the cash.
My recollection was it was about you know, in the order of, you know, between 100 and 120.
It's actually, my phone is frozen, so it's in Nick's notes that he just gave us for the meeting for Thursday night, I think.
I mean, you know, but
If
there
I
was,
can pull that up.
issue, you know, but out of that money that's there, there's some that has to reside to do, you know, for the transitioning and whatnot because of the changing over to the 501c3 and changing that over and things like that.
Right.
So
We said,
you know, the full amount that they've got in the bank wouldn't
right.
come over. It'd be-
We,
it's
we,
that
were-
line, so.
we just requested 15,000 for that.
Just to keep for startups for the others, for the friends and like postage and
money.
stuff like that that they would need.
What I'm seeing is approximately 141,000.
So Bob Jones has been trying to raise his hand here.
Yes, Bob.
According to the financial statement or financial position as of December 31st, they had total bank accounts of $287,574.
Yeah, but there, what's in there is money that also is accrued towards that was a grant that's in the process of being spent down.
Right.
Right, Deb?
Is that the capital fund?
There's the capital fund, but there's they had received a grant.
Yes, that's going to be used up this year.
And I can't remember what the project is, but you know, so money that's in the bank is part of that is that grant. So that's not
Wasn't it
available because that's going to be spent down.
It was the Stephen King $30,000, and we had a state grant as well.
Mr. Chair, we also have a member of the public that has a question.
Yes, David Prezone. You're muted right now. Very good, David.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, no, so I put my hand up quite some time ago, so we talked quite a bit about this. I was curious as to if somebody can explain to me how we came about originally basically making a town donation of $60,000 or $66,000 to the library. Was it, I mean, it's a separate corporation, has nothing to do with the town. So how did that come about?
The library asked for assistance to help function and to pay the bills and stuff like that. So they come to the town, and I think it was 60,000 before, and I think the last 2 years it's been 66,000.
It's usual and typical for nonprofit libraries to get a town appropriation. That's it's a customary thing.
Customary in what?
In the municipal world, I think Sharice from Bridgeton, they have a nonprofit library. I think she told me $80,000 there, but there probably are some nonprofit libraries that don't need any kind of governmental assistance, but normally they make a municipal request.
And do other not-for-profits make a similar request?
We have lots of nonprofits that make requests, yes, but this is different in that it's a direct service provider to Raymond people. It's based in Raymond. I think that differentiates it somewhat. And it's a service that more likely than not, if they didn't exist, the town would be providing on its own, which is now what's being proposed.
Understood. So is that a similar situation with some of the other not-for-profits that have requested? Do we make a donation to other nonprofits at this time?
It depends on what they are.
No, I mean, currently in last year's budget, did we make a donation to other nonprofits outside of the library?
Yes.
Can you tell me who those are?
The Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging, the Chamber of Commerce, what was this? The Crescent Lake Association, and I believe we have smaller appropriations for the veterans group in Naples that takes care of the veterans groups. So some small appropriations in the budget for some nonprofit organizations. We get a number of requests every year. Some have a direct impact on the town. Some not so much. Some are really quite distant in terms of what they provide and where they provide it. But we do receive a significant number of requests. And so what the selectmen have decided was to develop an appropriation that would be discretionary for the town manager to administer. And that's the $2,000. That's what I have. The Lake Region bus has typically been separate.
The Hawthorne House is a non-fund, what we've done.
Yeah, that's also separate. That's a good point too. That's also separate. That's another nonprofit. So there's some nonprofits through the budget. Am I missing any others, Charisse?
Yeah, the 15,000, which is funded through the TIP. The Historical Society, and let's see, well, maybe that is the Hawthorne.
No, those are two different
Raymond
ones.
Water.
Raymond Waterways you have.
Yes.
Right,
Mhm.
right. But, so there are a number of nonprofits that we fund, yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? I see no other questions.
I do have one other thing I'd like to bring up if we're getting towards the end.
We are.
That is, there's not an appropriation in this budget for a consultant for the comp plan. And I'll let Sue speak to this issue. We've had a really hard time getting anybody interested in that. And I don't know if we're going to be up and rolling, and if and when we're up and rolling. And so if we were to do that, we would at some point need to engage a consultant. We probably can go for some period of time, an information gathering and with a volunteer committee, but that's something that's sort of, we've talked about, we've advertised for it. We haven't got much interest unless something's changed. So
is that one that would properly flow under TIF?
yeah, I think that could go on to TIF.
I mean, I would hold that off and work that under there.
Okay.
Rather than funding it separately.
We've actually had a rash of, I don't know if that's the right term, of requests to get on here. And I think partially thanks to the Roadrunner pieces that Melissa has put in, we've had people understand a bit better, I think, what it means. And we've had a few folks that haven't been on committees before say they're interested. So we're up to, if I'm just doing a quick look at the people have requested, we might have 9 or 10 different applicants. So I was going to put it on the next agenda for you folks to consider possibly appointing.
Okay, I stand corrected. Last I knew, the last update I got was a couple of people.
Yeah, it was just within the last 3 or 4 business days. So like the end of last week.
So the Roadrunner works.
It does. People actually read it. It's cool.
Yeah, Rolf.
Yeah, just going back or looking at the updates that Therese sent out today. You got on the RSU, you bumped that up, but where did that number come from? Because they haven't finished their budget yet. So is that just another guess?
No, it wasn't RSU, it was the county.
Well, you had the county tax that went up, but also on the RSU side, you went up.
Oh, I just did
yeah, you did a 216,000 increase on that, but I don't think that's real either. I think that I think it's going to be a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, I just did a placeholder, Rolf. I don't remember what I did, 3%, I think.
Yeah, you did 2%, but I mean, that's untypical for them. It's usually closer to 4 to 5%. And on the county tax, did that go up because our valuation changed, or is it a combination between the valuation change and the increase in the budget?
Yes, combination, yes.
At the top, Therese, I can't remember. Did you cover the increase in state revenue sharing that we got word of today?
I did, yeah, at some point, and initially I had budgeted 395,000 for projected state revenue sharing because it hadn't been published as of yet, but it's now out at 505,000, so that's an increase of $110,000 for state revenue sharing. So that has been updated in the revenue spreadsheet for you.
So that's at least one thing going the right way.
Yes.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Go ahead, Bob.
I'm brand new on the committee, and there's a lot of stuff that has been sent out over the past week to members that I don't have.
Yeah.
How do I get it?
I'll send it to you. I just got notification that you were sworn in yesterday. So I haven't been able to update my mailbox yet, but I'll get that stuff out to you.
Thank you very much.
And if there's anything that's missing from the town, Bob, you could check with Cherie, see what you have against what she sent out. We'll get that to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Budget Finance Committee comment? Select Board comment. Oh, Bob?
I'm sorry, I'm a little delayed here each time.
That's okay.
I guess this is for Nathan or for Don or both. I have seen that Casella is pushing Wyndham to go to an automated trash pickup and recycle pickup service from the current, I guess they bag it and throw it. And our contract is with Casella also. Is there any indication that they're going to be pushing that to the smaller towns like Raymond?
We just actually talked to the transportation manager this morning about that. I don't have a good answer for that. We're in a different situation than Wyndham is. They're pushing Wyndham to an automated system for many reasons. A lot of towns are starting to go to that direction. We just signed, like I said earlier, a 5-year contract. We're in the first year of the 5-year contract. I don't see it coming our way for a few years. Wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah. The near-term answer is a no, but it is the future. Although the manager told us this morning, our manager for our town said that he doesn't know about Raymond as an automated pick town. There may be some barriers to that, and I don't know exactly what those would be, but it is the way it's done, and it is a significant capital expense. But as Nate indicated, we have a new contract. It's not something that's on the table at this point, but you know, of course, the biggest expense is the equipment that they need to do it. They're on their side, and so as these other towns automate, they'll have that equipment and they'll begin to serve the smaller towns. Then we'll have the capital expense of the containers. So that it is probably something that's coming, but when it's coming, I don't know. Of course, once you buy the containers and so forth, because they have less labor involved, there should be some contract savings. So, you know, it's as Nate says, not a great answer right this minute, but it's not something we need to talk about in this budget for sure.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Select Board comment.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Teresa.
I just got a text back from Keith Thomas. He says he's at a Raymond Rattlers meeting right now, and he says we very much appreciate the heads up on this. So I told him to call Charisse tomorrow.
Okay. Any other selectmen's comment? Then I need a motion to adjourn.
I move the meeting to adjourn.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is a meeting of the Raymond Recycling Committee. Thank you for joining us. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm the chair of the committee, and I think it would be good to just go around quickly for the others who are here and be introduced. And I know we've got another member joining us shortly as well. Sue?
Sue Accardi.
Karen,
Karen Lockwood.
Don,
Don Willard, Town Manager.
Nathan? Oh, you're muted, Nathan. Sorry.
Sorry about that. I was looking right at it. Nathan White, Public Works Director.
Thank you. We have Representative Jessica Fay is on. I'm not sure if she can unmute.
I'm here. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's patience. I am on my way home in the car.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. And we will hope that our other member can join us. I know that Rolf Olson from the Select Board is unable to be here this evening. And we also have Bob Jones joining us. Bob, if you want to introduce yourself, feel free.
Well, I'm just a member of the public that's interested in recycling.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. We'll get started then. Call the meeting to order. And first item on our agenda is approval of the minutes of our last meeting from February 17th. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Sue. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Karen. And any discussion, any questions? Seeing and hearing none, without objection, we've approved the minutes of February 17th. Is there objection? And seeing and hearing no objection, we've approved the minutes. Thank you. And thank you, Karen, for taking those minutes. Much appreciated. As Sue said, they're always excellent. So that's great. Thank you. So we'll get underway. We've got some updates and some things that people have done since the last meeting. First, anything from either our town manager or from Nathan White on any updates from Casella, anything on that front?
Well, we were asked to look into contamination rates on our recycling going into the facility in Auburn for Casella. At this time, most of our contamination is controlled on the street from the guys collecting it. When it gets to the facility, we've had no loads rejected to this point. So there isn't a lot to report on that. The only way to really get right down and dirty into it is do what they call a recycling audit, which is pretty labor intensive. They take the truck and they bring the truck over after it's picked up its route. They dump it on the floor and they paw around in the trash and pick out what's not recyclable and what is recyclable, and then they report back to us. The problem with that is we've got nothing to compare it to because they haven't done any yet out of that facility. I wouldn't recommend it at this point. I think we're at 17%. We're doing pretty good. I think we can do better with educational flyers on our end and train and education on our end on that. Our biggest contamination problem out here on the collection site is the dumpsters. The recycling is less than 50% dumped out of the dumpsters at this point. Without having some kind of control on those dumpsters, I don't see that changing much. And it does get worse in the summer when we come into summer.
All right. Thanks, Nathan. And you had mentioned that before as well, as far as I made a note just myself, some of the issues, some of the barriers to doing a better job of recycling are summer residents being knowledgeable and, or for that matter, weekend residents in some ways to deal with that. The 17% was the rate of recycling, not the contamination, but
correct, 17%. Right. And how that number's the way they come up with that number is by the total tons picked up, what goes in as MSW and what goes in as recycling. We seem to hover right around January and June of 22. We were at 18%, and we dropped back down to 17% in July and September. And that's basically when the summer people come in and you're picking up more household trash than you are recycling. And that's what lowers that number down to 17. They said that's a pretty good rate. I've talked to a couple of towns around us. Auburn and Lewiston, they're down in the single digits. Bridgeton was up a little higher than that, but they've got a transfer station, so they're handling it. The residents come in and hand them the trash and the recycling, so they're able to control it a little bit better. There's a lot of changes coming out. Everybody's read the article from Wyndham. I don't know how that's all going to work, but that's really all I got at this point.
Well, I thank you for that because for one thing, I misunderstood what that 17% was. The 70% of what's picked up is recycled. It's not 17% of households are recycling.
Correct.
So we don't know what percentage of households are recycling because I did find some information, at least I think it was just on our own website, about the percentage of participation. That's a different figure. We don't have an idea of that.
That's a lot of old information. And in talking to Dave today, you got to remember, we bid this out to Casella Waste. Geez, Don, what has it been 20 years now? 18, 19 years anyway. Back then, they were figuring around 2,600 stops a day, which only 1,500, I'm sorry, a week, and 1,500 of those are recycling. So he said, and this is just an off the cuff guess, he said, pretty much anybody's got trash out, you've got a recycling, something's there for recycling. It's not 100%, but it's a fair amount.
Good. Okay.
So I think that.
Go ahead.
I think that a lot would help is getting rid of the food waste out of it. We've talked about that. That's going to lower your tonnage, which is going to but it will naturally raise your recycling rates up into whatever tonnage you lose there. And that's considered recycling when you get into the food waste.
Well, thank you. That's a whole lot clearer to me than what that 17% was, because that seemed like a low participation rate, but that's not what it was. It was the amount of what goes into recycling of what's picked up. So that's good to know that we've got many people participating. We just need, as you said, to reduce the waste part of it. And
I think the biggest part is that food waste. I think that, and talking to Casella, I'm sorry, I keep calling him Pine Tree. A big chunk of our weight is food waste.
Well, we've reduced it a little bit from this household because, as I said in February, we've been composting like crazy. So we're getting better at it, but we need more people to be doing that. So we'll come right to you, Don, in a minute. Kathy has just joined us. Kathy, just want to introduce yourself real quick.
Kathy Goslin, and I apologize for being late. I was at my grandson's wrestling match.
Hope it went well.
It did.
Good. Thanks for joining us. So Don, any updates from your end of things?
Actually, Nathan did the research on these items, and so he'll be reporting, and I think Kathy has a couple of items, one that's listed for me, so I may be getting off the hook tonight, but I would like to say that on the issue of compost, I'm all in favor of it. I just don't know the best way to do it. I'm in agreement with Nathan that we need to get that wet waste out of our, overall waste stream. I'm actually impressed with the 17% number. If you think about what you see roadside and the amount of trash that we produce, I think I have nothing to judge it against, but it sounds like a pretty good number to me too. And but I just want to reiterate the idea of let's go after the wet food waste. I don't know if it's curbside pickup or a site. We've had bad luck in the past with having congregate sites for recyclables. I personally like the idea, if it was at all possible, of the town buying backyard composters and providing instruction on how to utilize them. That'd be my favorite, but I don't know. I think getting the waste out of the wet waste out would be a great goal to pursue.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Anything for Nathan or Don?
Is there any Nathan and Don, anything you want to, any thoughts about what the article in the Eagle about where Wyndham's going? I mean,
it's going to come to us eventually, but in talking to Taylor, anyway, she says that it will be some time, and I think Dave McNally has communicated a similar sentiment to Nathan. So it's not going to happen in Raymond right away, but it's going to happen. And so I think later on, Nathan will report on the carts or toters, however you want to look at it, that would be need to be obtained to facilitate that. But yeah, automation's coming. We're not going to be the first town. And it's probably, I don't know if it'll affect this contract or not, Nate. What do you think?
No, it won't. It won't affect this contract. And we've got an extension on the end of this contract. Raymond would be pretty tough to automate the whole town. They've admitted to that and quite clear of that. Some of it is easy, but a lot of it's not. There's a lot of roads that people are half 3/4 mile in, and to drag a 96-gallon tote out to the end of the road, it's a lot of weight. It's a lot of dragging. So I don't know. I don't think it'll be in this one or the next one.
So can you clarify the length of the contract? 'Cause I think there was a budget committee that's the extension. So how long?
Yeah, it's 3 years. We have a 3-year contract with a 2-year extension, eligible extension on the end of it.
Okay. And so that 2-year extension might be a spot to do some things a little different.
Yeah.
Or it's automatic.
You might, no, it's not automatic. It's a negotiation point. And you might see some of the town automated. And I would think it would be along the 302 corridor. That's what Dave was talking about the other day when I was talking to him about it. You see a couple of developments maybe picked up. There's a lot of, pickup, curbside pickup trash. There's a lot of moving parts to this right now. And a lot of it's changing every day.
And if we're ever going to do it, we need some advanced, lead time, because it's a pretty significant capital cost for the town to get into this. So, I mean, if Florida hasn't done it yet, they've been working on it for a number of years. Now Wyndham is jumping into it. I think they're going to start with those larger towns. They are starting with those larger towns, and it does work really well. I mean, I'm familiar with some of the Scarborough's program with my mother there. And it works great. It reduces labor, and I would guess it's probably a good thing from an injury standpoint and safety standpoint.
Okay, so let them figure out the whole long drives and things like that people have and ways around that. There must be ways around that, certainly.
The other thing that they were talking about on the, I guess it's the chitter-chatter on the inside, and they did touch on it in that article, is the recycling contamination, the very thing that we're talking about right now. The driver can't see inside that bin. He doesn't even get out of the truck. And that has been a problem, and that's been an educational problem in a lot of these other towns that are automated right now. So that's something they got to get around, and they're still trying to figure out.
So do they run separate trucks?
No.
So it's compartmentalized, the truck?
Yep, it's a split truck.
Okay.
They call it a split truck. Yeah. You said it right first time, but they call it a split truck.
Okay. But people are dragging fairly large, so I see people with those yard wagons on our street anyway, and they put them in that and roll them out. So, I mean, they're already bringing trash up to the road. And some of those ones with wheels are almost easier to roll with than the ones without wheels. So I don't know.
Some of them are, but we are still going in and out of, I think it's 9 camp roads, 9 or 10 camp roads. And those are where your problem's going to be. There's not enough room for the truck and the toters, and that's where your problem's going to be.
What are they doing now?
They're driving the rear loader truck in.
Oh, okay.
The toters are got to be set. There's a little bit to what the toters got to be set on. They can't be cocked off sideways or crooked and sliding down the driveways. It's like I said, there's a lot of moving parts to it.
I gotcha. I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on those topics? If not, we'll move on to the brochures and our artist in residence, Kathy.
I just wanted to send stuff out so people could see it, looking at a few different ideas. I looked at what Casella has. And Casella's is similar, but how did people like the logo? I think for most I heard you like the one with the Raymond with the earth with recycle, reduce, reuse around it.
That was my favorite, but what did others think? I know there was some, I think Rolf expressed the idea that was maybe the reduce, reuse, recycle was not as visible there. Was that?
Right. So you could do it with the earth with just the arrows around it. I know Rolf was concerned on how it would copy. I've tried it a few times. It's in a JPEG format, so it seems to copy okay. I just wanted something that when we do a flyer, they know who it's coming from. You know, if it doesn't say recycling committee or anything like that. And in my feeling, it doesn't have to, but if it's Raymond Recycle, you know, that would kind of, people would kind of get used to seeing that. In addition, we did put a small article in the Wyndham Eagle. I don't know if people saw it. It was just, we had space, so it was easy just to put something in to say, you know, zero sort and easy to do. So then I did those 2 or 3 other little flyers, and I was kind of looking at it as saying, to me, a big question that everyone seems to have is what you can recycle and what you can't. And we find, you know, as listening to Casella and them with all the contamination, I think we do have to do a better job of saying flyers, they're not polished off yet by any means, but if people like them, I would, you know, see if we could get some copied, put them at the town hall, see if we can get them out through the school department. You know, I know the school does their weekly Friday folders going home, but the last send stuff home, I don't know if they'd let the town do it.
The answer to disseminate information, and we cooperate with the Roadrunner, with electronic signage, with all the media we have, Facebook. But they feel that putting other things that are not school related dilutes their message, dilutes their efforts. So that's a no, I think.
Okay. But we could use, you know, public places, some of the businesses in towns, the library, through websites and stuff. So I just kind of want to get a feeling for where you guys want to go with that. What you liked, what you didn't like.
Well, what did others think? I mean, if it printed well and still showed the reduce, reuse, recycle, I would. But again, what do others think? Sue and Karen?
Well, and you know, I think that the one didn't have the reduce, reuse, recycle, correct?
Right.
So probably we do need that, even though that was pretty. I really love that picture. It was really, you know, really grabs you. But you know, there were 3 of them, right? I'm trying to find them on my. I have the ones that you sent out just the other day.
Yeah, there was one that, you know, hit the earth with reduce, reuse, I think we would only want one logo. You could do multiple, but I think one logo kind of, you know, you start to recognize it.
Yeah.
And then I think another one was just a recycle.
The arrows with the earth. And I'm just wondering, is there a way?
I mean, the reduce, reuse, recycle on the arrows.
Yes, on the arrows themselves.
Or and there's hundreds of it. And I was just trying to look at stuff, but I can look for that, Karen.
I think it would be cool.
Don, did you have a preference, or you?
Not really. I would go with the, I guess, the consensus of the group. I'm told by my wife that I'm not great with colors and things like that, but I think Kathy's done a really great job, and I'd be happy with any of them, really.
Yep. Ditto.
Hey, it's Jess. Can I weigh in?
Please do.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Kathy. I've tried to put together things with clip art, and I know how much time and effort it takes sifting through all of those images. And I would echo what Don said. I think the simpler the logo, the better. People look at things for like a 10th of a second, and we want to make sure that we get the arrows and the town in there. And that's really the only input that I have. But I just
on that, and hats off to Chris a JPEG. So we'll keep working on that. this week and get it out to you guys.
Leads them to maybe the Casella website for more details if they have questions, because Casella on the website has a whole lot of information.
Yeah.
If, you know, whereas you can't put it all on a flyer. You've got, yeah, I think you've got the major information there that people idea.
Well, and I know I looked at Casella's website and they have a flyer, same info, but it did have, hey, a number if you want to call, check out the website. So that's a good idea, Grace.
What did others think?
I like the first one, you know, the pictures are always good. They're easier for people just to look at, you know, and not have to read. So that, do's and don'ts. It's funny, you know, we only put like plastic bottles in, right? Is that the only thing? They take pretty much all plastic.
Right. And in some websites, Sue, in looking at Casella's, they say, don't do this and don't do that with some plastics. So they kind of contradict. You know, one of their flyers say, oh, it's got to have the recycling and the 1 through 6 number on it.
That they put it on everything, that logo. That's just a scam, everything. And even if it's really, it's not so much it's not recyclable, that there's no market, fake outs and stuff, and they're very flimsy plastic. And they said, oh, we take them, but I don't think there's a market for that. So
that they're able to mix it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, they do take yogurt, you know, the big plastic heavy containers.
Yeah.
To me, the answer on,
go ahead, Don. Sorry.
To me, the answer there is one that can do, but you know, there has to be a nationwide, maybe even worldwide view of how we package, you know, more environment.
Oh, I agree. And I have more of those containers at home because, you know, I have tons of them because I say, well, I'll recycle them, I guess, but they are recyclable, but it's just a waste.
Right.
Yeah. May I? You know, the state and other states and really other countries are working on that packaging issue. I do want to say, remember the first 2 words are reduce and reuse. So, you know, there are other points where down the road, and I'm not suggesting now, where we might be able to just ask folks to think about creative ways to not just reduce, but also to reuse some of the containers that can be ultimately recycled. But if you can reuse something more than once, that's also keeping it out of the waste stream longer. And then just on the to get those flyers so that they can stick them up on their refrigerators, you know, with maybe rental agents who are doing summer short-term rentals. That might be another point of distribution, just so folks who aren't here for long periods of time also understand that this is a thing that we do in this community. And then the third thing is kind of to use social media and what's not. Might be just another fun way to reach people who aren't gonna.
So Kathy, do you mind working some more on the fly? You've already done a lot. Is that okay to?
No, all that was on there. I think, Nate, it was probably like 2012 when we went to the recycling rules, I guess, are there. And I think we need to update that, not the recycling, but the trash and recycling. You know, maybe put some on the different town websites, you know, any public websites that we have in Raymond. I know we could put it on the fire department's website, you know, Facebook, I mean, and different that to get the info out. But I think before we push recycling, all that, is that what the recommendation we want to make to the select board? And I would say 100% yes, if it wasn't that our trash goes to a landfill. But I think if we could really educate on the food waste and whether it's the backyard composters or what, and maybe and that's where
on containers and having some teeth in it, because we've had some complaints from more of the developments their neighbors not putting the trash in bags and it's getting strewed all. Now we don't require them to put it in anything. We've asked politely, but I don't have any teeth in it, so.
That's where we live, though, in the world of trying.
Well, you maybe like composting for beginners or something. You know, I agree, like Don said, a few years ago, we had the composting barrels available at town hall. You know, maybe when we start discussing the totes and where we're gonna do that, maybe we do the same thing with having those, if we could buy them at cost, and that might help.
I think it would help, and you can charge them completely to the citizens. They were buying them. And so I think if the town gave some level of incentive, doesn't come in at the spot market rate, which, you know, helps us in terms of our finances, wet garbage.
Right.
So I'm assuming, and I shouldn't assume, so I'll ask, that that's the case, then that link should also be on the brochure to see
Yes.
the Raymond Maine website for further information. But who takes care of updating websites and things like that, Don?
You could probably put a link to them.
Oh, okay.
Here are some great, you know, videos, and whether it be YouTube or somewhere else. That's a great idea. Refer to Sue if she's listening as to who would be the best person there.
Okay, but it would be.
I am listening. I'm just knitting.
Okay.
But I can actually listen better if I frames and things, but I think that would be a really good project for her. But I'd have to contact people to see if it's okay if we use them.
The adult
Containers that you could, you know, aggregate your garbage so they could pick it up.
Yes.
But what I'm talking about is backyard composters that somebody could do their own thing.
Composter, I'm gonna use my own for my garden. So I think we could do a combination of things, but to
work, just leave it there. And it decomposes over, you know, over the year. But, you know, it just to sort of cut down on barriers for people to think whether they could do it or not. Thinking they have to, you know, be gardeners, but it is, you know, good for gardeners, but it's good for anything.
Wait, can I just check on those?
So the bins certainly, though, help to do it in a, I don't know, orderly, clean, whatever kind of a way. So that does lead us right to the schools. So I did just hear back that they are doing the single sort recycling already. It wasn't clear to me that they're doing it in all buildings, and I didn't.
I emailed and had a couple emails with Beth come in and done a program. So she was from down if they're interested in having a little, you know, have bins and have kids figure out what goes where. So they get up. I'm doing it in the cafeteria. They used to do the milk cartons all the time. So that's our issue, and they pick up the trail. Whoever picks up, okay, so they're picking it up. Okay, so, but they are doing, they've always done some limited cardboard, whatever. I thought, you know, I said it'd be nice.
But I wonder if the middle school.
Okay. And then I'll talk to Beth and see if she wants to arrange. It'll have
talking about those bins.
Well,
what are your thoughts on that? Go ahead, Nathan.
Gallon and 95 gallon. The 65 gallon is probably where we'd want to be in size, give you enough room to do something with them. They're running around $59 to $60 a piece. There's a minimum order of pricing on this stuff. They're made out of 50% recycled.
They have a logo on them, recycling.
Yes, you can do whatever you want, either recycling or trash. She told me, I don't think she put it in her email. Blue, yep.
Recycling blue.
So Casella has those labels?
No, when you order them for, if you order a recycling tote, you tell them what you want on it.
This is a big step. I mean, if you make that recommendation, I mean, if you're going the way Nathan suggests, and it probably will work because people were, you know,
the 65s is 648. The town was going to go for minimums of 112. Pricing could change. So you're right.
I'm